for free.
Hello! Good morning. Hi, chat. I'm reading chat right now, but I'm not gonna be reading it later when I'm playing. We're playing Signalis today. I uploaded a playthrough of me playing Signalis about in February this year. And initially, I really did not like the combat and the story. Well, I did like I kind of did like and didn't like it, but I didn't like the first ending. Because of my constant bitching during my first playthrough of Signalis, especially in the ending, a lot of people didn't like that. A lot of Signalis fans were kind of mad. But I decided to play the game again, and last stream I replayed the entire game up until the first trick ending. And that's exactly as far as I made it ever. So right now we're gonna pick up from that, and this is going to be 100% blind from now on. I don't know how much of the game is left. Please don't tell me in chat. But that's what we're gonna be doing for the foreseeable future of this stream. It's gonna be playing that. So, yeah. We're gonna go blind. I also have been told by some people that the game, this is like when the game gets good, or that the up until now is the boring part, but up until now I really liked the puzzles. I just didn't like the combat. The combat was very annoying. That's very annoying. That was all that it was. The combat was literally just annoying. So. Hi. Let me fix that. Hello, cameras. Am I still out of focus? Lighting is a bit fucked. I still don't have proper blinds. I gotta get that. I can't make my room darker than this. That's not possible. So anyways. Hi. I'm glad that it's playing Signalis, but if he keeps bitching, I'll just go and watch something else. The combat sucks, the combat sucks, the combat sucks, the combat sucks, the combat sucks. The game is great though. I like the game. Isn't it because they wanted to avoid the combat? That's one way to justify it. That's sure one way to do it. I think if they make combat intentionally bad in the game, instead of avoiding the combat, people usually avoid the game. But I was very negative my first playthrough. Today I'm gonna try to just I'm kinda used to it now, so who cares? Who cares? What is Signalis? What game is it? It's a video game that plays like I don't fucking. It's a game. We'll see. How do you explain the game? It's just a game where you go around and solve puzzles, and there's also a story, which is interesting. And you shoot zombies. But they aren't zombies. They're like deceased robot zombies, or something. I don't know. Resident Evil? Yeah, I guess it plays like Resident Evil. I don't know though, because I've never played Resident Evil myself. This is the first like this type of game that I've ever played. Guess I'm a little bit out of focus. There we go. Ah, perfect. Now I'm crystal clear, albino. I closed chat, so I can no longer see what you're saying if you're saying anything. Poo poo poo. Yeah, so continue, I guess. Hold up, let me get the gameplay on. There we go. The eye is alive now. I wonder why it's alive. Did we not finish the game, or? Oh, we gotta go finish the game again. Okay, so I wasn't allowed to quit the game last time. Controller is connected. What is the latest save? Protectors, nowhere. I'm guessing nowhere is the last one. 4:30 maybe? Nowhere, classroom, yep. You gotta watch the ending again then, I guess. And you leave through... here? No, no. How did you get out? Fuck. How did you go through the ending? Where was that door? Door with the plates, the plate door. Is it up here? Is it left here? Is it up here? Yes. Okay, and we should have the last plates on me. Okay. There we go. Now we get to listen to pretty music. Is it possible to move on? I've been here so many times, but I've never returned. The commander never spoke about what she saw out there. I'm sure whatever it was what made her fall sick. Something about her changed when she returned. She was no longer a beloved leader Falk. What waits beyond this threshold? It doesn't matter. So we went all the way down to the mines and further down into a place full of flesh. And then we ended up in this place. And I don't know if this is a dream or not. Or, because like this is so schizo. Emptiness. It's hard to say. But the soundtrack is very nice. I guess I can go over the story in the meantime. As far as you know, we've crash landed on like a planet. It's called I forgot the fucking name. But we're in a place called Sierpinski, and here there's been like a mining operation of some sort, where a bunch of like replicas or like androids. These are like they're like robot humans, and they've all been replicated off of a original like human being. So they take like their personality, copy them onto a robot, puts them to work, and they've like gone through great lengths to make them all super efficient. At some point, I'm guessing something went wrong, and everyone just got sick. And that's the enemies in the game are basically robots who went like sick and crazy. And then we were going down here to find a woman. Now they're all women, but we're looking for one specific particular woman. I don't know if that woman is a robot or if she's a person, but we didn't find her because we end up here and we probably die. If you die, yeah, because you literally die. And that's the first ending. You go down and you die. And there's probably more to it than that. But that's what we're gonna find out, I guess, by playing more. Because once you finish this ending, the game doesn't actually let you quit the game. You get put into a new playthrough or something, and then yeah, you keep going. There's also a woman with white hair. I don't know who that is, but when you start the game, you have a picture of a woman with white hair, and when you get into the base of the game, you have a picture of another woman who has brown hair. Her name is Isa. I don't know what the fuck happened to Isa, but she's not here probably. So, anyways. And her arm rips off. Rip. We already saw this last time. I just wasn't able to save on the new like playthrough after this, so. And I didn't want to start playing it at the end of a 5-hour stream. I would rather start now and go in with like a clear head. I also played yes, another eye dies. She dies because the light goes out of her face. Anyways, I played the Slay the Spire board game the other day. Or yesterday. That board game is fucking good. That Slay the Spire board game is fucking tight. It's literally, dude. I don't know why it didn't even make it to. I don't know why they didn't make it into an actual video game, because it's Spire co-op. It's co-op Spire, literally, and it's good too. It's crazy. So that was a lot of fun. We were doing 4-player co-op in Spire. And it plays almost exactly like the video game, of course, but like with numbers. Instead of doing like 5 damage on a strike, you do 1, so the numbers are much smaller. And yeah, I had a lot of fun. And of course, chat, I picked Defect. I'm juggling balls in the game. But yeah, definitely gonna. I wanna see if I'm gonna be able to stream that somehow, the board game. Maybe like on Tabletop Simulator or some shit. But it was definitely it was a good game. And that was the first ending. Then you get this. And now the menu screen has a dead eye on it instead of a living eye, and it doesn't track your mouse anymore. It's just dead. And you can click begin. And it says wake up. And here we go. Just like that, we wake up again. Now, I don't know if it plays a different person now, or if it plays the same person. I sure as fuck look similar. Maybe I'm a different replica. Who the fuck knows? But now we're gaming. And at least I got the same picture. LSTR. LSTR, that's me. Okay, we're the same unit. Yup. I woke up out of cryostasis. Go up. What does it require? Requires a key. Ariana, who the fuck is that? Running out of ochre paint. Elster laughed when I told her. Now I have to mix it myself. So annoying. I still haven't read a whole bunch of these manuals. I feel like they gave me enough to read for the rest of my life. Most of them are boring technical manuals anyway. They could have given us more films to watch instead. Half of them are war films, which Elster doesn't like. And the other half are kitschy propaganda dramas. The painting Ariana has been working on recently. A serene coastline. Is that where we ended up in Le Dream, maybe? On her painting? That would be so artsy and deep. Okay, okay. I'm just gonna play the game. We're in space now. The fish ship is working. Landing and docking assist monitor. Yep. All system normal. Anything here? No? All systems normal. Great. Well, that seems epic. Beep 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 beep. What's this? Routine inspection. Inspect LST replica calibration storage unit maintenance. Inspect mainframe access terminal mess hall. Inspect coolant injection pipes reactor. Inspect emergency cryogenic hibernation units cryogenics. Report to Gestalt scout officer. So we have to do all those things and report to the Gestalt. Which, by the way, Gestalt means normal human, okay? And that means not a robot. In case of a medical emergency that cannot be treated on board, the Gestalt crew members can be put in hibernation here. All system nominal. I hope you never need to use this. Inspect. So is that checked on the list now? Yeah, correct, check. Check you. Inspect. The reactor's coolant injection system, no leaks detected. Inspected. Medbay? The medical diagnostic computer. Ariane's next checkup isn't for another few cycles. How long is a fucking cycle game? When are you gonna tell me how long a cycle is? Seriously, I wanna know how long is a cycle. Playing a game for like fucking 10 hours. Give me the cycle. Give me the lore. Penrose briefing phase 2. By our calculations, 1,500 cycles of mission time will have passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, comrade. By now you should have become fully acclimatized to your new life on board your ship. After 1,500 cycles. But how long is that fucking... Oh, whatever. As you approach the Oort cloud, your search for new worlds will begin. Utilizing the long-range sensors, you will scout for valuable resources, habitable worlds, or signs of alien life. Remember to rely on your replica to assist you in maintaining your vessel. We all wish you great success in your mission. End of the scripted. So we're out there. This is like Interstellar, man. Like when you fly out and you're basically going to die, but you're gonna spend the rest of your life in a fucking ship. Then you're gonna crash land in a black hole and do time travel. Penrose Emergency Procedures, Appendix H. Based on data from previous long-range survey missions, salvaging the replica technician for sustenance is not recommended. Don't eat me, thank you. Even in extreme circumstances, replica biocomponents can cause various health problems when ingested. It may look and taste like ordinary flesh, but bioengineered tissue may cause more harm than good when eaten in an emergency situation. Oxidant may look like blood, but is indigestible to gestalts. It should also be considered that Pioneer replicas statistically have 860% greater survivability than Gestalt Pioneer officers. For the sake of a successful mission, keeping the replica operational rather than prolonging your own suffering may be preferable. Maybe that's what happened. My wife is just dead. Cargo hold unpressurized. Not enter during flight. Okay, both cargos are that. Can I inspect this? Tools? The lower deck heating system has been acting up a bit lately. I don't need to fix this right now. Can't go there. Can't go there. What's up? Operation Penrose. Pride of the Usian Nation. Space vessel type Penrose. I forgot. I don't know who's... Yeah, Aeon and Usian. I don't know if they're the same side. I actually have no idea. I haven't spent any time figuring out who the fucking teams are in this universe, dude. I literally don't know. I'm sorry, guys. Colibri. Doodle Colibri. That is very funny. Nothing to see but stars. Okay, let's go. Did I do everything on the list? A day in the life of a robot slave. What's up? Inspect mainframe access terminal, mess hall. Where's the mess hall? God damn. Fuck's the mess? Stern hall? Storage, flight deck, maintenance, lower gallery, cargo access, stern observatory, cryogenics reactor, medical, upper gallery. Bitch. Wait, I have not been to the right. Oh. Oh, Ariane is the person on the plane. Okay. Where the fuck's the mess hall then? What is that mess hall? Is this the mess hall? Where was that on the map? What? Do I have dementia? I didn't see it, and now it's there. What the fuck? A Yeong Gestalt pilot. So Yeong is the Gestalt pilot. Is that the person I was looking for? On the picture? Yeong? I thought it was Isa. Elster 512. Am I a different Elster then? I forgot my number in the before I died. Maybe I'm a different number. I'm literally different. We're two different people now. There's a sealed envelope during among the documents. It says classified replica information for Gestalt officers only. It's unopened. I'm not allowed to open this envelope. It probably contains some classified information about me. Open it? Oh. No. Okay. I'll open it. Elster! That's me! Non-issues, Penrose program. Previous experience with this replica model has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural pattern used for this unit. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Elster units were chosen for the Penrose program for their adaptability and reliability under long-term isolation conditions. Stoic and reserved, Elster units have a relatively stable neural pattern. It is best for you to leave it alone and interact with the Elster unit as little as possible. Elster's neural pattern was Soldier of Vinnetan. A Soldier of Vinnetan origin. So their needs are basic. Avoid talking to the Elster units about the war. Penrose vessels are fitted with a specialized calibration pod which may help with persona stabilization. To avoid resurfacing of Gestalt memories, do not show or give the Elster unit photographs, especially of soldiers during the war. Do not show the Elster unit movies, or let it listen to music. Do not try to befriend the Elster. Wow. What a piece of shit army, dude. Dogs. Let's go see our wife. That's the white hair woman. Okay, that's her. Ariana Young is the white hair. And we get a hug. You're up, Elster. Okay. I missed you. I missed you too. Oh, it's our 3000 cycle anniversary. We'll be getting the updated mission parameters later. So I thought it'd be nice to celebrate. Is this a Gestalt? She doesn't have legs. She doesn't have feet. She also has stumps. Are we both robots? Celebrate. Wait, let me put on some music. Nice. There I am dead again. And there she is. Not dead. But stumps. Do you remember the promise? Oh, yeah, I knew I was gonna go. I was crazy, dude. I knew I was crazy, because it was not full of blood down there and red, it was just snow. I knew it. Lost another tooth. There was so much blood. My hands are shaking. We're shaking. Why is my hair falling out? I can't sleep. I just want to sleep. Please just let me sleep. God damn. Oh. But we're in the ship again? Wait, where the fuck am I? I crawled back into the ship. Oh no. Hello. I made a promise. Brand new arm. My ribs are exposed. I'll do anything. What was the promise? Okay. There's a huge mass of flesh on the crab prod. I've taken what I needed. Damn right. Please just make it stop. Please. Oh, for fuck's sake. Keep going, yes. We're on the beach again. Okay. Going crazy. Those who sing the same song have heard it in their dreams. The dark tone at the edge of hearing. A silent voice whispering to my heart. Come join us, together we will be eternal. There is no escape, we will be one. But I fear the dark sea that will swallow me. That is very deep. Something old, far older than humanity, sleeps deep below the ground. Those of us who can hear its call in the night, an invitation. An ocean of memories where I ends and we begin. Is that what the flesh thing is about? What happened? Great holes secretly are digged, where earth's pores ought to suffice. And things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. We should have never left the primordial soup. Only through death can I escape the call of the one who rules above all life. Okay. Is that a note or a snow? That's snow. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me. Kill me, 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 kill me. I wonder what they want. Capital 3, Gestaltserfall. I don't know what that means. The chapters in this game, I'm guessing this is the last chapter. The chapters are like pretty long, so cool. Something has changed. Yeah, no shit, there's veins on the ground. And flies. I lost my picture. I lost my light. Welcome to S23 Sierpinski. You've been selected here, yeah. For the prestigious, you learn the skills, yep. Yep, you read this. So we're in the same place. This is the same facility as last time. It's been consumed by flesh. Everything has, it looks like. No map either. Tough luck. It's very dark. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The bottle is still here. What the fuck was I gonna use that for? Service request form, F29. All redacted. Okay, let's go. Save. Yes. Light! I can see now. Very good. So they're just the same notes that I've already read, but they're now covered in blood or something. I can't read them. Epic. Also, we have no map. That's annoying. There's also flesh. Yeah, okay. Hello! Got one, got the other. Okay. Let's go to the left, right here first. Can I go down? I cannot go down? I can go right though. Together to victory over the Empire. Grenade shells. That would have been so cracked if I remember that one. Can you imagine? Those Adlers are right. Wait, what was the name of the woman in the mice plane now? It wasn't Alina. Uh... 204512. Okay. What's up? What's this? Classroom key. Okay, let's go. You've been here before. What? No, I haven't. What do you mean? What was the name of the woman this time? Her name was... something Chinese. It sounded Chinese. A Yuma or some shit. My wife. Yeong? What's her name? Okay. 4 shots. Dead. See, I don't think I will. I'm good, man. Do you have anything? No. Alright, dude. Thank you. How about we just don't? There's a hole in the ground. It looks like I can drop down safely. Drop? Yep. More flesh and veins and guts and whatnot. You're changed. It's like everything was taken apart and put back together. But someone who doesn't understand how it works. I become whole again. I wear no mask. And now? Rot front. What now? Bujan, Vineta, Kitse, Rotfront, Heimat, Leng. We were at Leng. Dialing ring is missing. Oh, puzzles! Nice! Okay, let's do puzzles. No flash. Ah, there's still these assholes though. More combat, fellas. 8mm. Submachine gun. Okay, let's go. Postbox. Aeon Commando. 2 Calibri R1604 from Aeon Commando. Requisition. Your requisition request for a Type 84 submachine gun was successfully processed. Responsible body, Aeon Commando, Rot Front Nord. Protector, who cares? You got bullets and whatever. Yeong photo. Yeong, that's my wife. Camilla Yeong, oh, that's her sister or something. Or maybe her mother. The locksmith said it would take at least a period until the replacement key is done. My niece currently has the only other key, but she's still at the hospital right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna read this. To the blockwort of Sector C, there are rumors that there is an Imperial spy active in your area. A Protector Special Operations Unit has been dispatched from Aeon headquarters on Heimat to investigate and should arrive within 6 to 12 cycles. How long is a cycle? I don't fucking know. It's a number. That means nothing. It could be a second, it could be a day, it could be a year, it could be 10 years. I don't know, I have no idea. Needless to say, should it be successful, this will not reflect well on your record. You know what to do. I really don't. Aeon Commando. Seasonal review. Colibri R1604. As every season, your performance will be subject to a review by local command soon. Remember that this review will determine if you will be marked for replacement. Oh shit. Oh, so if you just don't perform well, they just kill you. They actually just kill you. They're like, oh, she's straight from the pad. It's like Blade Runner, where you do like the fucking interlinked Sigma interlink. Skibby the Rizzler, interlinked. From Ito Buecher, fucking names. I understand that you need entry to the bookstore for your patrol, but we do not have a spare key for the front door. However, you can use the back entrance to get into the store. It's secure with a keypad. The code is the birthday of my daughters. They were born on Vineta. Check the last 6 digits of their PKC numbers. So anyone called Boischer? Anyone called Boischer, check their numbers. Because that's key code for the thing. Kind regards. Anja Ito? What? Ito Boischer. Is the whole last name Ito Boischer? But the name here is Anja. These people are crazy. What the fuck is wrong with them? They were born in Vineta. Check the last 6 digits of their PKC numbers. Okay, let's go. Relocation. No! Download all. To replica memory. Oh, yep. Amazing. Oh, I can put a grenade shell in. We can work with floppy disks. Interesting. We get a save room. Very nice. There's a lock down there on the floor. 30 bullets on the gun. 15 spare ammo, that's nice. Guess I might as well use it, right? Got more thermite flares? Oh my god, bro. No, I don't. Larger caliber PTFE coated high power armor piercing 60mm nitro express rifle ammunition packs a punch. I never found out how to use these. Or grenade shells. What the hell? Save. Chat, come. Did I miss a stream during the weekend? Yeah, I lied. I'm sometimes I check chat. To this cable. On Friday, I streamed the first part of this game. And now we're streaming a part I haven't played. I thought the game was done, man. I thought it was gonna be like a little epilogue with like skits and memories, but now we have a whole new section with like puzzles and shit. That's cool. That is cool. Oh, it's getting good gamer precision. There we go. Oh. Alright. Time to painstakingly kill enemies. With my favorite game, Signalis. With the SMG. Please. Not her, not her, her. No, not. Okay, I'm reloading. I'm reloading. I'm reloading. I shot the wrong person. Dog! Continue. Thank you! Stop shooting the wrong thing, you moron. Try this again. Okay. Okay. Yep, that one. No, the one in front of me. No, the one! Thank you! Okay, yes, the one attacking me. The one actively trying to kill me. Yes, that's the one I want to do. Okay, and now this one. God fucking damn it. God, okay. Calm down. I'm not gonna bitch. Chat, it's fine, I'm not gonna bitch. I'm not gonna bitch. I'm not bitching. The combat is great. I love it. This is the best game ever. Oh. Okay. Whatever. Nice. Bastard. Oh, okay, I guess I'll leave then. Can I just play my game in peace, man? Dogs. Oh, there's the picture we've been looking at. Looks like there's a playing card embedded in the paint of the painting. The paint layer is too thick to remove the card without dissolving the paint first. Alright, well I can't dissolve the paint apparently. Apparently. Last from the other side. What about this? Ah, the shield one. No! No! Oh my god! Just stomp her! Oh. Oh my god. Oh. I think I'm gonna have a stroke. I think this game is gonna give me a stroke. I think it's gonna... Oh, I would love to learn the story of this game, but it's making it so hard. Oh. Ito, okay, that's the one. Okay, we're trying to get the code for that, and that's someone's like birthday or some shit. That was born in Vineta. Alright. I got you. Please, waiter, more enemies. I need hand wheel. Okay. We have maps. We actually have a map now. Look at that. Alright. Then we have to go... Wait, what the fuck? No, map, dog. Dog, map. Oh, ladder room. Let's go to ladder. Yep. Yep. Ladder. That was number... No, the furthest one. Okay. Okay, let's go. There we go. Star, fuck off. Oh. Oh, I don't have bullets. Okay, goodbye then. More enemies. No. Alright. Okay. I can't believe the game doubled down on combat. I can't believe that. I can't believe you've done this. But it did done this. It did done this. And that's that. That's the end of it. It just did done that. And now I have to live with it. Give me 6 shotgun shells. Slap it into this fat stick. Okay, and we put in more. Yep. Leftover shells. We can combine these. Turn up! And heal, I guess. I mean, save. Yep. Gaming. Let's hope I don't run out of bullets before the game is over. Or patience! I don't know which is running in shorter supply at this point. Okay. Okay, they're dead. Developing tank. I do not know what it is. Stolen document. Replica technician gestalt eyes only, and it's been shriveled up to pieces and then put together again. Carefully selected by Aeon, exemplary citizens of the nation are permanently cryogenically reserved in neural archives, each becoming a neural pattern for a new replica model. Okay, to preserve the image of the replica as an incorruptible ideal, the original gestalt is erased from records and public memory. Erased from public memory? How the fuck do you do that? During the production process, when experienced bioresonant technicians copy... Let me try reading that again. During the production process, when expired bioresonant technicians copy that neural pattern into a new unit, a majority of episodic memories are altered and suppressed. While the resulting replica maintains the skills and personality of the original gestalt, it will be incapable to recall specific events from the life of the donor under normal circumstances. This ensures the replica performs its duties without distractions created by personal memories of the donor. However, even the best maintained replica unit will eventually be exposed to stimuli that may cause gestalt memories to resurface. While units degraded in such a way pose no particular danger, like all units with persona degradation, they will eventually lose many of their advantages over the gestalt workers. Because persona degradation is usually difficult to identify from the outside, bioresonance is used by command units to surveil units under their command. Generally, it is recommended to swiftly decommission and replace units before their productivity decreases or they begin to show clear signs of individuality. When ammunition is rationed, alternative ways of decommissioning may be deployed at the discretion of the local operational command. Wow, this is actually 1984. Hyper-efficient ant hive of our nation. Enemies! Woo! Gaming! I love video games. Ah! Fun and games, chat. Fun and games. Fun and games. Get me out! Punch her! Fucking... Oh my god. No! You click A on the corpse, you dog! Click A on the... Oh! I want to experience the game. I want to experience it so bad. I want to know what the fuck happened in this universe so bad, dude. It's super pulling me in. It's pulling me in so hard. And that hurt so much when the combat is this fucking abysmal dog shit. Oh my god. Oh, it's horrible. It's so bad. I'm sorry if you love this game, dude, but the combat is a piece of shit. Whew. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, the combat in this game, dude, it's like being circumcised with a cheese grater. It's the... Oh, okay, I'm gonna play the game. I'm gonna play the game, Just shut up and play the game. Just be quiet and play the game. Literally, just shut up. Yeah! Yes! 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 Shoot the ceiling! Shoot the roof! Shoot up there! That's a great idea! That's a great idea, yes! Oh! Oh my god. I need to be fucking decommissioned. I'm having fucking persona degradation in real life and I need to be decommissioned now. Having unwanted memories from playing this game. What is that? A magpie and a speaker. Okay. Five, 6, 4. Open. Open. Dog. Teacher's evaluation. Evaluation Ariane Yeong. That's my wife! The girl, without doubt, is remarkably odd. Certainly due to her being raised solely by her mother, rather than by a community of good people overseen by a block warden, as is normal these days. Her obsession with paintings, music, and other such nonsense was clearly implanted during her time living in the mountains on that desolate radio outpost. Oh, that's why we had a memory flashback of the radio outpost, probably. And surely her friendship with these Vinneton-born Ito sisters also exposed her to some of the questionable literature that is illegally sold in their parents' bookstore. She does not seem to understand that these distractions are no longer acceptable now that she must partake in the society of our nation like anyone else. Personally, I can only hope military service will beat those frivolous ideas out of her in a way that school has failed to do so far. Damn. Germans, dude. Am I maybe a copy of her? Could it be... Oh, am I fucking myself? The plot thickens. In the end, this is just a schizophrenic episode of a narcissistic lesbian who wants to fuck herself. That would be funny. That would be funny. Let's go downstairs. Wait. Magpie box. I didn't check the last door there, hold up. Wait 1 minute. Don't shoot. That's right. That's right. Ah. We got 3 in the... Okay, we got 3 shots. Luckily, 2 did the trick. Alright. There's the handle for the gas leak. Oh my god. We got the hand wheel. Fantastic stuff. Oh, we got ammo for my favorite gun. Der Mondfest celebrations cancelled over safety concern. The seasonal Mondfest celebration, a young but well-established tradition in most Rotfront sectors, will not be allowed to take place until further notice. The Protector Public Office has announced today. There is a credible threat to public safety that is currently under Protector investigation. Citizens are only to leave home for work and report all suspicious activities to the block warden. When pressed about the rumors of an Imperial spy living in Sector C, the Protector Public Office only repeated their appeal to citizens to report all suspicious activities. Oh, because of the imposter. God damn. Am I full? Full of items. That's me. How the fuck did I get 7 of these? Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Well, let's go put the wheel in. Gavlan wheel, Gavlan bypass steam blockade. Have I been here? No. Dog, no, map, please! I'm not blaming that on the game. Chat, I'm retarded. Okay, let's go. Now, I need to do inventory management. In you go. I guess you get a switch gun now. We barely have shotgun shells. A plastic container for developing photographs. Oh! Oh, you put photo in it. Torrent photo into tank. Its label indicates that an undeveloped photo is inside. Oh, can we open it? No, dog! One bullet shotgun. No, thank you. Maybe we can try using the flare gun. This piece of shit. I'm running out of options here, so I guess we're gonna use flares. What? That incinerate targets. Well, surely that will do good damage, no? Single flare shells. Burn bright red for a short amount of time after relay. Okay, so let's shoot that on people, and maybe they will die. I don't know. it could. What's this? Ah, more of those. I certainly need that. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Was it here? Hello. Hey. What's going on? I can go 2 new ways now. Cool. What if it was purple? Acetone. I love acetone. Alright. Wait, is this for incinerating corpses? Hold up, let's see. I want to check that. If it's just for taking corpses or it's actually a damage weapon. Hold up. It could be for just taking out corpses, maybe. Isn't there a corpse in here? I guess not. What about here? What? I guess not. Didn't seem to care about the corpse. Anyways. Uh-oh. Brudesket. Good bullets, okay. Guess that's why they call it the rot front. Sure. I'll take that. Can I jump? No, I'm not gonna jump into the fucking... I'm not stupid. That's like the... That's like the thing you put fucking neck orc plushies into. I don't want to get destroyed. Fuck no. Diskette, I could put it in the PC, hold up. What does it have on it? Diskette. A blue magneto-optical data storage diskette for use in office computers. I'm 30 years old, so I know that this is a computer thing, guys. Oh shit. Antenna. Ah. I can choose which antenna. I can rotate them. Oh! You're supposed to calibrate them somehow. I don't have anything to go on here, so we're gonna do that later. Transmit, what's this? Ausricht. Due to the power rationing, only a limited number of antennas in the grid are powered at a time. To determine which antennas are currently powered, use the antenna program to triangulate the correct antenna. Take note of the antenna where the test signal can be heard on both dishes. In the transmit program, enter the antenna number and select the correct sound file to broadcast. Alright, so we want to have... let's say I want to listen to antenna 43, hold up. .43. Okay, and then this one also want to listen to 43. There. Okay. 125 and then 210. Magpie. Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, so we can look at dog. That was 43. So we want to have 43. Magpie. Send. All right. Pew 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 pew. No? That doesn't sound like a magpie. Achtung! 5, 6, 4. Okay. Don't care. 120? Achtung! Shut up. Achtung! Magpie. Pew pew pew. Okay, that's the one. Where's the magpie box? Magpie boxu. Is it upstairs? Magpie box. It's in apartment's upper floor, all the way through the atrium. Dark. Okay, let's go there. Okay. Oh, wait, this way. Oh, mein Gott. Nah, fuck this, guys. If this doesn't work, dude. Oh, good lord. Like, imagine all the bullets I'm gonna have to waste if these guys wake up. Magpie box. What do you think about magpies? What do you mean? That's exactly what a magpie sounds like. Alright. One more time. Can I shoot these corpses? Ah, that's what they are. That's what. Why did they hit the corpse earlier then? Why the fuck not? Hit the corpse. Hit the corpse. Hit the corpse. Dog! Hit the corpse. Zoom in. Boom. Hey. We're gonna do some cleanup. We're gonna do some cleanup. Fuck these guys. Who's got the shield? You got the shield. I think he's gonna get the shield. Hit it. Okay, it's out of the screen. I can't do it. Dog. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. X? What do you mean X? X! Got him! I'll be out of here. Drop the drugs! Alright. Stop resisting. Where's the key card? What is it labeled? Room 0512. Maybe I should make the... I'm gonna make the chat... the display smaller so I can't see the preview. Actually, I'll just turn off preview. Now I can't see anything. Although I should have it on just in case something goes wrong. Let me turn on the stream info thing and just make it fat. There, now I can't read chat. But I can see if something goes horribly wrong. These guys are dogs. Do I even... Ruined apartment. What did you wrong? Mode duplex. They triangulated unknown. Are they not? I don't know, to me it seems like that's just fine, right? Like, what's the problem? $125. Can't change that. Set the radio frequency to 125. Maybe it's because they're both triangulated on the same one? Let's read it again. Only a limited number of antennas in the grid are powered at a time. To determine which antennas are currently powered, use antenna program to triangulate the correct antenna. Take note of the antenna where the test signal can be heard on both dishes. Where it can be heard. Take note of where it can be heard on both dishes. In transfer program, enter the antenna number and select sound file. $51 then. Antenna powered. How the fuck was I supposed to know that? How was I gonna know that? Dog. Well, 42 then. Not powered, dog. Let's try 34. I saw a single antenna that's on. Like, what? 35. offline too. Hmm. For the 3 seemed to work just fine, right? For 3 was online. Right? What about 52? Let's try it. So, antenna 50. It goes straight to it. Damn. They're all offline. $51? Did we try that? I think we did. Number 50 then. Is it only for the 3 that's online though? Okay, I guess it's only 43. File is percent Magpie. But I already did that, so. There's a bug in Magpie. Magpie's fucked up. Why? Why is it fucked up? What's wrong with the Magpie? It like plays really fast and it slows down again. Is the file fucked? Maybe we need a new file. We can find another disk with the file on it. That is better. Perhaps. Go on. Go on. Why not? Okay. Good job. Photo container. Signal fresh shells. I have one more. One the gun. So ammo for that. Stem prod. It's emergency. Acetone. Oh, we can use the paint thing. Hold up. Dog. Painting. Okay, let's get a card in the painting. Lovers. We got the lovers card. A tarot card depicting the 6th major arcanum, lovers. Okay. Alright. Welp. I got a card. Keypad, backyard. Locked, locked, locked. I haven't gotten any new key cards, have I? No, I have no way to access anything new. The lowest card, though. Magpie box not particularly helpful. Oh, unlocks from the other side, right. Ah, look at that. Got him. No more snork. De snorken Saiyan dead. Gone. Unlock the door. So I can't open this thing with the magpie signal because the magpie signal is fucked. Apparently. It's just fucked up. And this is the key. There's a key in the box because the woman in the hospital had a key. Basically. But yeah, if I don't have the correct signal, I can't like open it. Yeah. Signal's also fucked up though. Maybe I've used the wrong antenna? Perhaps. Oh. There we go. No more snork. I think that was my last, is this always here? There's no way through the mass of flesh. Unlucky. What is that light? Okay. Guess we're not gonna spend much more time in there. I don't think so. This pistol will do now. Like no bullets left, man. Save. Either I'm not understanding the signal thing or I'm missing something very obvious. Like an item or something. Keypad. Well, this is actually on my, hold up. No. No! Fucking hell. Photo store case. Yeah, so the photo store, her niece. Camilla Young is her aunt then? Is that how these work? Yeah. She's still at the hospital, so she has in the hospital in the magpie box. There's the photo key, and then Imperial Spy. Bookstore keys. What's the birthday of my daughters? Ito. PK set numbers. Kind regards, Anya Ito. Who the fuck is that? You have any other Itos here? I don't remember any other Itos. I think. Maybe I gotta jump in the meat grinder? I mean, it doesn't seem to be online, so I guess I could just do that. Oh, fuck, whatever. Right. Meat grinder, I guess I'll jump into it. Seems like a very bad idea, but whatever. Yeah, go on. Go ahead. Zone. Sun. Oh. Still a map. That's a good sign. We're not in a schizophrenia, we can still continue our puzzles. Very good. This is good news. Hopefully not so many enemies. Tower. Are we picking up Tower's cards now, huh? Tower is the cool one. That's a cool card. 8mm. Moldy rations are scattered on the table. We just jumped into Asmongold's house. Time to escape. Oh. Okay. Damn it. Can you shoot the correct one? Jesus Christ. I went down. There we go. Got him. Goodbye, Colibri. Dog. Here's the eye wall again. What's up with this? The eyes. Electro Rotzi. Electronics. Let's go into Electro. Oh, here's the... okay. Patient key. Go in the tower. Yes. There's none of them. Alright. Cool. Bullet. For the good gun? Okay. Let's go. Can't go there, but I'll probably go left here because there's a door over here on the left that opened from the other side. So I'm assuming that you can get up here on the left somewhere. Young photos. Oh. The photo key. Sneak attack. Oh. Ah. Let's do that. Oh, he just doesn't care. Well, I guess he'll, yeah, that's fine. Alright. Gaming. Let me go get a gun that I can actually kill you with. This game should have melee weapons, man. Imagine if you could just like pick up a sword or something and just hit them with that. I think that would make the game better. Whoever made this game, feel free to hire me. I am very good at game design. By the way. It's just a banger gun. Combine with that and boom. After that very efficient encounter, I should probably save the game. Energy swords. Energy swords. If I could make fucking android women, I would probably also make cool swords. Melee options. Would it be so bad? Two options. This one probably goes upstairs, right? Yup. Sure does. Let's just open that. Oh, locked. Down again, because I know exactly where it goes. And then we go here. What's this? Ah. A matrix code scanner. What the fuck is a matrix code? A matrix code. What is that? I do not know. So we have a locked door there, we have a save there, we have a fire escape over there. Did I go up that? No, I didn't. Okay, let's go to fire escape. Let's check it out. Boom, boom, boom. Bullet! Yes, please. Miss. Where does this go? Ah. Enemy. Okay. Good. The red eye. There exists a strange folklorish idea in many sectors of Rotfront, related to pareidolia, the tendency to see meaningful images in random patterns, like seeing a face in an ink blot, or letters in a smudge of dirt. It's well known that the so-called red eye is simply an anticyclonic storm produced by a high-pressure region in the atmosphere of Rotfront's planet. Yet for some of the early settlers of Rotfront, this natural phenomenon became symbolic of their struggle and way of life. That red spot in the sky became a perfect metaphor for the ever-present surveillance by the protectors and the tight grip of the central government on Heimat. Even today, the idea of blinking, an unblinking, watchful eye observing their every move still resonates strongly with the people here. During the celebration of Mundfest at the end of each season, adult citizens will sometimes give students ration marks that have been dipped in red paint. Officially, the red paint is said to represent the blood of those who died in the revolution, but the red coins share an eerie resemblance to the red eye. Or is it just pareidolia too? Should you ever receive one of those red eye ration marks, remember to clean off the paint with acetone or similar paint thinner. Spending or re-gifting paint-covered coins is considered to bring bad luck. I love surveillance. Unlock the door. Really? Was there nothing else up here? I can go up. And in here. What? No, dog. Yeah. Got him. Okay, so we got up to like 200. Faster, please. Clap. I'm probably low on health, right? Oh, wait, I'm not, because I'm playing on casual, and I'm so glad I am. Oh. Oh, nice. I got molested for 10 whole seconds, and I don't give a fuck. Good. Some relief. Wiedervereinigung. German is a fucking joke, man. What the fuck is this language? Jeden Preis. Reunification at any cost. Orbital Defense Cannon Battery Veneta 12. Buyan and Kitse is in our crosshairs. Artillery divisions of the People's Army. Do not bomb me, please. I have a wife. And no children. Because we're lesbian. What's this? Painting. More enemies. Well, here's the use of my bullets. Thank you for getting stuck on the wall conveniently for the past 50 seconds. Still alive. Alright. Now, these particular lesbians are actually so toxic that if you touch them, if you ever get bodily contact, you actually get damaged. What a witful commentary this is on society as a whole, huh? Bravo. Bravo! Truly, Kino. Oh, we're gonna pop that right away. Because there is a shield woman out here. And you're gonna burn. Die. Goodbye, dog. You can suck me. Nitro bullets that I actually can't use, I think. Bioresonance technology and its limitations. What is bioresonance again? Bioresonance so far sounds like some sort of mind reading or something. No other technology has shaped our nations as bioresonance has. Would we ever have been able to free ourselves from the stranglehold of the Empire without the support of replicas? Essential technologies like climate forming and induced gravity would be impossible without bioresonance technology. Despite that, it feels like we made little effort to really understand or replicate bioresonant effects with conventional technology. Our progress in the development of electronics and microprocessors has stagnated for nearly a century now as we focus solely on new ways to instrumentalize this barely understood phenomenon. Take replica production, for example. The process of duplicating a neural pattern from a gestalt donor to a replica brain is still not fully understood. How does synchronicity happen? Why is the duplicate imperfect? What happens to the pre-existing patterns in the receiving brain? Recreating a replica purely with microprocessors and digital programming may be far out of reach, but I believe that we've become overly dependent on a poorly understood technology, controlled solely by a few gifted individuals. It may not be long before we're back where we were under the Empire. Butterflies. Pareidolia. Interesting. Elster. Hmm. Arar. No, click the fucking button. No. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Butterfly room. I will think about that later. For now, let's try the other rooms. There's gonna be a woman coming out of the floor, isn't there? I can smell you. I can smell you, rotting dog, coming out of the floor right now. Go ahead, jump scare me. Oh, read this. We got another discount. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, I have to go back to the save room because I can't carry more things. What a twist. The fastest save point will be down here. It seems. Right here. Why am I carrying healing? Am I stupid? Carry one. No, let's not carry one. I have 6 batons. 4 batons, huh? Let's carry 2 instead. Save in case I don't die. Because I basically can't die. Which is nice. Did we read a document earlier on what exactly bioresonance is? Is this like some kind of like obscure technology used to create replicas? Like, I don't think it's been like explicitly explained yet, but there's also like they had like some psionic powers or some shit where they can just like connect with each other's heads. Read this cat. Bullets. Good, good, good. Oh, really? That's very inconvenient. Well, not really, because there's a door right here. Never mind. PC room is downstairs, right? Yeah. Computer room. Well, I guess we have to go to the save room anyways, whatever. Let's go here. Didn't I open this? Oh, it's this one. Back we go. Now that this is like all the enemies are dead, most of them are torched. I can go around and solve the puzzles at my pace. I like this part of the game. I think this is fun. This I like. Oh, did I use the key there? Wait, I think I used the key. Ah, I did. Okay, nice. Flesh. Oh, we got the cards here, tarot cards. Dream diary. 6th night. I dreamt I was an imperial farmer. I embraced my lover in the red deserts of Kitse, where a storm consumed us, the sand grinding us down until nothing remained. 13th night. I was a worker in the mines of Leng, where I was consumed by a shapeless mass of flesh. My flesh joining with the red flesh of many others, until only my bones remained. My mind joined the collective of flesh, which persists beyond death. 16th night. As a storm raged in the sky, I fell from a ruined skyscraper on Vinita. But I never reached the ocean below. I kept falling, when suddenly a lightning struck the building and I woke up. I was floating in the sunless sea below the ice of Rotfront, when I saw a large creature move in the darkness below me, in the moon's dark core. I saw a burning eye in the sky above the clouds of Buyan. I was walking through the floating imperial palace, when the gaze of the sun-like iris burned my body to ashes. Kitse. I don't have the cards on me. Kitse is lovers. Gotcha. Should be simple enough. So yeah, it just kind of spells out the solution for you more or less, but... Yeah, this is like basically the ring puzzle again. Like, this is the ring puzzle like for the second time. Not really, but kind of. With more pieces. You can't really brute force it, but I don't see why you would. Red disc. Beep. Yeah. Use red disc. What do we get? Medibank. Ah. Ito, Esolde, Erika. Gabriel Ang. Chronic asthma. NGGBRL. Choose up. Kane build. Replica technician. Oh, she's a replica. What? Oh no, she used to fix them or something. Patience is forgetful about their medication. Relatable. Valtraud. Didn't react to antibiotics. Erika. Is Ito. Sprained ankle. Date of birth. Rot front. Vinita. 1452. Isolde. Ito. 1452. Oh, that's the code. Okay. Ulrike. Sasika. Nikolai. Yeah, see, that's a vice. For name is Yang. Wait. Remove doctor's note. Insomnia, bruising, premature acromotrisia. Radio officer. Yeah, see, okay. That's why we got the memories from that place. Leng. Hmm. 1452. Yeah, let's go there. Don't care. Don't wake up. Thank you. God fucking damn it. PVZ number, was that something else? Did I... I got the wrong number. That's the wrong number. I gotta get the right number. Shit. No. PKZ numbers. Five six zero 524. Ah, 560 524. I'm gonna forget that. 560 524. 560 524. 560 524. 560. I already forgot. Shut up. God damn it. Hey, copy this, copy paste. Download the. Oh, okay. I can do that. Great. Dog. Five, 6, 0, 5, 2, 4. 6, 0, 5, 2, 4. Okay, let's go. Bookstore. I would like to buy a book. Book. Lied Gotter. Sign of the Gods. Possession and distribution of this publication is prohibited and punishable by the fourth cultural. Oh, these are the parents of my wife, because they had a bookstore that sold illegal books, probably. There exists a connection between all of us that few are fully aware of. A song that we can all dance to, but few can hear. This deep vibration of the cosmos is cannot just be heard and felt. We all resonate in harmony with it, shaping it and deforming it around us. Those select few who can consciously perceive it often fear it. Too oppressive is the sound of the stars, too invasive the noise of the unaware around them, polluting the song with their fickle emotions. But every once in a while, some are born that can not only hear and play this music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Gifted individuals capable of manipulating the essence of the world around them. Many believe that the Grand Empress is such a being. Her immense will bent humanity into the empire of the Yusian and lifted us to the stars. It was her power that imbued life into the first of the machine servants, that now carry the weight of the empire on their carbon steel backs. Oh! So it's magic. That's why we have robot wives, it's because of magic. Okay. Nice. Hello. Isa, I couldn't find her. I've looked everywhere, but she's not here anymore. I can't go on. I'm sorry. Hello. What? Forgive me. Take pills. Prometheus. Here I sit, forming mortals, after my image, a race resembling me. To suffer, to weep, to enjoy, to be glad, and thee to scorn, as I. Resonant phenomena. Synchronicity. Phenomena that are meaningfully related yet lack a causal connection. We've yet to discover the true source of the ability of the mind to alter the physical world. Yet, creating physical phenomena remotely simply by consciously or unconsciously willing them into existence forms the basis for the entire field of bioresonance technology. Oh, wait, that was explained. Okay. So they're just like, yeah. Psionics. Before the advent of bioresonance technology, acusal correlations were often falsely interpreted simply as chance. Oof, this is difficult English. This is really hard English. I don't know what that means at all. I have no idea. Many phenomena such as remote viewing, doppelgangers, or the Pauli effect have since been classified as synchronistic phenomena related to bioresonant effects. The world we live in will be impossible without bioresonance, but its origins remain unclear. If it was truly a divine gift from outer space, as the late Empress claimed, why was she defeated by a great revolutionary, who had no such divine powers? A photograph of Isa wearing a school uniform. The picture is badly damaged. This is Erika. Death. Are there like robots based on these two sisters or something? I don't have time to read this right now. When I saw through the pictures on the computer, I was like, these guys seem really familiar. They seem, yeah. Were the neural, yeah, are these people like the dogs that were turned into robots? Unlock the door. Where am I now? Ah, bookstore, okay. Isa and Erika. Am I Isa? I look a whole lot like Isa, if you look at the... Yeah. No. The haircut is like similar, but... And compare that status icon into this picture here. I don't think it's the same model. No. Who do you look like? Let's go over the units again, because I have pictures of them. Euler. That's... Is that not me? No, that's not me. Error. They all look kind of similar though, to be fair. She definitely looks different. But do they all have the same fucking face? Hmm. Well, here we have like profile pictures. Adler's a guy. Star? Oh, yeah, they have some different facial features, but they're very like similar. Dear Iris, I hope you and Ariana are both well. Oh, I gotta write down the names. I keep... Who's Ariana again? Iris. Isolde? What's her name? Isa? I'm getting so confused. Who is Ariana again? I gotta make a notepad, man. I actually gotta write this shit down. I gotta write it down. God, I have to study this like it's homework. At this point to figure out who's who. Who the fuck is Ariane? Seriously. Keep records. True. Write it down. Oh, and then there's Alina. Who the fuck is Alina then? Shit. Oh fuck. I'm so confused right now. I can't believe you've done this. God damn, who is who? Guess who? Like all time. I wish I had like a pen and paper. Oh, it's archived. You don't get pictures. I gotta go on the computer. I gotta go on the computer. Shut up. On the pewter. Medibank. Oh, her name is just Ang. Yeah, Fong. Gao. Ito Erika. Her name is Erika, and then Isolde. Shop assistant, university student. Oh, that's Ariane. Oh, that's the whiter. Okay, okay. Ah, of course. Okay, so Ariane, Erika, and Isa. They are like radio officer. Okay. Okay. One note. I have to log in to OneNote. This is awful. It's over. Forgot my password. Oh, I think I got my password. Okay. Just a moment, just a moment, just a moment. Okay, I got OneNote open. Okay. Wait, they've changed OneNote. I don't recognize this anymore. Shit. Okay, well, whatever. Oh no. Oh, they've had a window. They've had a Microsoft moment. They've made the UI of OneNote shit. It used to be good, but now it's shit. Okay, I've actually fixed it. Nice. Good. So we have Ariane, then we have Ice something. I'll show you my desktop. Ariane, and we have, I want heading again. Erika, and then we have fucking Isobel. What's the last one? Isolde. Isolde. Okay. Anyone else important here? Claims to have been able to take part in communal morning exercises. Writer, Rotfront. Ulrike. She's a mechanic. Okay. Like us, books and music and stuff the Nazis don't like. Why is this green shit here all the time? Fuck off. I don't know about Erica and Isolda. I gotta write these notes down when as I find them, I guess. I should have been doing this earlier, but now it's like I'm trying to connect it all together, so I gotta do it now. We got Alina as well. Too young. Dear Iris. There's also an Iris. Who the fuck is that? I hope you and Ariana are both well. Young and Erika. What is this? What again? Ito. So the Ito. Okay. I spoke to the officials at Eon and it's the best for Ariana to go to school in Sector C. Your sister Camilla. Officer Yeong. There's another Yeong. Who's the other Yeong in the files here? Is there another Yeong? Ariana. No, only one Yeong. There's another Yeong. Ariana was with another Yeong. Shit. 2 people at the radio station. 1 Ariana Yeong and another Yeong. Okay. Alina's diary. No, so Arena was actually on the plane. But she was a robot. Was also on that ship with Elster. Uh-huh. But she was a robot though. As a robot? I don't know. Let's play the game for now. Where do I go next? I just got some cards. What's my inventory? Death. We got 3 cards out of 6. Let's put it in the box. The Empire The Empire had some holy woman priest in the front, and then the Resistance fucked it up. What the fuck? Oh. But I don't know who the like strict ones are. Are they the Empire or the ones the revolutionaries took him after the Empire? That I have no idea about. Literally no idea. Like who are these people? Are we Resistance or Empire? Is the Resistance the super strict ones? Or are they both? Are they both super strict ones? I don't know. Are we the Empire and the Resistance are the ones the... Yeah, because they talked about like they were like Resistance on some planets and we have our crosses on you, so maybe we are the bad guys after all, and the Resistance was actually cool. I have no idea. No, but the Empire lost. No, we're taking out the remnants of the Empire. That's how it was. There was remnants of the Empire, they're getting fucked. And we're doing that. Maybe the Empire was really good. Well, I'm no closer to the butterfly room, but we gotta figure that out. Eventually. This requires the, yeah, the photo key, which is in the box. Other than that... Moon's mural. We still need a turning key for this, I think. Most likely. Most likely. This room. Magpie box. Fucking magpie box, man. I guess I'll try the signals a bit more. Whatever I'm doing to them seems to... Now I have both the diskettes, so there surely is nothing more to do with I'm supposed to do this now. Due to the power rationing, only a limited number of antennas on the grid are powered at a time. To determine which antennas are currently powered, use the antenna program to triangulate the correct antenna. Take note of the antenna where the test signal can be heard on both dishes. What is to triangulate? So they both want to hit like they want to connect them. They want to connect them. So you're hitting one antenna then. You're hitting one. They both They both want to hit the same one. Shit. Okay. So that's what's... It's not supposed to be one antenna here and one over here. It's supposed to be like they're supposed to hit on the same, connect on the same antenna. That's okay. Then I understand. Because that's otherwise, how would you select an antenna? Just want to make that sure. Make that clear. Triangulate the correct antenna. But I don't know. How do I know which one is the correct one? This antenna works. 43 works. Okay, so it still works. As far as I understand, there's no difference. Like, maybe there's another antenna that works, but now they're triangulated. It becomes a triangle here, here, and then between them maybe, or something, I don't know. It hits 43. Okay. They're facing it. I've sent it to file. The magpie box still doesn't care. if I send it Magpie. Polytone. What? It's on. It's not. Same file. It doesn't change it. What the fuck? I sent a different file. Huh? I've sent it. Is it not working then? I've sent it different files. Set the radio frequency to 10. Set it to 125. What the fuck? Well, this one's online. An antenna is an antenna. There's no like defect antenna. It's an antenna, and it's online and it works. That's it. Done. It's fine. It's triangulated. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Done. As for here, antenna 43, same one, right? 43. 43. Send it bells. Bells. Send. It's still playing Magpie. Yep. It's still playing Magpie. And the other like do do do. They've been replaced by the Achtung. The Achtung used to be there, now it says do do do. Yeah, this is the Achtung. This has been changed for some reason, I don't know why. 564. What? It's still playing? Oh, this is just for sending the file. Where's the file stored? You connect them to an antenna. Send the file to the antenna. Where does the file go? I thought it was being continuously broadcasted, but it's not? Yeah, same as always. Take note of where the test signal can be heard on both dishes. What? But I sent it Magpie. It doesn't change if I send it something else. Is this one? Oh, that's the magpie signal. No. Oh! Is this the magpie sound? Is that the magpie? That doesn't sound like a magpie at all. What the hell? Alright. Well. Let's go up and put in that then. Let's just go play it. I thought it was gonna be the signal that sounded like a bird. You know, what else would it be? The other signal sounded like a bird. This doesn't sound like a bird at all. Magpie is a bird, by the way, for those who don't know. Guys, magpie is a bird. There was one bird signal that kept like beep 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 beep. So I thought it was that. You know? Are they both waking up? God damn, I forgot to shoot them. I actually didn't, because I don't actually have to go there ever. So that's fine. So is the boo boo boo, that's the magpie? Damn. That's crazy. Maybe there's one unit for each of the tarot cards too. It's all connected, guys. Oh, here's the tarot thing, right? Let's just put it down. This is the stars, right? Lover. Lang. Death. Tower. Moon. Sun. Only 5 pages. We need the rest. Well, hey Matt, it's not that one with the star on it? Oh, is it? Hey Matt, you're the star, right? Sure is. Alright, that's a star. Seems good. Achtung! I remember the way. No. Is that the wait? Is this the way? No, it's not. See, this is the hack. Dog! I had intentionally not seared the dogs down here because I had that shortcut, and now this stupid flesh is griefing me. Oh my god. Alright then. Ow. Wait, what? Flesh again? God damn it. Fucking flesh, man. Gotta take the long way then. Stupid flesh is in the way. Meat room. Oh, the meat room. Right. Of course. Beep, 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 beep. I'm hungry. What's in here? This is where the Arar. These are Arars, right? Because they hide in the floor. They're Arars. They're like the basic bitch. Be-wee. Yep. Yep. More flesh. Okay. Gotta go jump in the meat grinder again, I think. Meat grindo. Down we go. There's the doctor, right? That wants the... Oh, what key was this again? Store key. Yeah. The Photoshop. Okay. Bullets. Developer fluid. They all look so similar. People's Army, 5th Veteran Infantry Division, Unit 12. Brigitte, Anna, Ito Lilith, Liang Rebecca, Else, Seolina, Wong Helena. The shelves have been emptied. The outlines of various photographic equipment and price tags can still be seen in the dust on the shelves. Intro dusting. Empty dusty shelves. Quick developer fluid. Alright. Let's develop the photo. Torrent photo. Like fucking QR code. No. Hit. Can I use that? No, not really. It's too pixelated. Oh, there was a matrix scanner. Where was that again? Scanner is over there. Okay. The scanner. Next door, even. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Don't wake up. Don't wake... What? Oh. Next one. Hello. And we got a sun. Leaving. I've been found out. I'm sure the white-haired girl working at the photo store in Sector C is bioresonant. Be careful. They don't pay me enough to take any more risks. I'm on the next ship to Kitse tomorrow. Meet me at the docks in Sector N if you want to bail to Sun. Sun was a spy, I guess. Alright. I think we're gonna watch a lore video after the game. Instead of me sitting here putting this all together. If I manage to piece together, cool. If not, we'll just watch a lore video. I don't think like it's. I think I want to sit down now and like make the fucking whole OneNote shit. I'll try, but yeah. For now, like yeah, Bing Shilling. I'll try to get like a rough image of it, and then we can watch the video. Red Eye. What's up? I think I want the light, right? Dun, dun, dun. Where's the meat room? All the way up top. No, it's just fleshy, right? Nice flesh. This area is completely useless anyways then. Just flesh. Let's go to the meat room. Flesh. The flesh. Yet again. Yet again, the funny flesh. Lang. Was that Veneta? No. Lightning struck a tower. Yeah, sounds right. It says here, I fell from a ruined skyscraper in Veneta. Lightning struck the building when I woke up. Yeah. So let's see. Rotfront is the moon. And then Buyan is the sun. Let's double check that. Beyond. Yeah, you can't come wrong with this. There's so many hints to each one. And by process of elimination, Rotfront is the next card that I find, which most likely is going to be the moon. Probably the moon. Wherever that card may be. It's kind of cancer to butterfly room. There's something to do in the butterfly room. What could that be? That's probably I would say that's probably where the moon card is then. Or the moon's mural. Or maybe the moon's mural. Maybe. There's also the computer. Keypad done. Scanner done. But we're missing a piece for the moons though. Although I guess we maybe don't have to. It could just, yeah. we're missing a thing to adjust the moons, but it doesn't have to be that. It doesn't have to mean that the moons are not doable. Which means that we can't twist one of them, but they could also be stuck in the correct place. It doesn't say you need a orange text to use this, which lets me to think that it's not an item you find. It's just, yeah, just how it be. Let's save real quick. Check for items. Saved. It's missing. But like... whatever's behind there is probably very important. And the wall is like clearly glitching out. It's fucked up. Anyways. There was that and there was also the butterflies. I think I want to do the butterflies right now, hold up. Paperbox, butterfly room. And to get that we actually have to go to the... meat grinder. Meat grinder time. There wasn't much ways of interacting with the butterflies though, as far as I can tell. It seemed limiting. Yep. Are there any items I'm forgetting? No, all I have left is consumables. Guess I'll save. Kitsebuyan, yeah, Kitse was the place that she was returning to. Reunification's on the cost. And there's also this box. A. N. A-D-O-N. Nice! There's the moon. What are these things? What the fuck is that? I don't know what those are, but we got the card. I am very clever. Aeon. Oh, Aeon! That's the fucking name of the... my password is password, by the way. XD. Anyways. On to the last card. Surely I got the cards right. Surely. Service room. Surely the service room is still open. No flesh. But you gotta be able to get up there somehow. Thank you. More flesh. To the meat room. Let's save first. Because if I put it on the card, something's probably gonna happen. And whatever it is, I want to be prepared for it. Good. Okay. Ah. This is right. This is to be right. Oh! That's the first fucking moons. I gotta screenshot it. I see, that was the... And if they're correct, you have the solution. Okay. To open the door. Nice. Nice. What's this thing? The light well above has been consumed by the mass of meat, releasing some debris that can cut in the nest above. Dial ring. Oh, wait, okay. So... Kitse was, that? Okay. Isn't that's correct? Okay. Nice. Crawl in. We got it. And again the book. The last seal has been broken. It's time to go home. Pick up the king. Yeah. Nice. Oh, I thought cutscene. Workforce assignment for young Ariana. We have been informed that your compulsory military service period was recently completed. According to our files, you have been previously graduated from Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School in Rotfront Sector C on R3459C. And have recently submitted an application for a military service assignment, Penrose program. You have been processed by Aeon Workforce Assignment. Previous work experience, store clerk, military, radio operations training. Should not be accepted by a military service program by the end of the season or find other employment, you will be assigned the following workplace. S23 Sierpinski Production and Mining Facility on Lang. Oh. She got sent to Lang, to the mines. Or did she? I don't know. Auntie's note. Ariane, I left some of yesterday's dinner in the fridge for you. You can warm it up when you get back from school. Please pick up the books your uncle ordered from the Ito bookstore on your way home. Remember to leave some space in your school bag for them this time so they don't get wet. Letter from mother. My dearest Ariane, I'm so glad to hear you're feeling better again. I was really, very worried when I heard from your aunt that you have been in the hospital again. I still remember how you used to get sick so much as a child. Please don't overexert yourself, okay? The photo you sent me is very interesting. What a strange coincidence that she looks so much like you. You could be twins. Perhaps she is related to us somehow. Though I don't know anyone named Sio in our family. From the looks of it, it was shot on Vineta. Your military service will begin soon. So you might be wearing a uniform like her soon. Enough. Please send me a photo when that happens. Love, mother. That's out. Yeah. I think we're gonna stick to the YouTube video solution here, boys. Most likely. I'm having a hard time, like, putting the names together. Really, really. It was the same with Elden Ring, man. So... there's just too many names, man. Too many names. Just a lore. Putting together lore, I'm not very good at it. This is the end. Live forever. Okay. I need lights. I didn't bring lights. It's very bright. Adler's note. All efforts to contain this illness have been in vain. All the Gestalt workers have succumbed to it, leaving only dark shadows on the walls and floors where they died. Oh yeah, that's what they're like fucking searing marks were. And soon all of us replica will have lost our senses and turn into writhing masses of flesh. I now believe it was not an infectious disease, nor some form of poison or radiation. It was a slow corruption of reality itself. As I relived the same cycle over and over, each time details changed, things were twisted, added, removed. How long until it all turns into nothing but noise? Oh. A red dream. A crashed ship, a strange gate, a hole in the ground. An island beyond reach, memories from other lives, dreams of suffering and loneliness, a promise, a search for something lost, someone lost. I saw her in the red emptiness waiting for me. We have made a promise. As the memories of a stranger rushed into my mind, I felt the borders of myself blur. Now I can no longer tell where Falk ends and Elser begins. Stop. You must turn back. There's nothing for you here. You've tried so many times, and you've failed every time. Don't you see that you're ruining everything? This is your final warning, Adler. Falk's memory. We were dancing to that song they start the broadcast with. We fell asleep watching that movie we had seen so many times. If only I could take us back to that time when we were happy. These memories are mine now. Hello. Falk, why did you return? There's nothing for you here. She'll never dance with us again. No matter what we do. She doesn't even want us anymore. Falk. Both of us are incomplete. We are incomplete. Let us become whole again. What the fuck am I gonna do? I can spray you. Okay, I have a spear now. Oh. Oh. I don't know where to use the spear then. Okay. Okay, well I can't really do anything, can I? Yeah, see, I still don't have guns. So... Oh my god. I'm really gonna do this without guns, man. Ow. Just go strafe, we'll just go strafe. Ow. Hit them, hit them. We get him. Now we're good on vitals. You know, I should probably have brought a gun, honestly. She has like shields or something, probably to block my bullets. Although I don't have any bullets to shoot. I just didn't bring them. Achtung. Woo. Bullets. Yoink. Got him. Yep. Yep. Oh. We're good. Do I have a spear? I have a spear. My spear now. All those shields, man, to protect you from what? My spear? So she got 4 spears in her head. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Still good, still good. Oh! Yep. And dead. No, one more. And now you fall over. No, one more. Okay. Next then. Dog. Oh, she's got red. She's got more red. I lose this for safety. There we go. There we go. Okay. 4 spears in the face. Splash. Seed missing. Violent seed missing. What? Somehow that got us her wife back. Now we are 1. I'm waiting for this for a long time. This space intentionally left blank. Once again. You returned. Are you really willing to go through with this once more? You've seen what happens. This world cannot take much more. This may be our last chance. If you go back, it'll fall apart. I can't let that happen. You selfish monster. You destroy everything. So what the fuck is that gate then? Are we bioresonating our way back in like time and space or something and fucking up everything? Because we want our wife back? Bio calculations, 1500 cycles of mission time will be passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, comrade. By now you should have... Yeah, we already read this, right? As you approach the Oort Cloud... Yeah. When I signed up for this mission, I just wanted to get away from everything. I was sick of Rotfront, of school, of the photo store. Sick of the fake smiles and the whispering behind the people's backs. When I saw the photo of that soldier, I wondered who she was. Was she happy? Was her family proud of her? Did her comrades love her? Since we looked alike, could I have been like her? But in the end, I just wanted to leave. Nothing I had done or ever meant anything. Nothing I had done or made ever meant anything to anyone. So why bother? Here, I'm finally free. I get to be myself and to do what I want. I can finally be happy. On the ship. With Elster. Congratulations, comrade. You've survived 3,000 cycles, reaching the final phase of the Penrose program. With the end of the operational lifetime of your replica unit approaching, it is time to prepare for the final phase of our mission. If you have not found a suitable world for landing by this point, you accept that you will not. Find solace in the thought that others might be successful where you failed. As you are probably aware, your ship's spare parts and rations will soon be depleted. Life support systems and reactor shielding will soon begin to fail, and radiation may begin to leak from the cooling system. We recommend that you do not attempt to prolong your suffering by reusing old filters or rationing supplies. Instead, make peace with your fate. We suggest that you ask your replica, while it's still functional, to spare you a slow and agonizing death, or that you take permanent rest in the cryogenic pod. Remember, you will die having served your nation by partaking in a glorious demonstration of our power. Oh. Cycle 648. Talk some more with Elster unit. She's different from the replicas in you back at home. Nothing like my teachers or the blockwart protector. I know she didn't have a choice, but it feels like she's also here because she didn't fit in. It's like we've run away from the world together. At first I didn't like having someone around, and I was glad that she's quiet and didn't approach me. But lately I've missed having someone I could talk to. It's been so long since I've last seen another person. I never thought I'd miss it, except her. Everything is the same in here, always. Nothing ever changes. I never thought I'd miss it. Another unfinished painting. There was never enough time. Never enough time. Probably. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure you had plenty of time in here. But okay. I had a strange cycle 1294. I had a strange dream. I was listening to the radio with my mother, like back then. The numbers were on, and mother was taking notes with a book on her lap. It was that book I saw in the shop window of the bookstore where the twins lived. The one with the yellow hooded figure on the cover. When I went there to buy it, it was gone, and Erica said the protectors had confiscated it. Or was it Isa? I can't remember. Cycle 1840. Everything is always the same. I feel like I'm trapped inside this ship. I know every bolt and every panel in every room of it. I've seen everything. I've done everything there is to do in here. I can't concentrate on anything. It's like there is this fog inside my head. And whenever I try to do anything, I just can't focus. I want to go outside. I want to breathe fresh air. I want to feel wind on my face or in my hair. Cycle 2503. I think I lost more hair. I'm sitting here getting older. Every time I wake up, I feel older, weaker, sicker. I get out of breath so easily lately, and my back hurts when I sit down. How much longer will this go on? It feels like I'm just slowly dying. Uh-huh. Cycle 5009 something. I'm tired of it all. Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up again. I'm scared that it'll be the last time I said goodnight to her. Did I say it right? Will she be okay? What if one of us just won't wake up tomorrow? I don't want to die. I don't want to live anymore either. Everything is just so exhausting. I just want to lie down and disappear. Cycle something. I just want to sleep. Please just let me sleep. Please just make it stop, please. Wasn't like 3,000, 5,000 the end? Where do we go now? Can we go up here? Choices. Not down though. I couldn't keep my promise. Despite my best efforts, I eventually fell ill too. It had to end this way. That's me? What do you mean that's me? It's time. This is all that's left. Go home, yeah. There she is. I found her. Finally. Wake up. I'll come back for you. It's me, Elster. Elster? I'm sorry, but I don't remember. It's okay. Please? Just let me stay by your side. A little longer. How long is the fucking cycle though? Is this the real ending then? Is there a capital 4? It seemed conclusive this time. No, I still don't get it. Bro. Did she like basically sacrifice everything just to get back to the woman? But like, how? Yeah, chat, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Again, it was a cool world. It had cool puzzles. I really liked the puzzles. I still really love the puzzles. The moon puzzles, the card puzzles. That was great. Good shit. Nice. But I don't know what the fuck's going on. No, I have a clue, but not really. For example, I don't know how long a fucking cycle is. How long is a cycle? I don't know. There were 5,000 of them. I don't know how long it is. It never says what's a cycle. A cycle of what? Yep. Takahiro Nogita. I can say it. Did all these testers understand the story? Is that why it was so hard to understand? Did they all get it? Everyone on the list, they were like, yes. That's what happened. Yeah, they finished the game, they're like, yep. That was what happened. That's why there's flesh everywhere. That's why everything is the way it is. Yes, I get it now. Yeah. I understand. No problem. I know exactly what happened. Thank you, Rose, for the epic game that I understood everything of. Because I'm a playtester, and I got everything that happened in the game. I understood all of it. I am very smart. I was just like, I don't know what the fuck happened. Also, I had alerts on pause the entire stream by accident.
Hope you're enjoying Signalis. BTW, you are confusing ISO with Alina, sir. They're two different characters. Go maggots, Nico Hyper.
Gom.
Hi Swagman. Won't stay because I don't wanna spoil the game for myself. Tuned in to give you some money and that's all, I'll be yipping.
That's fine, because you wouldn't understand it
Tell
anyways.
Shorty to spit on my chicken and rice.
Oh, I skipped one by accident.
Will you be posting this game on YouTube?
We gotta... Shit. Mufindele, thank you for the sub. For the tier 3. Sorry, I skipped it. It was an accident.
Is this the Yuri horror robot indie game that some people spammed a while ago?
Yes. Oh, Bemeso, thank you for the 10 gift subs, dude.
Poggies. Why does the save screen sound like the chicken from Moana?
IDK. Shots fired, 276. Enemies killed, 128.
Are we watching lore explanation? Oh my god, I'm gonna finish this.
How is this happening at the same time? My alerts are tweaking. My alerts are tweaking.
A cycle is a day smile. Congrats on getting the neutral ending, Bino. Now watch a video essay to understand the lore.
Tyvor, thank you for the...
For the love of God, Mr. Albingus.
What? For the love of God, what? What? For the love of God, what? What do you... What? We got ending memory. And then... yeah. And the kid to continue. We'll watch lore video now. Okay, let's go. I got achievements. Remember our promise. Yeah, there they are together. They had a promise and they remembered it. Now, triangulate. See, Signalis law. What happens in Signalis? A complete story breakdown of Signalis.
My ending till I ask what is a cycle.
She signaled on my ending. Yeah, but I don't know how long a fucking cycle is. I don't know how long it is, dude. How long is it? It never says it never says how long a cycle is. I have no idea how much time we're talking about in this game. The game never said it. The story of Signalis, Signalis story and ending explained, or a complete story breakdown of Signalis. Which one? This is 2 wow. One is 8 minutes, one is 41 minutes, and then we have the premium deluxe edition of 2 hours. Fucking hell. Okay, which one explains what happens? Which one do I watch? I am opening chat now.
Among Us Albino Vivo.
Now we're gonna turn chat on. The first one? The first one explains everything. 2 hour one. YouTube chat. Docs. Restream chat. Okay. A cycle is a day. Oh, so it's only been 5,000 days? That's not only that long. That's only a couple of years. That's only a couple of years, guys. Stop bitching. Just go to bed. Just go to bed. Be on your ship and stop bitching. Dude, it's only a couple of years. That's nothing. You know what? Try going one bathroom break without the phone, and then you can come here and talk to me about cycles on a ship. It's true. I am hungry, chat. What a good time for me to get some food and also watch a 2-hour fucking video on the story that I didn't get. Let's see.
I hope this works. Sim drunk AF. Love your content, Benossa.
We have, yep, that's right, moose meat. Also, I'm going to piss 1 second. Mind you, with my phone. How long to microwave this? 6 minutes. Add 2. Oh, what? Oh. Chair stream. IKEA's chair stream. What have we here? Indie Explorer, 8k subscribers. Dude, holy fuck. Imagine having 8k subs and just like, I'm gonna make a 2-hour video. Damn, that's dedication, man. Into the Abyss. Introduction is 6 minutes.
Signalis is a game of questions.
Is that how it's said? Is that how you say Signalis? What?
What is the value of human life? How far are you willing to go for the ones you love? How can we differentiate between reality and fantasy? And what is the worth of
I
a
don't know.
replica,
The
a
game made
copy
that
of a
very hard.
copy? These questions, of course, are not new. Stories told throughout the ages have grappled with themes of creation, reality, and the nature of humanity,
Pandora's box. That's my favorite relic. 1.2?
which resonate with us because they tap into some of our most universal wonders. Like many, I began playing Signalis the day it released back in October and was enthralled by it. Almost immediately, I began working on this video, my own attempt to understand its mysteries, uncover its secrets, and learn for myself the truth of this thing that is so dark and yet so beautiful. But Signalis is cosmic horror, and just as in the classic works of Robert Chambers and H.P. Lovecraft, its deepest mysteries are intentionally left ambiguous, implied to be beyond our comprehension. It's not that they don't have answers, but that the very pursuit of those answers is enough to drive you mad. And this is exactly what you'll experience with Signalis. The deeper you dig into the lore,
True.
and the more discoveries you make, the more agonizing it becomes that the pieces don't all fit together, because even
There we have it. Okay, the story has been summarized. It has been summarized. Thank you. Very good job on the 4-hour video. Very good job. We did it, guys. I get it now. I get it.
even the most contradictory details feel so careful and deliberate. There are other complicating factors as well. The events of the whole game hinge on a phenomenon called bioresonance, which is barely understood by the characters in the game and is subsequently barely explained to the player. Dream logic is ubiquitous, and some degree of unreliable narration is also at play, another hallmark of Chambers and Lovecraft, which means we can't take anything we see or hear at face value. So with all that established, we find ourselves facing a pretty significant question. Should we try to understand? For me, at least, the answer
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that.
is absolutely. There may not be a singular truth or definitive interpretation, but that doesn't mean the search for answers is futile. Signalis is a masterwork of illusion, allegory, and art, brimming with many secrets that can, in fact, be explained, and in pursuit of these smaller mysteries, we draw ever closer to understanding.
My food. Four? Okay, let's try to understand the game now. Yep. Let's go. I'm down.
The greater whole. Of particular note as a resource in this endeavor are the many works of literature used throughout the game, including the King in Yellow anthology by Robert Chambers, An Inhabitant of Carcosa by Ambrose Pierce, and The Festival by H.P. Lovecraft. It's absolutely worth it to read through these diverse stories, as they provided much of the inspiration for Signalis and contain a great deal of information that sheds light on its dense mysteries. I'll refer to these works periodically in order to highlight some of the most important connections they have with Signalis, but I won't be covering them in depth for two reasons. First, this video is quite long enough already, and second, these works do not define the game in and of themselves. They were not merely copied, but transformed, and have become something new in the context of Elster and Ariane's story. As an example of what I mean by this, let's take a quick look at the concept of Carcosa. Signalis makes clear reference to Carcosa in its visual iconography and directly quotes passages relating to it from The King in Yellow, which itself appropriated the term from an inhabitant of Carcosa, which was borrowed from Gustave Naudou's poem Carcassonne, which is originally inspired by the medieval French city of Carcassonne. But what does it mean? Naudou's poem refers to the place as an actual city whose meaning is metaphorical as a stand-in for an individual's deepest desires, or heaven by some interpretations, but this meaning has evolved each time it has been used to the point that it has become quite hard to pin down in any general sense. The reason I bring all this up is to point out the fact that all explicit mentions of Carcosa are deliberately omitted from Signalis. There are no easy answers here, and to find our truth, we must take a leap into the great abyss that is Signalis lore. And that's exactly what I tried to do here. My goal in making this video is twofold. First and foremost, it is to present a thorough, researched explanation of the game from beginning to end, showing and explaining exactly what is happening along Elster's journey and pointing out its many connections to other pre-existing works. And second, it is to offer my own
Can we do the 40-minute one? Can we do the 40-minute one? Or there's also an 8-minute one, but this one is like... You want to win last? Two hours, dog. No! What? 2 hours? Are you crazy? This was short.
Released by Rose Engine in October of 2022, Signalis is a survival horror game that takes inspiration from the classics of the genre from the early 2000s. The story of the game follows an android named Elster as she makes her way past various monsters and creatures and through unsettling, creepy environments, searching for someone important to her. Someone that she made a promise to. However, during that journey, the line between dream and reality...
Bro, want to compress 2 hours lore into a pasta box? Dude. It was just so much yapping in the other one. So much yapping. I watched this one yesterday. Was it good? It was, yeah. Power pack video. Was there who's fucking power pack? There's no power pack here. Yeah, okay, let's watch the one of us.
Released by Rose Engine in October.
Let's just fucking watch one, whatever.
Signalis is a survival horror game that takes inspiration from the classics of the genre from the early 2000s. The story of the game follows an android named Elster as she makes her way past various monsters.
I just don't think we need like a 2 hours of going into the backstory of France to figure out what's happening in this game.
And creatures and through unsettling, creepy environments, searching for someone important to her. Someone that she made a promise to. However, during that journey, the line between dream and reality is often blurred, making it difficult to understand just what is going on in the story. But scattered throughout the buildings she traverses are various notes and journals that not only flesh out the background of the world, but help clarify the craziness that she experiences. Let's go through that information and attempt to clear up some of the mystery surrounding the story of Signalis. Also, before I begin, I just want to say that you should really do yourself some justice and play through the game, or at least watch a playthrough of it before watching this video. My attempt at telling the story will come nowhere close to capturing the experience of playing the game, and that's honestly the best way the story is experienced. Okay, with that out of the way, let's get started. The story starts in an unnamed planetary system somewhere out in the reaches of space. Vibrating through this planetary system, and indeed through the whole of the universe, was a strange, inexplicable power known as bioresonance. All things in the universe were tuned to this power, the brightly burning stars, the rocks and stones of the planets and moons, and the life of the beings that called these worlds home. Beings that were all connected together through the song of the universe. While most of these life forms were unaware of the beating music that played through them in the universe, there were a few that could hear the harmony of the cosmos. But they typically feared the tune as they could feel its power, hearing and feeling the emotions of their peers, but could do nothing to control it. However, there were a rare few that could do just that, conducting the music to manipulate the very essence of the universe to their whims. And on one of the planets of the system, a blue marble of a planet named Veneta, lived one of these conductors. It was a woman that came to be known as the Empress, and she used her control of bioresonance, which allowed her to tap into the minds and thoughts of her peers, to influence, dominate, and consolidate the Venetian people, cultures, and societies into one combined empire, the Yusan Empire, with her at its head. However, not content with just the dominion.
Why? We're already... No, you fucking dogs. Why would I watch that? This one is doing just fine. It gets to the point much faster.
Of Veneta, the Empress did the impossible and led her civilization to the stars, colonizing the worlds of the planetary system. Cities were established in the red deserts of Katesh, the outward neighbor of Veneta. Strongholds, factories, and homes were built on Rotfront and Heimat, the icy moons of large gas giants past the orbit of Katesh, and a grand imperial palace was built above the toxic clouds of Buyan, the planet closest to the system star. This colonization effort was made possible thanks to incredible, never-before-seen technologies that were only possible due to the bioresonant control that the Empress and the Empire had. Technologies like induced gravity, which stabilized the effects of the innate force on the bodies of the Venetans, and climaforming, which allowed the Empire to make the environments of the world more habitable to their citizens. But perhaps the technology most essential for keeping the Empire together was the power of the replicas. Replicas were androids that were used across the Empire to perform certain jobs and roles in society, thus freeing up time for the members of the Yusan Empire to focus on other tasks. The job that a replica was assigned to do depended on their manufacture, a process that used a bioresonant technology to implant a neural template of a Yusan citizen, also called a Gestalt, into their chassis, both of which were carefully selected to optimize the job the replica would perform. There were replicas like the Oila that were responsible for domestic tasks like cooking, cleaning, and nursing. There were replicas called Mina that were used for work in hazardous environments, like mining in some of the outer worlds of the system. The Storch and Star units were replicas used for security and protection, and as such were also called protectors throughout the Empire. There were even replicas that could use bioresonance themselves, like the Calibri, who could tune into all the other replicas to keep tabs on their status or keep morale up, or the imposing Falk unit. Replicas used as the commanders of protector units, who could impose their will on weaker minds to get them to follow their orders. Although the technology of the replicas was wonderful and had a huge impact on the efficiency of the Empire, it was poorly understood, and as such, replicas manufactured by the process weren't perfect. If exposed to certain stimuli, a replica would begin to remember the memories of the Gestalt mind that made them, and the confusion of this phenomenon, where they had lived as one person, but started to remember being someone else, would cause them to degrade and eventually lose their mind. The stimuli that could trigger these memories were different based on the model of replica, as they depended on the neural template.
Oh, there's the Power Pack video that people told me to watch. There's the two. That's also 2 hours, though. That was the one that people... Oh, watch Power Pack, watch Power Pack, watch Power Pack.
That was used to make them. For example, for Mina models, it was something as simple and benign as stuffed animals that resembled cats, while for Adler models, it was a sense of boredom. To prevent this degradation from happening, the replicas were allowed to perform certain activities and were given certain items that could stabilize their personalities. However, if things ever went too far, the replicas had to be decommissioned to prevent tragedy from occurring. Despite these challenges, however, the Empire was...
They don't lose their mind, they become more individual. Yeah, isn't that... I never like, got the idea that they got insane from it. That they were like, okay, they lose their mind and go crazy, like, and fucking don't take your meds. It was just that they became less effective because they got individuality, and the individuality was shunned within like their framework. Like, they couldn't be clearer that they just hate individualism. So, if a replica starts showing that, then that's a big problem, and that's why they decommission them. Yeah, persona degradation is what the oppressive super government calls it when the replicas have thoughts. Literally, yeah. When they have any ounce of personality, they are like degrading, and then they're like, decommission them, don't want to have this, they gotta be super effective, and just stay in line. And if you don't do that, fuck him. He's learning. Well, we already knew that. That we already knew. More or less from just playing the game. Like that whole like thing about how the like government, like the super government works, I already knew. I didn't know, like, I don't know like how this, like, who's the Empire and who's the Resistance and like who's fighting who really, and who, like, I guess the Empire came up with the replicas, but isn't the Empire falling? So someone took over the replica? I don't know what happened there. Because the remnants of the Empire, we're taking out the remnants of the Empire was like a thing. Yeah. This is what the guy is talking about with unreliable narrator. So yeah, basically. Not only read codex, you don't have to do that. Yeah, this is like kind of, yeah. Did we watch the Power Pack video then? I've been told to watch this one. Here we go. Third attempt, we're gonna find the lore video that is good.
Ever driven you to complete obsession, making
Here we
you
go.
dig deeper into its many nooks and crannies, trying to understand it just a little bit
Here we
more?
go.
Signalis is a survival horror game released in 2022 by developers Rose Engine, which is primarily made up of 2 people.
No, this is the 2-hour Power Pack one. People told me the Power Pack was good. This is a guy with the check marks, so surely the video is
2
great.
people created this winding rabbit hole of a title that I've been thinking about constantly since it released. On the surface, it's a game that wears its many influences on its sleeve, but it constantly asks the player to dig deeper, put the work in to uncover its secrets, and unfolds a terrifying web of intrigue that you can find yourself caught and wrapped up in without even realizing it. And so I have sunk many hours into this game, beating it multiple times, even on Survivor difficulty, all in pursuit of cracking this tough little nut and getting the tasty rewards inside. So with that out of the way, let me tell you about why I love Signalis in this short video. Short video. I know what the runtime says, but I've spent over a year trying to review this game, and I've been obsessed since I played that pre-release demo even. I don't even think I've got everything in here. Trust me, this is the short version. Let's start at the beginning, shall we?
Okay. Well, if I watch this at... It's 2 hours. If I watch it at 1.5 speed, then it's actually... an hour and a half? Yeah. I know math.
Upon hitting new game, we are treated to a sequence of our protagonist waking up. Or booting up, maybe. We play as a replica android named Elsa, and what's going on now that we're conscious isn't made immediately clear. But it's dark and there are clear signs things have gone wrong here, making quite a foreboding but striking tutorial for this game. You move around with the stick or D-pad as normal, with the camera locked to an overhead view of the room you're in. Exploring different rooms, you'll find there are documents to examine which will fill you in on mechanics of the game, or details of the world, or maybe who was here before. So far so standard, right? But then the game lets you examine certain areas in more detail, like you've suddenly stepped into playing Myst, sometimes to allow you to pick up certain items that you wouldn't have seen from above, sometimes giving way to greater areas where you're essentially exploring an entire room in first person. Giving the player this level of granularity allows certain details to stick out. You eventually piece together that this is a spaceship called the Penrose. A document explains the Penrose program is a fleet of low-cost ships for interstellar exploration. Low cost isn't how I like my rockets described, frankly. We've crashed down into an icy world, but while you seem to be the only one on board right now, one of the EVA suits in the airlock appears to be missing. The other is locked, so I guess I need to find a key. There's a cryopod in the back of the ship, but the controls for that are locked. But if we go to the cockpit, there's a photograph. Taking it and examining it in our inventory reveals the combination printed on the back. So we can now open up the cryopod.
This is like a fucking walkthrough. Why are we doing a walkthrough of the game? Dude, this is like when Pyrocynical did like a review of what was it again? Utopia, and he just said what happened in the series. It's like, I mean, I played the game. I know this. Yeah. Is this really the short version? Is it? You're gonna play the entire? You can play the entire of the mission
Inside.
Oh,
but there is
this is 1.5 speed, by the way.
We can use the tape from before, combining it with the card in our inventory, and we're good to go. It's
okay. Powerpack is good if you haven't played the game. Yeah, if you haven't played the game, then this is probably fine.
To be all atmosphere, and that the mechanics it wants to teach us first and foremost are exploration and problem solving, as opposed to combat, which some of the games that Signalis draws from and resembles elect to show the player first instead. Don't get me wrong, there's combat aplenty to see later, but it's interesting to see where the focus of this game is. Make the player think, make the player feel. We put on our EVA suit and begin to make our way outside, which is where the opening title credits begin, giving us a grand view of the crashed spaceship we were just exploring, and the desolate white planet stretching off endlessly all around us. And then we walk. We walk along through this snowfield against the aggressive blizzard, with no clue where we are or what we're doing. We can't
let me
even
go to that
control
fucking
where
gate
we go.
again.
Only fate chooses our direction, past these strange pillars and through this gate, until we find a hole. If you find this hole disconcerting, after reaching the bottom, there's another hole in one of its bright red walls. And, since there's nowhere else to go...
How to play Signalis.
There are a lot of things to unpack in here, and frankly, I have too many questions to even begin asking them. But perhaps most important in this room, on the desk, is a strange book. The King in Yellow. When we pick it up, the computer and the radio turn on. Camera, which is used for taking pictures, which can help with puzzle solving. That actually makes that item...
Okay, so we're actually just... It's actually just a 2-hour playthrough. It's a 2-hour playthrough. I mean... Yeah.
Released by Rose Engine in October of 2022, replicas used as the commanders of...
So we have the wiki video? But at least this one focuses on the story, though. So let's do this one. Let's do this one.
Protector units, who could impose their will on weaker minds to get them to follow their orders. Although the technology of the replicas was wonderful and had a huge impact on the efficiency of the Empire, it was poorly understood, and as such, replicas manufactured by the process weren't perfect. If exposed to certain stimuli, a
Dude, okay, chat, listen. I just trusted the good thumbnail and the check mark and the known YouTuber, okay, and all this shit, and everyone said, watch Power Pack. Like, there were so many in chat saying, watch Power Pack. And it's like, I go watch Power Pack, and it's literally a playthrough of the game. I just played the game. I know this. I have played it. I've done it. Like, I want to, this is, if you haven't played the game, then you can play it through watching a fucking YouTube video, I guess. Or you can play the game yourself and then watch pick the pieces, or like watch the remaining pieces of the story and put that together. Like, it's like, well, you don't need a 2-hour video of someone playing the game for you. In that case, it's probably a much better idea to watch the 2-hour video here, this one. That actually just focuses on the story. Yeah. This is like this.
Replica would begin to remember the memories of the Gestalt mind that made them. And the confusion of this phenomenon, where they had lived as one person, but started to remember being someone else, would cause them to degrade and eventually lose their mind. The stimuli that could trigger these memories were different based on the model of replica, as the neural stimuli that could trigger.
Wait, what? Oh, this guy doesn't get it at all then, unless there's something I'm missing here. This is... Oh, dude. Here's Adler's diary, chat. This is Adler's diary when he experienced the same day over and over again, right? And this cannot merely be the defect of my mind. Am I going insane? The guy who made this video thinks that this is persona degradation, but it's not. It's the fucking outer god thing rewriting shit and making it happen again because a woman wants to find her girlfriend. Like, it's not persona degradation. Yeah, this is literally like the ending of the game explains this. The ending of the game. This last thing you take with you is that this is not persona degradation. This is the meddling with the fucking fabric of the universe. Do I have to make a... Yeah. Cicada Wave, 40-minute King in Yellow explanation, please trust. I feel like I'm going to... Yeah, but dude, I got... Dude, okay, so I watched the first video, it's too much yapping. I watched the second video, he gets shit wrong. I watched the third video, it's a playthrough of the game. Am I just old, chat? Am I actually just old? Like, am I too cynical? I feel like it's a waste of time. I have to make it. Do I have to piece it together myself? Just read The King in Yellow by Robert Chambers. True. Just read the plot synopsis on Wikipedia. It was good enough for me. Do we do that? Do we do it like Signalis? I mean, go plot summary on Wikipedia, literally, and just don't watch this fucking... Like, I mean, they put a lot of work into these videos, but like, I mean, this one gets stuff wrong. This one is a playthrough. And this one probably has much too much detail. I could watch the 2-hour one here, but the only problem with this was that this one gets it completely, but it takes 2 hours. Honestly, we can do that. I have 2 hours to spare. Or we can just read the synopsis. There's like a few different theories on what happened. It's highly subjective. This part, I don't feel like it's very subjective. I don't feel like this part here is very subjective. This is very clearly explained in the game that there is some outer power happening, and that is what is causing this guy to relive the one day. So when he gets that wrong, I'm just like, well, what else does he get wrong? It's probably not a good source for... Alright, 2 hour then, chat.
Comprehensive interpretation
So the one guy in chat who is mad and switching videos all the time, just get it out of your chest.
of what it all means. To be clear, my intent is not to convince you that this is the only or best interpretation of Signalis, but simply to present it as an option that ties together many of the narrative threads I'll be discussing. My approach assumes there are literal and symbolic elements at play, but I think purely symbolic interpretations are very interesting and valid as well. Part of what makes Signalis so compelling is that the emotional core of the story retains its potency regardless of interpretation. Needless to say, this video will contain full spoilers for the entire game from this point on, so if you haven't yet played it yourself, I would highly recommend pausing the video here and doing that before you continue watching. Signalis is well worth your time, and the less you know going into the experience, the better. With that out of the way, this is how the rest of the video will work. First, I'll cover all background information preceding and leading up to the main narrative of the game, including an overview of the solar system, the revolution, and Ariane's life up to the Penrose mission. Next, I'll dig deeper into the origin of the titular signal, what it is, the Sierpinski connection, and the important role of Replica Commander Falk. I'll then discuss the nature of Ariane's dream, its fundamental purpose, the significance of the King in Yellow, and the meta-layering of the overall narrative. Following this, I'll transition to a more granular approach and break down Elster's journey chronologically.
Chat, please don't pause. What am I gonna do then? Am I gonna sit here and not say anything? Okay, if you don't want me to pause and say anything, leave the stream and watch it yourself. I'm serious. I have to be allowed to pause the fucking video every now and then to say something. Fucking hell. Chat, I'm closing you. God damn. Stop talking during the movie. Error link, you little dog is going into timeout. You're going into a little shame corner.
Chapter by chapter, explaining each sequence in context of the larger whole.
You don't even get to see the video, you get to see me.
As such, do note that I will be skipping over some details the first time they appear so that I can address them properly in a later section, as well as jumping around the game a bit to tie
No, you know what?
together scenes and concepts that appear at different points of the story. Finally, I'll discuss the game's 4 endings and bring my analysis to a close.
I was going to have the video on as audio and then put like paint drying for 10 hours as the video, but I think I'm gonna stop the joke there and just watch the video, okay?
This is set in our own solar system, but, as stated by the developers, it does not take place in our future, but in a different reality with its own timeline. In this alternate future, 6 worlds were inhabited by humans, and the correlations to our system's planets are evident when we consider the star map in Sierpinski, the dream diary and tarot cards from Rotfront, and the posters found throughout the game. Alice is set in our own solar system, but, as stated by the developers, it does not take place in our future, but in a different reality with its own timeline.
Oh, it is actually. Oh, it's a copy of our. Okay, yeah. There we go. Oh,
in this
they have
alternate
different
future,
names.
6 worlds were inhabited by humans, and the correlations to our system's planets are
Is that as many planets we have? Rotfront is a. Oh, it's a gas giant, but okay.
evident when we consider the star map in Sierpinski, the dream diary and tarot cards from Rotfront, and the posters found throughout the game. Buyan is the capital of the Empire of Yusan and is described as having a floating imperial palace and a sun-like eye, both of which correspond to Venus. While the planet's surface is utterly inhospitable due to the heat and crushing air pressure, its atmosphere 30 miles up is surprisingly temperate. The air pressure and temperature are comparable to Earth's, and the rich CO2 gas found there could be filtered to provide oxygen. Conveniently, there is still plenty of atmosphere left above this point to provide shielding from solar radiation, and seen through this absorbent barrier, the sun would likely appear as a large, luminant eye. Constructing floating cities at this height makes far more sense than trying to terraform the planet's surface, and this appears to be the approach the Empire took. Next we move to Veneta, aptly named the Cradle of Humanity since it is in fact Earth. The large oceans and blue skies attest to this, although the planet's climate was so devastated by the ongoing war for control that these bodies of water rose to cover much of its landmass. We can see that the moon itself was destroyed as well, meaning that the ocean would no longer be affected by its tidal forces. Kitesh is the system's second imperial world and corresponds to Mars. The planet is described as having a red desert, strong sandstorms, and appears to be the site of major mining operations as well, all of which match up to the world as we know it. Furthermore, we learn
you got the fucking German coal miner on the Mars.
Makes sense considering Martian soil has all the essential minerals to support plant life. Rotfront is a revolution-controlled moon of the planet Jupiter with a deep ocean under its icy crust and a prominent red storm in the sky. The inclusion of a subterranean ocean appears to leave us with 3 possible candidates, Ganymede, Callisto, and Europa, but the first 2 can be ruled out since their oceans are buried hundreds of miles beneath solid rock, while Europa's ocean is only 10 to 15 miles beneath a thin, icy crust. This more closely fits the description from the Dream Diary, which says below the ice of Rotfront, so I think it's safe to conclude we're talking about Europa here. The large red storm referred to as an eye by many of Rotfront's inhabitants is simply Jupiter's Great Red Spot, as evidenced by the way it is referred to as a high-pressure region in the atmosphere of Rotfront's planet, and is clearly shown on the official Rotfront poster. Heimat is the capital of the nation of Yusan, the Revolution, and based on its yellow color and the fact that rings are visible from the world, it clearly corresponds to Saturn's moon Titan. In fact, Titan is considered one of the most Earth-like worlds in our solar system due to its large size and dense atmosphere that features a hydrological cycle similar to ours, and as such would have been particularly suitable for terraforming. Finally, we have Lang, for which surprisingly little information is given considering how much time we spend there. Fortunately, there are some good clues that indicate this is the dwarf planet Pluto. First, the star map shows Lang by itself, meaning it cannot be a moon of either Uranus or Neptune, and its standout feature is the Sierpinski mine that delves deep into the world's surface. While little is known about Pluto's composition, some theories suggest the interior of the planet is rich in deposits of gold, platinum, nickel, and other valuable minerals that would make mining a lucrative operation there. It's also worth acknowledging that Pluto is named after the god of the underworld, which fits with Sierpinski's identity as a veritable hell. As a whole, the solar system appears to be loosely inspired by Lovecraft's Dreamlands, which is essentially a mirror image alternate version of our universe that can be accessed through sleep, or rather through dreams. Interestingly, the system's 3 actual planets, Buyan, Veneta, and Kitesh, are all named after mythical locations on Earth that, for varying reasons, sunk into an ocean or other large body of water. Buyan was a mysterious island in Slavic mythology with the ability to appear and disappear with the tide. Kitesh was a Russian city that sank into Lake Svitloyar to protect its inhabitants from a Mongol invasion. And Veneta was a city that was sunk by the gods into the Baltic Sea as punishment for its numerous sins of excess and blasphemy. The use of these names implies that the base reality of Signalis is related to, but fundamentally detached from our own. Additionally, the dwarf planet Lang is named after a cold but otherwise ambiguous location in the Dreamlands where multiple realities converge. The names of the other 2 moons don't fit this theme, but are interesting nonetheless. Heimat is the German word for home or homeland, both with regard to physical location and culture, and this makes sense considering it is the capital of Yusan. Rotfront translates literally to Red Front, which could be a reference to its planet's iconic red storm, and is also the name of a small Russian village that was occupied by the Soviet Union in the 1920s, just as Rotfront the moon lives under the tight grip of Yusan. While it may not be strictly necessary to know this information in order to appreciate the events of Signalis, I find it quite interesting all the same and useful for understanding the greater context in which these events take place. But with that out of the way, let's get to the actual story of Signalis. It all began
12 minutes. That's what we're signed up for, man. 12 minutes. Now, yeah, there we go. That's cool, though. That was, yeah. Now I'm learning. So this is like, I'm learning things I didn't know about the game, and the guy is like, he has when he made this video, he probably had like 1,000 subscribers, but he still made a 2-hour video of the game, which means he didn't do it for like just for making a video. He's really passionate about the game, so that's nice. I watched the whole thing after.
And with mankind's
watching the whole thing now.
Veneta to the rest of the solar system, a feat attributed to the Empress. We are told she all began with mankind's ascension from Veneta to the rest of the solar system, a feat attributed to the Empress. We are told she lifted the Empire of Yusan to the stars with her special gift of bioresonance, a power that led to the creation of replicas and made possible the terraforming of other worlds. And while bioresonance is never fully explained, we do get a useful description within the book Song of the Gods, found in the Yatu's bookstore on Rotfront. It states the following: "There exists a connection between all of us that few are fully aware of, a song we all dance to but few can hear. This deep vibration of the cosmos cannot just be heard and felt, we all resonate in harmony with it, shaping it, deforming it around us. Though select few who can consciously perceive it often fear it. Too oppressive is the sound of the stars, too invasive the noise of the unaware around them, polluting the song with their fickle emotions. But every once in a while, some are born that can not only hear and play this music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Gifted individuals capable of manipulating the essence of the world around them." This concept is very similar to the Tao within Taoist philosophy, which can be described as the cyclical flow of the universe that manifests through each individual's experience of life, and keeps the universe balanced and ordered. Of course, humans are nothing if not chaotic and disorderly, and at some unspecified point during the Empire's rule, a revolution sprang from the outer planets, probably centered on Heimat, that fought against the Empire and came to be known as the Nation of Yusan. By weaponizing bioresonance in the form of replicas,
so Yusan is not that's what, okay, so the Empire didn't have a name. The Empire was just the Empire, and Yusan was the, okay, yeah, yep.
Able to take control over half the system, with Veneta hotly contested. It's important to note that this revolution was a recent and ongoing development, and seems to have started within a generation of the events of Signalis. The Great Revolutionary and her daughter are referred to as if they are still living and leading the revolution, and we know that Sierpinski is actively engaged in mineral extraction, ore refinement, and munitions production, helping the war effort against the remnants of the Empire. While we aren't given much information regarding the broad beliefs or ideals of the Yusan nation, there are a few interesting details to note. First,
Yusan is both. It was Empire of Yusan, which was usurped by the Yusan nation. Huh?
Is the way humans are referred to as Gestalt.
What? They're the same people. Yeah, I know, but that's what a revolution is. It comes from within. Isn't that kind of like obviously implied? I ignore the chat, yeah. Just ignore the chat. Okay, yes. Fucking
This
hell.
term refers to its subjects not as individuals, but rather as an organized whole that is perceived as more than the sum of its parts. Each citizen matters only as they exist in and contribute to the greater whole of society, a perspective similar to that of communism. Additionally, we can surmise that Yusan is a matriarchal society based on the fact that its rulers are female, along with the vast majority of its replica leadership. Now, while Heimat, Lang, and Rotfront were all swiftly taken by the revolution, Veneta proved to be far more difficult, and a great number of soldiers were deployed there in an attempt to wrest the planet from the control of the Empire. Among these was a small unit of 8 native Venetan soldiers, Unit 12 of the 5th Infantry Division to be exact, that included Lilith E2 and Alina Sio, both of whom play key roles in the story. Sadly, only 2 members of their unit survived the conflict. In Elster's flashback montage, we see Lilith, clearly identifiable by her hair, at a gravesite with 6 headstones as she leaves a lily on what must be Alina's grave. We know Alina was one of the casualties because we later learned the other soldier who survived, Rebecca Leong, who eventually moved to Rotfront Sector C. This detail informs us how far in the past these events took place, approximately 10 years considering Rebecca is apparently 10 years older than Ariane based on their medical records. It remains ambiguous what Lilith and Alina's relationship was like, whether they were romantically involved or simply close friends, though for the sake of parallels I'd say it was probably the former, but it honestly doesn't matter. The important thing is that they were emotionally close to some degree. Lilith would later be chosen as the neural pattern for the Elster replica unit.
Yeah, that's
She was
what I thought.
perfect, quiet, stoic, probably antisocial, and with PTSD from the war, she was considered to have only basic needs, making her quite suitable for the long-term isolation conditions of the Penrose program. She also lost an eye, a detail that we'll return to later. The game gives enough direct evidence for Lilith being the Elster neural pattern that I think we can safely call it fact and not merely a theory, but one additional piece of evidence I want to point out is her name. In medieval Jewish tradition, Lilith was said to be the first woman and was created alongside Adam in the Garden of Eden before choosing to leave and subsequently being replaced by Eve. The parallel is unmistakable. Lilith was a native to Veneta called the Cradle of Life, much like Eden, and was the first woman in the line of Elster replica units before being replaced by a replica's copy of her neural pattern. As an aside, it's interesting to consider how the process of replica selection works for Gestalts. Was Lilith willing or unwilling to be used as a blueprint? Does the original human even survive the transfer? Based on the way they are referred to as hosts, it seems unlikely, but this remains unknown. In any case, I personally don't think that Lilith was the mother of Issa and Erica and was more likely a relative such as an aunt or cousin. If she was their mother and had been on Rotfront, then it would be truly odd indeed for this to be completely omitted from the story. At this point, we get to Ariane. We learn that she was born on Ling, an interesting detail since it shows that there must be other human settlements there besides the Sierpinski mine. Shortly afterwards, however, her mother Iris was relocated to a radio outpost on Rotfront, Station 6, and here she raised her daughter in solitude. This was apparently highly unusual, as was the fact that Ariane was taught to appreciate art, music, and free-thinking literature. Iris also taught her daughter how to operate the long-range radios at the station. While Ariane rarely refers to this childhood in her notes, and to her mother barely at all, it is implied that this was a happy time, albeit a boring and/or claustrophobic one. On the one hand, Camilla refers to Ariane and Iris as being inseparable, but on the other, the prologue montage briefly shows the radio station and what might be a figure standing on the hill, looking out into the distance, perhaps feeling there was more to life than this. Unfortunately, there was more, but it wasn't better. When Ariane was still a teenager, her aunt Camilla intervened in her life, coordinating with Aeon, the National Ministry of Work and Education, to have Ariane taken away from her mother and stay with Camilla in the Sector C block, where she could be given a proper upbringing by a community of good people overseen by a block warden and attend the Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School. Upon starting life in the city, Ariane was immediately an outcast. In the words of a teacher, she was remarkably odd, as her artistic and individualistic personality was seen as a big problem that needed to be fixed. She was mercilessly bullied by the other students, and as far as we know, her only friends were the E2 sisters, Issa and Erica, though even this friendship was likely not super close since Ariane always had trouble telling them apart. Along with attending the Polytechnical School, Ariane worked at her aunt's photo store, and it was here she developed a batch of photos of the 5th Venetan Infantry Division, Unit 12, and was drawn to one of Alina Sio. This unknown woman looked remarkably similar to herself, and Ariane later wrote, "When I saw the photo of that soldier, I wondered who she was. Was she happy? Was her family proud of her? Did her comrades love her? Since we looked alike, could I have been like her?" She also sent the photo to her mother, who agreed the resemblance was uncanny. In all likelihood, the photos were provided by Rebecca, who wanted to remember her lost friends. This longing may have even been partially the reason for her deep depression, aside from, well, living here in the first place. We know that this took place around the time of Ariane's graduation, since her mother remarked she would be entering her military service soon, and this was also around the time the teacher's evaluation was written, since one
I'm trying to piece together in my head, man, and I was like, I can barely have this on 1.5. It's so much information so fast. Holy shit. Close chat again. Nah, we're just gonna close chat. 1.2.5. Could be. Could go down a little bit.
line reads, "I can only hope military service will beat those frivolous ideas out of her in a way that this school has failed to do so far." Curiously, Ariane never speaks of this military period, and the only detail we learn about it is that she was placed in Rotfront Orbital, where she may have been piloting and maintaining spaceships or stations to some extent. Despite the lack of information, however, I think it's safe to assume it was not a pleasant experience, and she was looking forward to it ending as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, her return home brought no relief, as it was likely during this span of time that the Imperial espionage plot was uncovered in Sector C, and things went from bad to worse. The monthly Montfest celebration was suspended indefinitely, and the protectors in charge went on the hunt for the rumored spies. In Adler's diary found later, he writes of a recent dream he had in which he conducted a test with Ariane that involved drawing tarot cards and asking her to guess which one he was holding. While he assumes it to be a memory from his Gestalt life, this is a shaky conclusion at best, as the very next entry proves that his memory is not very reliable. Furthermore, there's evidence that this memory actually belongs to the Rotfront spy known only as Sun. We find his table of tarot cards in a hospital room, suggesting this event did actually happen, and that the spy was impersonating a doctor. It would appear that his goal was possibly to scout out bioresonant individuals among the enemy population, which would be highly valuable information considering how impactful bioresonance was in the war. This simple tarot card exercise would be an effective way to test for psychic abilities while also being easy to disguise as a memory test. Now, an argument could perhaps be made that Sun was the writer Nikolai and later served as the neural blueprint for Adler, since they were obviously intended to look alike, but this explanation makes several big assumptions that must be accepted.
Yeah, I kind of assume that these people in like this medical records were like the neural patterns, but I mean just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are. And like they all look the same, man. I hate to say it, man, but they all look so fucking similar. I couldn't. I could barely differentiate.
First, that Nikolai was on state records as being a writer, but somehow managed to impersonate a doctor without being caught. And second, that he was captured by the authorities at the last minute before his escape, and then was inexplicably chosen to become a replica blueprint. While these events certainly could have happened, it all feels a bit too convenient, and I'm more inclined to think that we're seeing dream distortion here. Regardless, we know Ariane was covertly examined for bioresonance and passed the test, which unsettled Sun enough to make him abandon his mission and attempt to return to Katesh. It is little wonder that unsettled Sun. Regardless, we know Ariane was covertly examined for bioresonance and passed the test, which unsettled Sun enough to make him abandon his mission and attempt to return to Katesh. It is little wonder that in the midst of such stifling oppression, Ariane was as desperate as
he was a spy from the revolution side, I'm guessing then?
ever to get away from everything, especially considering her
spy from the Empire. Wait, so the revolutionaries... What? Rotfront is a revolutionary planet. Yeah, but we're on Vienna now. We are on Vienna. We're not on Rotfront. Are we? We are on Rotfront. Right, we are. Okay. That's not Rotfront.
her health, but her
right.
prospects were quite bleak. She eventually received her work assignment to S-23 Sierpinski, a mining facility on Lang curiously named after the Sierpinski Triangle, a famous self-similar fractal. It's important to note that Sierpinski is not just a mine, but also a re-education facility, a place for troublemakers and nonconformists. There was, however, a second option. One day, as she rode the empty train home, Ariane noticed a recruitment poster on the wall for the Penrose program, a state-sponsored program that would count as a valid work assignment. Instead of being forced into a veritable labor camp, she could choose to become a scout officer and make her own decisions away from the constant supervision of the authorities. The option was substantially more attractive, and in time she applied and was accepted. Regarding Rotfront, she left it all behind, except her memories of the place and its customs and superstitions, including pareidolia and the Red Eye. For a time, her mission aboard the Penrose was everything Ariane had hoped it would be. She was free from the judgment of others, could finally be alone, and was even able to continue her painting hobby. At first, she and Elster kept their distance, but when the loneliness of long-term isolation conditions began to set in, they gradually kindled a friendship. Having neglected to read the mission manuals and classified documents given to her at their journey's commence, Ariane was unaware of the destabilizing effect this would have on Elster's persona, and further activities such as the viewing of war films destabilized her even more. Ariane saw in Elster a kindred spirit, someone else who had run away from the world, and as the line between Elster and Lilith began to blur, the Gestalt memories becoming her own, Elster saw in Ariane the woman she had loved in a past life. A romance blossomed, and for the first time in a very long time, they were happy. But unfortunately, it would not last. Upon entering Phase 3 at Cycle 3000 and receiving their new mission parameters, the two learned the truth, that their voyage was a one-way trip. Having failed to find any resources or habitable worlds, supplies would soon begin to run out and the ship's functional systems would fail without the means for repair. Despite the official recommendation to end things quickly, Ariane and Elster struggled to survive as long as possible, which turned out to be a staggeringly long time. They were supposed to start running low on supplies after Cycle 3000, approximately 8 years into their voyage, but the latest diary entry we find is dated well after 5400 cycles, or about 15 years. While it's unclear precisely how they managed this feat, it likely involved a combination of Ariane using the cryogenic pod intermittently and Elster not needing as many resources to survive due to her biomechanical nature as a replica. Things took a turn for the worse, however, when the ship's reactors started leaking, causing them both to suffer terribly from the radiation. And here we get to the promise. At some point during this period, Ariane made Elster promise to kill her to end her suffering, though it's never stated what the conditions were. It must not have been an immediate thing, as Ariane wrote that she didn't know if they would continue to wake up each day.
Did she?
What's clear is that they both continued to cling to life, with Ariane likely spending more and more time in the cryogenic pod as their carefully rationed supplies ran out. Finally, the day came that Ariane feared, when Elster succumbed to the radiation and died quietly. And this could not have happened at a worse time, for Ariane was still in the cryogenic pod. Far from being the permanent rest assured by the Phase 3 mission briefing, Ariane found herself caught between consciousness and sleep, in constant pain from her radiation-induced cancer, unprotected by a cryopod that was likely malfunctioning since the lid is later found open with the diagnostics turned off.
Damn.
Elster failed to fulfill her promise. This is what actually happened, and would have been the end of it, if Ariane had not begun to dream. From this point on, things get really complicated because the human mind, with its myriad memories and desires, is complicated. And the most immediate and fundamental point of complexity is the determination of what is real and what is not. How much of what we see in the game is actually happening, and how much is just a dream? It's quite the brain teaser, and also a bit of a trick question, since I think the only reliable answer is all of it. My personal theory is that all of Signalis is taking place within a dream.
God fucking damn it, dude. God fucking damn it. Oh my god. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we'll keep just keep watching. Just keep watching. Fuck me.
Or rather, two dreams that have overtaken reality and become its new form.
Oh, it was all in both the heads, actually.
And this is precisely why, were I to give this analysis a name, I would simply call it the double dream theory.
But if it's just a dream, then who cares? If it's just a dream, who fucking cares then?
After Elster's death, or at least ceasing of function, Ariane understandably became desperate. Trapped as she was in a malfunctioning cryogenic pod, experiencing constant pain in her shallow dreams, she did the only thing she could think of: attempt to wake Elster up, and she did this by projecting Elster's memories via bioresonance. While it may sound dubious at first for Ariane to have known Elster's memories, this is actually well established by the Colibri replica known issues document, which states the following. Like most bioresonant individuals, Colibris will often subconsciously create an emotional feedback loop, imitating and then broadcasting the emotions of those around them, acting as a sort of amplifier. This is precisely what Ariane did. She subconsciously created a feedback loop with Elster, processing her memories which could later be broadcast back. This bioresonant projection took the form of a very specific radio signal that we later learn is called the magpie signal. This is the titular signal of Signalis that lays the foundation of the entire game and affects not only the Penrose but Sierpinski as well. Along with showing up here on the title screen, it also appears in the radio room, the Penrose, and on the Rotfront radio towers. And while the magpie signal is certainly cryptic, it is far from arbitrary. Back during World War I, this type of radio signal was first developed for the purpose of espionage. Shortwave radio stations known as numbers stations would broadcast an endless string of spoken numbers, sometimes interspersed with musical motifs, that could be decrypted by spies in enemy nations. The codes were unbreakable because they utilized one-time pads, which contain random groups of numbers used to convert the letters of the transmission, just like the SOAR document used in the wall-safe puzzle. These number stations have been plentiful and active ever since, and were especially prominent during the Cold War in the aftermath of World War II. This particular sequence in the magpie signal is known as the three-note oddity, a Hungarian-based signal targeted at Germany that was active until 2005. While I don't intend to read too deeply into the real-world history of these stations since, as I explained in the introduction, Signalis has transformed its sources with new...
gaslit you well today?
Yes. Yes, they have. Thank you for the bits.
meaning, I do think they are being used in a similar way. In Ariane's reactor note, she recounts a dream she had in which her mother was listening to a number station and taking notes in a book while holding the King in Yellow on her lap. We can make an educated guess that it was the magpie signal specifically since, on the main menu, the signal plays alongside the sounds of a clinking metal pole which evoke the image of the remote radio station. It would make sense for this dream to be based off of memory, and as such, it appears to be implied that Ariane's mother was a spy who was decoding messages from a number station over the radio. But what is the significance of Ariane's signal taking the form of this transmission? I'll come back to this point later, but for now there are a few more immediate questions I want to address to support this
Okay, so dude, I would have never figured this shit out, by the way.
general explanation. For starters, how do we know bioresonance has anything to do with radio waves? Going back to what we learned about the Colibri replicas, it is said that tuning a radio to the same frequency they are transmitting will cause a feedback loop, and this is exactly what we see happen, so radio waves must be at least a major component of bioresonance signaling, if not the whole of it. There's an even better question, however, one that had me puzzled for quite some time. Why is Ariane's bioresonance so powerful? How can it affect a location billions of miles away so strongly as to warp its very reality? The answer is deceptively simple: the Penrose vessel. We read in the Song of the Gods earlier that bioresonance is what lifted humanity to the stars, and since other technology stagnated in the 100 years since then, it makes sense that all spaceships must be powered by bioresonance. We also need to look at the math here. The Phase 2 mission parameters inform us that the Penrose reaches the Oort cloud after about 1500 cycles, and we know that cycles are days from the chronometer adjustment note in which Ariane states she adjusted the ship's cycle calculation.
Wait, what? By the calculations, each cycle should be exactly 6.30% longer, simulating what I believe is the length of a day on minute. Did I read this? I didn't read that. I did not read that. No, I didn't. Where is this note? Just so you know. On the ship! I didn't find it. What? I think it was on the ship after the fake ending. Oh my god, dude. I just didn't see it.
To equal the length of a day on Veneta. Conveniently, Veneta is Earth, so from this point on, their cycles were 24 hours by our reckoning. Taking all of this into account, they reached the Oort cloud in roughly 4 years, 1 month, and 10 days, which may sound reasonable until we consider just how insanely far away the Oort cloud is from the heart of our solar system. The approximate distance to its closest edge is 2,000 astronomical units, or 186 billion miles. To put this into perspective, light from the sun takes a full 2 years to reach it, and many years more to reach its outermost edge. This means the Penrose would have had to be moving at approximately 50% the speed of light the entire way, and even with a strong launch, there is just no way these clunky spacecraft could do that. Unless, of course, they used a device that could warp the fabric of space itself, and effectively shrink the distance that needed to be traveled by a huge margin. While on the subject of light speed, I want to slip in a quick note about time dilation. At a rate close to 50% the speed of light, time would pass about 15% slower for
he inherited the dementia.
Ariane and Elster than for everyone else, so those 4 years would amount to about 4.7 years to those in the solar system. A noticeable difference, but not huge. This is turning into a long-winded explanation, but the main takeaway is simply that the Penrose must be outfitted with some kind of bioresonant hyperdrive, and this acted as a perfect amplifier for Ariane's signal. Little did the nation of Yusan know that the cheap scouting vessel they had sent off would become a bona fide bioresonant nuke. Empowered as it was by this hyperdrive, Ariane's signal was so potent that it caused the Penrose to crash, not on a planet, but rather in a different dimension altogether, something akin to the astral plane. And from here, we trace the signal from its source on the Penrose to the mining facility on Lang. The reason S-23 Serpent...
Dude. Okay, so they literally just sent her to space, and then she dies, like... So she dies.
The point of the bioresonance is turning dream into reality.
Yes. She literally just like they sent wait, how did he not know that she was super bioresonant like in the resistance in the Empire or whatever? Like did he not? Spy got it? She was sheltered. They don't understand it well. She never got checked. Okay, so they didn't know. They were like, okay, let's send this like bioresonant nuke into space. What could go wrong? And then she gets emotional, and then she just fucking destroys the universe. One spy found out, yeah. Spy Among Us. They did test her, but she passed it. It cannot be detected. Oh, it's passed. Oh, okay. Empire Spy knew, but obviously wouldn't tell the Usans. They wanted to get rid of her. They didn't want to get rid of her. She wanted to get rid of herself. So she was about to be sent to Lang because she didn't have a work assignment in like the mines and shit, which is like also a correctional facility. And she was like, well, I don't want to do that. So how about I get away from everything in the spaceship and just chill? She just wanted to go chill and make art and chill in a spaceship. That's it. And then she didn't know it was a one-way trip. Even though you get sent into a different fucking solar system, another fucking cloud, a different galaxy basically. It's oh wait, what? That's a one-way trip? Anyways, so then that happens, and then they die of radiation, and she's like, I don't want that. No, I don't want to die, and I love my wife. Time to explode the fucking world with my schizo dream. Okay.
Serpinski is a part of Signalis at all is revealed in Ariane's workforce assignment, whereby we learn that if Ariane had not been accepted into the Penrose program, she would have been assigned to work there instead. As the story progresses, it becomes increasingly clear that bioresonance has the power to alter timelines and probabilities, but more on that in a bit. On a broad level, Ariane's influence over the Serpinski mine was made possible by something the workers found deep within it. Details are appropriately vague. We are simply told something was unearthed, something older than humanity, and it strongly appears that what they found was a tear in the fabric of reality, a gateway to the astral plane, possibly generated by Ariane herself, since she was clearly thinking about the place and how her life might have been different there. This explanation provides an answer to one of the most confounding mysteries in Signalis. How can the Penrose be both billions of miles out in the Oort cloud and also be deep below the surface of Lang? Because it now exists in a dimension accessible from both of these locations. This dimensional rift is the massive pit at the bottom of the mining site, and when Elster drops into it, she lands in not one, but two locations. First on a strange beach, and then in the nowhere. Interestingly, prior to making the jump, Elster states that she can hear the sounds of water from below. The only water we see in the nowhere is a small puddle that doesn't look to be making any noise, so I think she's actually hearing waves crashing along the shoreline. The presence of 6 pillars leading up to the pit further reinforce its metaphysical nature. We are told that Falk went personally to see this strange discovery down in the mine, and when she returned, she had been changed. But what exactly did she see? Falk doesn't give many details about her experience within the rift, mostly writing about the after effects from it in her diary. Like Elster, Falk may have first landed on the beach, after which she made her way to the gate. Adler's dialogue indicates that she passed through it, and in a red dream found at the end of the game, Falk wrote that she saw Ariane in the red emptiness waiting for me. She may have even spotted the Penrose if she ventured far enough. What she certainly did not see during her foray into the rift, however, was the nowhere, which at that point in time didn't exist, as I'll explain later. But this we know for sure. Upon exposing herself to the uninhibited song of reality, she was flooded by the wave of Ariane's signal, her mind forcibly injected with Elster's memories. At length, Falk returned to the upper levels of Serpinski and for a time was able to continue functioning, but so overwhelming and persistent was the signal that she eventually slipped into a coma and began to dream. Just as the Calibri units were designed to function as amplifiers for Falk's own bioresonance, she became an amplifying node for Ariane's signal, resonating with its immense power. And as she dreamed of the Serpinski facility, that fantasy became its reality. A second dream created by a second dreamer. This is why Serpinski feels so grounded and real. We see later in Chapter 3 that Ariane's own recreations of reality are much more surreal, and Rotfront is literally where she lived. Generating a massive mining facility that she had never once seen or visited in exquisite detail was certainly beyond her, but the replica commander Falk, who oversaw the entire facility, would have known it well, perhaps even better than a human in her place. This idea of Falk being a second dreamer is very well supported by the many parallels drawn between her and Ariane. For one, she is lying in the same position as Ariane in a similarly shaped room, both of which are mirrored by the sealed chamber in the nowhere. Adler kisses her forehead, just as Elster kisses Ariane in the Memory and Promise endings, and prior to the final confrontation, we can see they look identical to each other besides the color of their hair, which is only different because of Ariane's achromatrichia. With Elster's memories and Ariane's appearance and purpose, Falk essentially becomes both of them at the same time. Further evidence for the actuality of Falk's dream is the fact that no one at Serpinski started getting sick until after Falk succumbed to the signal, because Ariane's dream was unable to affect the facility on her own. It is also telling that the spreading infection takes the form of radiation poisoning, because that is what Ariane herself was experiencing. There's one final topic relating to Serpinski that I want to address briefly before moving on, which really applies to the game as a whole: the dates. It becomes evident early on in Signalis that there are multiple calendar systems, which is very confusing but makes sense for this futuristic society. Each planet would need its
makes sense. Yep.
Calendar to account for their unique rotation and
I saw those numbers. I immediately discarded them. I was like, okay, it says fucking Da Vinci Code backwards on the date. I'm just like, okay. No thank you, I'm gonna keep playing the game.
Revolution periods, and the outermost worlds would need a different system for years altogether due to the sheer length of their revolutions. Additionally, there would need to be a universal system calendar so that each planet could stay in sync with the others. There appear to be at least 4 date formats shown in the game. My best guess is that the first 2 date formats are based on the planetary calendars of Lang and Rotfront, with the first number of each indicating year. Whether these years correlate to each other is uncertain though, since a technical year on Lang would be much longer than a year on Rotfront, so it's hard to say whether the events at Sierpinski are taking place 50 years in the future or around the same time, but regardless, the story plays out quite the same. If I had to venture a guess, Ariane's graduation date is probably written in the universal format due to the inclusion of a decimal point, which would be a likely compromise for a calendar that has to combine the time cycles of every planet into a cohesive format. While it's definitely interesting trying to piece the dates together, I want to make it clear up front that my theory doesn't rely on them too heavily since they are left so ambiguous.
The dream.
It's easy.
Resonant is being psychic and reading and influencing minds, and Ariane is influencing LSTR, who's shut down since she is trapped in cryosleep. End of story. I don't know how this got to nukes and different dimensions. Well, this is a different theory of the game. One guy warning, one guy warning, one guy warning, one guy warning.
Get lost in the
one
weeds.
guy. Yeah, okay, one guy.
It's easy to get lost in the weeds here because there is so much information to sift through, but we can simplify our approach by going back to
I'm sorry for reading the chat. I'll stop doing it. I'll stop. Guys, be quiet. Be quiet, I gotta make a call.
whole purpose of the dream to begin with, the promise. The dream was started by Ariane, is expanded by Falk, and is colored by Elster, all for the ultimate purpose of enabling Elster to fulfill the promise she had made to end Ariane's life. This is the why behind everything, and as such everything needs to be examined through this lens. Furthermore, we must remember that the story takes place completely within a dream that has overtaken and is shaping reality itself. As a result, we can't take anything we see at face value, and there are a great deal of interesting parallels that may not have existed prior to the dream at all. For example, the way some of the Sierpinski replicas resemble Rotfront gestalts, the matching piles of trash found in the Penrose, Sierpinski, and Rotfront, and perhaps even the fact that
We can really draw similarities between how deep into the game, how deep into the game lore do you have to go to when you're like, well, the trash bags look similar in the dreams. That means there's a connection.
there is a security
Damn.
breach with Sierpinski and
Everything matters. Holy shit! He took the yellow like marking pen and like put it over the entire fucking dictionary. Like everything is important.
Rotfront.
Holy shit! 2 hours.
But among the most important parallels of all is the recurring appearance and constant presence of the King in Yellow, a fictional dread play that drives the events of several stories within Robert Chambers' anthology of the same name. It's never actually shown whether the book appearing in Signalis is Chambers' novel or the play itself, and while I don't think it really matters since it plays the same narrative function either way, I'm inclined to believe it's the latter. The play has 2 acts and 3 characters, Casilda, Camilla, and a mysterious stranger who is almost certainly the titular king in disguise. While the play's first act is quite benign and disarming, the second is filled with such devastating truths that all who read it invariably go mad and usually end up dead, for to read its words is to expose oneself to the power of the godlike entity known only as the King in Yellow, a jealous being who demands total sacrifice of his subjects. In a similar fashion, the mysterious white-haired girl seen by those at Sierpinski may have appeared benign and disarming at first, but so devastating was the force of her signal that all exposed to it were irreversibly changed, their individual identities contaminated in the name of sacrifice. And while Falk is of course the prime example of this, in truth everyone at Sierpinski has become a performer on the stage of Ariane's dream, compelled to play their given role over and over again until they are torn apart by the endless recycling of the world around them. Ariane herself is clearly representative of the king, a godlike being over all whose will is absolute. But this raises an extremely important question. Is Ariane actually aware of what she is doing? Is she truly accountable for the horror she unleashes upon scores of innocent humans and replicas?
Is she stupid? Dude, if she has so much power, why can't she just, like, kill herself? If she wants to die, like, if you had the power to do all this, why don't you just dream yourself dead or something? Like, is she stupid? That would be the next question, I think. She's trapped in a cryopod. Sorry, she's trapped in a cryopod, guys. Yeah, that's what she, oh, man. Of course, she has the powers to rewrite reality, but guys, she's trapped in a cryopod, she can't get out, and she has cancer. I guess she can't, I mean, as this game has shown us, she's clearly incapable of doing anything.
I don't think so. For Ariane, all appears as a dream, a delirious swirl of images that respond to her desperate signal, and she may very well not realize what she sees is actually a twisting of reality itself. Alternatively, it is possible that Ariane did catch on to the true nature of her dream, but was unable to stop the signal she had started and found herself at the mercy of Elster's success along with the others, which was, of course, her situation to begin with. Either way, Ariane is not the villain of this story. She is a victim of oppression just as much as anyone else, an outcast in a cruel world where the only escape is death, and Yusan alone can be held responsible for the bioresonant calamity that falls upon Sierpinski. Moving on, there is one more fundamental aspect of Signalis that informs the way.
Was the Empire chill? How? Bino L take? What? What the fuck did I say? Oh, dude, this chat is so crazy today. I didn't even say anything. I just said, I asked a question. Fucking hell. One chatter. Okay. Fucking hell! Okay. Every time I read something in chat, you know what was said? It was not one thing said in unison by everyone saying at the same time. Everyone chats saying one time. One person tends to say things. It's you guys have one opinion each and you say one thing each, okay? And one guy said one thing. God fucking that. Neko Hyper. Was Empire chill? Well, we don't know much about the Empire. Also, Yusan is not chill. They are dogs. Because they don't let you write paintings and paint books. They don't let you do that. So they suck. But the Empires, I don't know. Okay, I never understood that, because we never got to see. I think that's the problem for me, man, because we never got to see what the other side was like. So I couldn't differentiate the Yusan from the Empire, because the Empire was just like this nothing. We don't know anything about it. And then, all we know is about Yusan. So if they ever told me what the other society was like, I think it would be easier in my head to like to put them somewhere, but we don't know. Yeah, we don't know anything. We don't know shit. Empire dropped the nuke? No, Empire kills people if they have a thought. That's why they're bad, AoE. Okay? God.
We must view it. Quite literally, and that is the meta layering of the overall narrative design. From the beginning, it is made abundantly clear that we are watching the story unfold through a screen. The most basic evidence for this includes the glitching and tearing effects that can be seen regularly, the most extreme of which cause Elster physical harm, as well as the inclusion of film grain and CRT filters that can be applied in the game settings. Additionally, we see that concentrated bioresonance emitted by Colibri and Falk replicas disrupts the current image, revealing a video marker as well as the underlying purpose behind the signal, the island, a manifestation of Ariane's desire for death. Also notable are the appearance of Gestalt file numbers and replica databank overviews, this page intentionally left blank screens, and violent scene missing, all of which make it seem as though we are parsing through official government documents. So whose point of view are we looking through? We are given one more revealing clue in the form of the invisible red eye. Almost anywhere in the game, drastically brightening the footage will reveal the silhouette of an unmistakable eye superimposed over the screen. The only places it does not appear are during full-screen first-person sequences, for obvious reasons, and Elster's final return to the Penrose, which I'll discuss later. Within Signalis, the imagery of the red eye represents two things: the government of Yusan and Ariane herself, and I think both are at play here. Ariane is an active observer of her dream, not a passive one, watching and guiding Elster along every step of the way. It is then quite possible that her bioresonance signal was later intercepted by government authorities, edited and annotated accordingly as they tried to make sense of it. At the very least, they would have had access to the Sierpinski camera footage tracking Elster's progress through the facility. And now we arrive at where the game officially begins. Elster wakes from her calibration unit following the Penrose crash.
The video game, okay. 44 minutes. I'm hooked. I'm gonna keep watching this. He didn't do a playthrough by boosting the gamma brightness of his monitor. Rookie mistake. True. Hooked and booked. 44-minute intro, I'm down.
And upon checking the ship's central console finds a damaged photo of Ariane. Further inspection of the ship reveals she is nowhere to be found.
I think it's cool to see. I think it's cool that this video has been made. I really appreciate this video with this guy. The only issue is that like all of this is going to just fly over 90% of people's heads. 90% of people said the developer put so much effort into this game, making a fantastic game, and then like the best part of the game, you have to like watch a 2-hour video. Am I like? Are they stupid? Whatever. Like, why do developers do this, man? Why don't, like, I feel like they're fucking themselves. Like, if you just made it a bit more comprehensible, it could be like, I feel like more people would enjoy it. Like, it's still good. It's still good. It's just like, so many games do this thing where like, the story is super, super obscure, and a vast majority of it is like piecing together lore. A vast majority of it is like this investigation and research you have to do yourself outside of the game.
Back in the day, FNAF Bob lore be like.
And I guess some people find it funny, but I think most people don't. Just read item descriptions. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, they all have their own visions. I'm just like, for me, I prefer like, I prefer it's like you can get the story if you pay attention to the game, but not like this amount of like researching and looking into symbolism and remembering. You know, when we had like the when he's connecting things together here, and he's pointing out that Ariane looks very similar to the Falk unit when they're sleeping and stuff, and I think that's like very, very, very much intentional. And I think it's a good like clue to or like a point to back the theory is that, yeah, I don't think that was by like, I don't think that was that way, for example, just to reuse assets, right? It wasn't for them to not have to redraw it. It was literally to just like clarify that they were in the same situation, more or less. Casual playthroughs aren't going to get this full experience, but the audience the game was made for will dig this deep. Yeah, but like, I don't know, dude. I don't even know, man. Even for those guys. It's like that guy in The Simpsons eating the lemon. Where it's like, I love this lemon. And his face is just like, yeah, this is great. Yeah, this is great. Lemon. You know? It's like, are you having fun? Are you? He's saying yummers, but his face is saying yuckers. And I don't buy it. You know? I'm just like, are you enjoying it? I don't know, dude. It's very, very convenient for you to say that you enjoyed it, like in after the fact, when you have YouTube videos explaining it for you and other resources to look for online. But let's say the internet wasn't a thing, right? And you didn't have those resources, and you just had to play the game and figure it out yourself. You probably wouldn't. You probably wouldn't, man. But maybe, and some developers, to be fair, they make this. It's kind of like Noita, where like the secrets are like super obscure because they want the community to collaborate and piece it together like as a collaborative effort. It's just I don't agree with that. I think that's a stupid thing. But that's just me. I think that's really dumb.
That's indie games for you. Targeted for PPA that like the mystery. Same thing with FNAF, for example. PPA making theories from a single page, and the communities are really passionate.
He hates Animal Well. I hated the parts of Animal Well that you needed the community to solve. Well, I didn't hate them, but they just aren't for me. I think they're just too schizo. You're right, Brian, but sometimes people like to create and solve puzzles. Yeah, whatever. For me, I just don't think it's... I mean, like, I have the video, so I'm fine. I'm fine, I had the video, I can now experience the story and like look at it all. That's great. I'm fine. That's great. So now, even someone like me who doesn't like this stuff normally, I can enjoy it as well. So that's great. I'm just like, yeah, I don't see the appeal, really. And I don't think it's the best way. But it's like, it doesn't... I'm not saying that like this sort of obscurity is bad. It's more about the the ratio between like things you can easily comprehend, or not easily, but you can comprehend on a first playthrough versus what you can't. I feel like there should also always be an amount of things that you just don't get in your first playthrough, so that when you replay and you notice those details and you might be able to piece together a more clear picture, that's a good experience to have, and like a rewarding thing to have, especially when your game has more endings. Then that's great to have. But when the ratio is so heavily towards the like, this is shit you don't get unless you play the game 5 times, at that point I think it's a mistake. But only then. And I feel like this game like heavily falls into that category, where like it's very, very focused on like, you're gonna have to write a like master's degree thing. I don't know the English word for it, but like on this game to fully comprehend what it's actually doing. So that's more it's about like the ratio to like how much is here and how much is there. And in this there's I think there's like not necessarily like very much too much, but like at least a little bit too much of the latter. Anyways. You learned a language for Environment Alpha? Yes, and the game gave me a Rosetta Stone for it, so that doesn't count. That was easy.
One of the 2 AVA suits is missing, and the cryogenic pod holds only a broken and bloody keycard. Reasonably assuming that Ariane left the ship, Elster initiates the airlock cycle, puts on the second AVA suit, and strikes out into the snow. As explained earlier, this is not Lang, nor is it base reality at all, but rather a different dimension that has been altered and shaped by Ariane's dream. Evidence for this is abundant. A star unit found later within the mine refers to the Lang sky as being filled with stars, which would not be visible from within such a snowstorm, and this is supported by the Sierpinski vertical map, which shows a starry sky as well. The Penrose status monitor states this is an unknown planetary surface, which obviously wouldn't make much sense if this really was Lang, and it also can't be a rogue planet deep within the Oort cloud since there is no way this much ambient light would be present. And speaking of the Oort cloud, the sky in this sequence reveals another seeming impossibility. 2 celestial bodies, one much larger than the other, that can only be Jupiter and one of its moons. This planetary surface is Rotfront, which Ariane knew well, though it is but a surreal representation of the place. Visible in the snow are large angular beams jutting from the ground and a mysterious gate, along with a large, perfectly round hole in the ground. Not having any other options, Elster passes through the gate, descends into the strange hole, and crawls through a narrow tunnel which leads into a small bedroom.
Notice the difference between this video and the other like playthrough video we watched. The other one was like, to be fair, that was the intro of the other video, and it might have gone into more details like later towards the end. But that was like just telling things how they happen in the video, and here just like making like using the intro and pointing out, building it up first to kind of make sense of what the fuck is happening, and then we get to it like chronologically. I feel like this video is key now. This is key now.
Room. As we'll discover later, this is in fact Ariane's room in Rotfront Sector C, but, importantly, Elster doesn't know that. She does not recognize the room or
the sheets of, yeah,
anything in it. She no longer remembers the promise. She does, however, feel drawn to the King in Yellow lying on the desk, and upon picking it up, the radio suddenly switches on and begins to transmit the Magpie signal. In the following montage, we see quite a few things. A Rotfront radio outpost, the computer screen turning from white to red, the mysterious island, Elster's skin slowly peeling away, an ominous line pulled from the festival, the words "Remember our promise," Issa cutting herself over a strange symbol separated by sacrifice, Ariane herself, and finally the words "Wake up." As a whole, I think this complete prologue sequence can be understood as a representation of Elster's memories being transmitted via the signal. We are not playing the real physical version of her, but rather the last wisps of her dying memory that Ariane is projecting to Sierpinski. The situation on the Penrose with Ariane missing along with an AVA suit is entirely fabricated by Ariane for the purpose of getting Elster to leave the broken ship, or rather, coaxing her memories out of her broken body so a new cycle can begin with another Elster unit. We'll come back to Issa's bit in the montage later, but the main takeaway for now is that we are seeing an indeterminate number of cycles play out, which is made obvious by the inclusion of the fatal error screen at the end that appears elsewhere when Elster is killed. So, when we next move to Sierpinski following the title screen, we know that this is many cycles. Issa's bit in the montage later, but the main takeaway for now is that we are seeing an indeterminate number of cycles play out, which is made obvious.
Oh, days. Just say days! Fucking hell, just say days!
Yes, by the inclusion of the fatal error screen at the end that appears elsewhere when Elster is killed. So, when we next move to Sierpinski following the title screen, we know that this is many cycles later from the one we started in the snow. Chapter 1 starts in a first floor.
Cycle days and cycle repeats aren't the same. Is this a cycle? Was that cycle repeats then? But if her skin peels away, did time pass or did it reset? Every time you die in the game, it's like another universe restart. Oh, but I never died though. I never died because I'm good at the game, guys.
Floor Sierpinski bathroom with Elster looking into.
And the very broad story seemed pretty clear cut. I think he just didn't pay proper attention, to be honest, because, to be honest, like, I didn't find all of this out on my first playthrough, but my first playthrough was like 16 hours because I spent so much time reading through stuff. And the very broad story seemed pretty clear cut, as in what the characters think they would do, whether it's all real or not, it's all clear. Sorry, open to interpretation. Yeah. Yeah, I got like I mean, to be fair, I also had like a pretty like rough idea of what was happening. I had a rough idea as well, but a lot of details were missing, so I just didn't understand the sequences at the end and whatnot, I guess.
Intently at herself in the mirror. After looking around for a bit, she finds an injured star unit who warns her to leave since the facility is lost. Undaunted, Elster retrieves and shows her the photo from the Penrose, which now depicts a completely different woman, Alina Seo. The star tells Elster that she must be a worker, all of whom had been sent down into the mine. This is, of course, not actually Alina, who died in the Venetian conflict a decade earlier. Rather, she is an extension and likeness of Ariane, formed from the probability of Ariane ending up at Sierpinski had she not gotten accepted by the Penrose program, in combination with Ariane's dreaming about the woman in the photo. She is, in a way, a self-insert of Ariane in her own dream, and even shares her poor health. Evidence for the two actually being one can be seen in the brief images of Alina that flash up twice during transitions, once during the elevator malfunction on level 3, and once again when Elster jumps into the mining pit. When placed alongside Ariane's profile, we can see that they match exactly. Furthermore, the butterfly box, bearing a clear symbol of transformation, leads to one of Ariane's memories, not Alina's, and we learn from Alina's diary that she was close with Elster as Ariane was. Her final diary entry found later on in the Nowhere reveals that her memories were beginning to blur with Ariane's and her hair was even turning white, which is notable since Ariane's memories are not part of the signal, only Elster's. This phenomenon can be understood as the Alina manifestation breaking down and returning to the one who created her in the first place. We can apply this same probability manipulation reasoning to our Elster unit as well. Simply put, this is a completely different Elster unit from the one in the prologue, an Elster who may never have been part of the Penrose program at all. In a note written by the Sierpinski protectors, we learned that they had considered requesting an Elster unit to do survey work down in the mine, but postponed the decision indefinitely when Falk fell ill. However, Adler distinctly remembers conversing with an Elster replica as they were both inspecting the mining site, and an examination of his memory proved that this recollection was quite real. In another timeline, or in Adler's words, another version of reality where events had played out differently, an Elster unit did indeed come to the mine from the surface, and this reality merged with base reality to create a hazy zone in the middle where Elster 2 ends up. This is why she is simultaneously familiar to some of the replicas at Sierpinski, while also being immediately recognized as someone who doesn't belong there. Alina's diary entries echo this as well. In entry 1, she wrote that she hadn't seen Elster.
Did something happen in chat? What's up? Stop? Okay, chat. Guys.
In a few days, but later
Yes.
in entry 3 she makes the remark, "I still haven't found any trace of Elster. It's as if she had never been here." Anyways, following her exchange with the Star unit, Elster finds Issa in the library having just used the Gestalt first aid kit. We can see a bandage on her palm, confirming that the sacrificial scene in the prologue has already happened. This first encounter is quite vague, with Elster briefly explaining her search, and Issa simply responding that she is here to accomplish something as well. The two part ways, and Elster drops down to the second floor, where her most important discovery is Alina's confiscated butterfly box. Opening it and claiming the Plate of Eternity within triggers the radio outpost sequence, wherein we see the place of Ariane's childhood at the time she was pulled away to Sector C as confirmed by the letter from her aunt Camilla. The sequence primarily functions as a way for Elster to get the radio module, which she needs to gain access to keys hidden away in the level's wall safes. One such key enables Elster to use the elevator, though it promptly malfunctioned on level 3, forcing her out to scout the area. The main goal on this floor is to find the 5 elemental keycards that will unlock the surgery room: fire, earth, water, wind, and most notably gold, which is obtained from the video cassette train sequence. Passing through the door and dropping to the next level brings Elster face to face with her first Mina replica, who has been corrupted like most of the others, and it is only by defeating her that Elster is able to finally meet the administrator, Adler. He seems friendly at first and confirms that Alina Sio is indeed one of Sierpinski's factory workers, but after luring Elster close to the empty elevator shaft, he suddenly tosses the photo aside and shoves her in, quietly saying, "You shouldn't have returned." Adler was expecting her, and as we'll see, this exchange has already happened many times. But first, we witness the library sequence. Issa wakes in a dark, empty classroom at the Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School and heads to the library to check if Erika is still there. Peering through the door reveals an altogether worse sight, however. Ariane is being mercilessly bullied by some masked students, shoved onto the floor and kicked. The rest of the story is told through quick text blocks at the end. Issa was paralyzed by indecision and fear, and Erika eventually showed up to rescue Ariane. Issa could never forgive herself for not taking action and was racked by guilt, considering herself useless. Following this sequence, Elster wakes to find herself near the bottom of the elevator shaft.
There's like a million
filled
of them.
with dead Elster units. They can be recognized as such by their orange chest plates. So many
Orange? Is that supposed to be orange? That's red. Is that not red? That's red. Is he stupid? Yeah, it's mega red. That's the reddest. That's super. That's the reddest. The post box. He's colorblind. Oh no, this has got more. This has got worse. All right. Didn't one of the diaries in the game say that like the Elster had an orange chestplate though? I think it said it in the address is orange in the game, but it's clearly red. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, because the game says it's orange, but we see it as red for some reason. That's strange. What was I gonna say? Was ISA the neural network for Elster? Was that how it worked? No. Who was the neural network for Elster then? Lilith was the neural network for Elster. Wait, who the fuck is Lilith? Oh, the other person on the photo next to... wait. This is Soldier in the picture. The other side of the picture that was burned away. The burned away part of the picture was Lilith, right? And Isa is a friend of... was her friend, yeah. Lilith is dead.
Love your content, plus keep
right.
what you love, and I have water, I promise.
Okay. There we go.
Cycles have passed, so many units killed, that the bodies were able to cushion Elster's fall, leaving her miraculously unharmed. Many literal interpretations that have already been offered for Signalis assert these are all unique and different Elsters that were summoned to Ling by Ariane's signal, and these theories point to the Elster overview, which states all Elster units were copied from a decommissioned unit from the Penrose program after the original neural pattern on Veneta had been destroyed.
Since the original neural pattern for this unit was lost with the destruction of the central neural electric on Veneta, new Elster units have been produced based on like a decommissioned unit from the Penrose program.
Allegedly, Ariane's Elster was this unit, which means all future Elsters would have had memories of Ariane implanted within them to begin with, and this is why all of them felt compelled to fulfill the promise. While I do like this interpretation conceptually, I don't find it very convincing since virtually every other piece of evidence works against it. How would Elsters from all over the solar system have been able to receive the signal when it only seems to be affecting Lane due to the dimensional rift? How would all these Elster units have had access to ships they could fly solo to the edge of the solar system when resources were so tightly controlled? Why are none of the units in the elevator white when that was a standard configuration? And finally, how could they have possibly recovered the Penrose Elster from deep space, let alone a different dimension? What I think is really going on here is that this is the same Elster unit, Elster 2, who ended up at Sierpinski when the timelines blurred together. Each time she fails, the timeline gets recycled anew, and the signal is transferred again. The decommissioned Elster detail is still relevant because it reveals the important information that a replica unit's mind can be copied to another, which provides a precedent for this phenomenon with Elster 2 as well as Falk later on. This explanation also has nice symmetry with the fundamental tenet of the double dream theory. There are two dreams and two Elsters. Once Elster explores down to the Arar replica dorm, we see another cutscene in which Issa attempts to get into Falk's room but is stopped by Adler. Perhaps it comes as no surprise then that Elster's objective is to find Falk as well and, more importantly, open the owl box she holds close to her chest. On this level, Elster also comes across the first physical versions of the mysterious island painting, and I think it's about time to stop and talk about it in detail. The painting's official name is Isle of the Dead and was created by the Swiss painter Arnold Böcklin as a prime example of German symbolism. Of particular note is the fact that Böcklin painted 5 versions of it beginning in 1880, each with significant differences. The 4th version appears in black and white since the original painting was lost in a bombing during World War II and only a single black and white photograph of it remains. The painting is an evident metaphor for death, featuring tombs carved into the tall cliffs and a grove of cypress trees at the center. A lone oarsman ferries a white-shrouded figure to the island on a small boat, reminiscent of Charon transporting souls across the river Styx. And the reason it feels very familiar to Elster is because it is a visual manifestation of the promise that she is slowly but surely starting to remember. It is Ariane's Carcosa, her deepest desire that remains forever just beyond her reach, and the bedrock layer of her magpie signal. This is also why the painting has power. We read in the note Colibri in the management office that the replica in question was transmitting the image of the isle so strongly it caused nausea in those nearby, and Elster experiences this effect as well when Colibri units are encountered. Just as these replicas were designed to function as amplifiers for their commander's bioresonance, they now unwittingly serve this purpose for Ariane's signal. The set of Isle paintings also has a notable inverse. A number of years after his first version of Isle of the Dead, Böcklin made another painting he called Isle of Life that depicts a vibrant green island abounding with life and beauty. This isle never appears on its own in Signalis, but can be seen briefly during several montage sequences, most notably the ones that play directly through Elster in the fake ending. It serves as a reminder that the bitterness of death would not exist without the joys and pleasures of life, however fleeting they may be. At length, Elster finds the owl tape in the Yule dorm, and when placed in the workshop radio transmitter, it begins to play the Swan theme from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake at frequency 210. Far from being arbitrary, it is strongly implied that this track from Tchaikovsky's ballet is in fact Falk's bioresonant signal responsible for the creation of the Sierpinski dream. For starters, tuning to this transmission on the radio is how Elster opens Falk's owl box, which is remarkably similar to the way she later obtains the star card from Ariane's magpie box on Rotfront using the magpie signal. You'll also notice that the workshop radio is identical to the one in Ariane's room, which broadcasts the aforementioned signal. And finally, the Starling incident referred to in Memorandum Lighting Malfunctions, in which a furious star unit destroyed the Yule's tape player, hints that the song has real power. The Yules are irresistibly drawn to it to the point that they will play nothing else, and the star has no qualms about breaking quarantine to put an end to this madness. Emphasis on that last word. There is also nice symmetry to this connection. 2 birds, 2 signals, 2 dreams. After opening the owl box, and several keys later, Elster gains access to the library and finds another copy of The King in Yellow on a bookcase, which hides the astronomical key to Adler's lockbox and the shrine diary within. In it we read of his longing for Falk following her illness, as well as his gradual realization that he is caught within a time loop and that things are not quite as they appear. The final page reads, "The answers lie below, I can feel it. Someone or something calls me from there in the mine."
I think I misinterpreted. I thought that I could never tell what was real or not. Like I just could never tell if something was actually happening now, happening before, it was a memory or whatever during the game. So when Adler pushed you down, he actually did push you down. That really happened. When Adler, the only thing you see with him is diaries, it happened. It's like, okay, cool. I had no idea. But reading this here, I think was really, really cool. I just didn't know what to make of it at the time, but that's nice.
And that is precisely where Elster, now armed with Adler's administrative key, goes next. She activates the mineshaft elevator and descends ever deeper, at which point Chapter 1 comes to a close. So, going back to the chapter title, what does synchronization mean in the context of what we've seen happen in this first section? A simple definition proves instructive. The term synchronization can refer to 2 different functions: causing a set of data to remain identical in more than one location, or the activity of 2 or more things at the same time or rate, and I think both of these functions apply here. Regarding the former function, we can refer to the book Bioresonance Technology and Its Limitations, which defines the related term synchronicity as the process of duplicating a neural pattern from a Gestalt host to a replica brain. In this case, we are witnessing the duplication of Elster 1's neural pattern to Elster 2's brain, in the process gradually becoming synchronized. Regarding the latter function, Elster's journey is gradually being synchronized with Issa's. You'll notice that both of Ariane's interludes, the radio outpost and the train, give Elster exactly what she needs to move forward to keep up with Issa's path. Just as Ariadne guided Theseus through the labyrinth with golden thread, Ariane helps guide Elster through her labyrinthian dream with a golden key. The third interlude is unique in that it takes place from the perspective of Issa herself, and at the end we see parallel shots of Ariane and Elster that show they are finally in
When I grade this assignment, I'm gonna put a big smiley face next to the grade.
sync. This is a pretty significant point that I'll revisit later in much more detail, but for now, let's proceed on to Chapter 2. In a general sense, liminality refers to the transitional phase in a rite of passage in which the participant stands at, or on both sides of, a boundary or threshold. The term is quite fitting in this context because this is precisely the point Elster is at on her journey. She is now midway between her original self, Elster 2, and Ariane's Elster, or Elster 1, her identity in a state of flux. The chapter starts with Issa, who has been hunted by Adler through the depths of Sierpinski and is now cornered at the mining pit.
Why is he hunting
This
her?
has already happened countless times before, trapped as they are in the cycle. This time, however, Issa gets the upper hand and stabs him through the eye, causing him to fall into the pit. We return to Elster, still descending into the mine. After making her way through its many dark passages, she slides down a massive sealed shaft leading to the mining site where she finds the great pit and jumps in. A red countdown appears, and Elster suddenly finds herself on a strange beach with dark skies and a distinct rock formation in the distance. This setting is, in fact,
I guess the point is that you're meant to feel as confused and jumbled as the Elster is.
another painting,
It sure accomplished that.
The Shore of Oblivion by Eugen Bracht. Just as Böcklin did with Isle of the Dead, Bracht painted 8 different versions of the piece between 1889 and 1916, though only 2 remain preserved today. The works share another connection as well. German Emperor Wilhelm II received a copy of each and hung them next to each other, just as Falk does outside her bedroom. The theme of death is quite heavy in the painting, which depicts a desolate rocky shoreline littered with skulls and a massive outcropping looking over a dark sea. Left to interpretation, the scene can be read as the last domain of life, one final respite before mortals are swallowed forever by the great sea of the dead. This idea is echoed by the final note found in this section, which reads, "It calls me in a sea of flesh. We will become one, but I can never go back to being me." The other notes littered across the shore consist of excerpts from Casilda's song in The King in Yellow Act 1, Scene 2, which serve as a description of the mysterious realm of Carcosa. The King in Yellow itself can be found in a hole in the rock, though cannot be obtained since it is just out of reach. After enough time elapses in this section, the countdown reaches 0 and Elster falls into the nowhere. Of the 3 major areas in Signalis, this one is the most perplexing, and it's initially difficult to determine where, when, or even what we're looking at. But a good place to start in coming to understand the nowhere is its strong theme, which is that of a nuclear waste repository. As nuclear power plants have become more common in the present day and age, so too has the highly radioactive waste they produce, and one of the primary methods for disposal is to seal it away deep underground in dense repositories. This is quite effective, but comes with one major drawback. Nuclear radiation persists at dangerous levels for many thousands of years, which means if any of these sites were to be dug up by an unsuspecting future civilization, they would be exposed to the toxic material. To raise awareness of this issue and provide guidance to nuclear waste facilities, Sandia National Laboratories released a report in 1993 that issued recommendations for future-proofing these sites. One section of particular note laid out a warning message template with varying levels of complexity that could be used. If this looks familiar, it's because this is the exact same message found on an early door in the nowhere. Another method of warning proposed by the Sandia report was the use of hostile
What the fuck?
architecture that would convey the poisoned nature of the land, and one of the more striking design suggestions was the spike field, a series of massive spikes protruding from the ground at odd angles. The theme runs deeper than even these connections, however. Prior to the Sandia report, a German poll conducted in the 1980s gathered ideas regarding the preservation of knowledge about nuclear waste sites into the far future, the first of which became known as the Atomic Priesthood. This small, pseudo-religious organization would be responsible for creating rituals and myths regarding the locations and dangers of nuclear waste sites, as well as indicating the consequences of trespassing. Other ideas included the following: biologically encoding warnings into the DNA of certain flowers, which would be planted near repositories, launching satellites that would transmit the data from orbit indefinitely, breeding a special type of cat that would significantly change color when exposed to radiation, constructing such durable storage locations that only an advanced generation could penetrate them through excavation or drilling, in which case they would also likely be able to detect the radiation levels. And finally, installing warning signs in a concentric ring around the repository in the most important global languages. As these languages evolved over time, new signs would be added in wider rings translating the older signs. This concept of using multiple languages to convey the same information is one that forms the fundamental structure of Signalis. The game incorporates a rich blend of English, German, and Chinese, all important global languages, into its storytelling, but you'll notice that the different languages are mostly used to reinforce each other or the current scene rather than communicate brand new information. This is fully intentional because their purpose is not just to tell a story, but to communicate a warning to all receivers of the signal regarding the danger deep within Sierpinski that can be understood regardless of what language they speak. As I alluded to earlier in the video with this graphic, the nowhere exists in the space where Ariane and Falk's dreams overlap, and represents a distant possible future of Sierpinski in which the cycle is never broken and the facility has degraded so far as to be nearly unrecognizable. In response to this, the government of Yusan attempted to seal off the entire site, or perhaps even the whole planet, marking it as they would a nuclear waste repository. And where is the primary warning placed? At the very center of it all, marking the Dreamer, or at least her shadow. The room is immediately recognizable as a parallel of Falk's, with a central bed and chair off to the left side, though you'll notice the shadow of a slow-moving ceiling fan that was not present earlier. This, along with the fact that only a smoky imprint remains in the bed, may raise some doubts as to the identity of this room. However, there is strong evidence that this is indeed Falk's room in the far future, we simply have to look elsewhere. During Elster's confrontation with Falk at the end of the game, one phase reveals her room with the bed, chairs, end tables, and also a ceiling fan. This is a clear transitional shot that bridges together the corresponding chambers in Sierpinski and the Nowhere, and the loss of detail is a sign of reality turning into noise under the weight of the relentless cycle, represented by the endless cyclical motion of the fan. While it may seem odd for only a vague imprint to remain of Falk when she is a replica, and only humans are seen to disintegrate in this way, I want to emphasize that this is not the actual future.
Actually. Like, I'm not even... Hold up, let me find the picture. This is the takeaway. This is basically the video. Everything, absolutely everything. Everything is important. Absolutely, all of it. No, don't skip anything.
Future. It is but a
The book is yellow.
hazy, incongruous possible outcome that doesn't yet exist. It is nowhere. On that note, let's return to the sealed door blocking access to this chamber. I stated earlier that the warning placed on the door exactly matched that of the Sandia report, but there is in fact one key addition, and that is the final line stating, "When blank within is killed, a path will open here." This refers to the cage monster Issa encounters that is labeled as a Nue, or Japanese chimera, a creature composed of several animals fused together and known in folklore to be a harbinger of sickness and bad luck. Not a moment too soon, Elster drops down into the chimera flesh pit and, working together, she and Issa are able to defeat the monster. Unfortunately, Issa is knocked unconscious by her rifle's recoil and is carried by Elster into the next room, where she remains until Elster is able to awaken her by using the small bottle of ammonia as an inhalant.
Oh!
This encounter draws attention to another
That's what the bottle is for!
core aspect of the Nowhere: flesh. Early on in Signalis, it appears as though the flesh might be an ancient eldritch creature with a mind.
Kind of detail holy schizo.
I missed it. I didn't miss it the first time, but I missed it now. I actually have done that, but I didn't do it now.
But as the story progresses, it becomes increasingly evident that it is actually a representation of Ariane's cancer. In a later cutscene with Adler, he refers to the world as being torn apart and put back together by someone who doesn't understand how it works, and that's exactly what cancer cells do. They disrupt and hijack the human body's normal functions and use them to grow malignant cells that no longer resemble the original body at all. And the fact that we see flesh growing directly in Ariane's cryogenic pod in the fake ending implies that this is the point of origin. Additionally, we learned that one of the Sierpinski workers was in possession.
You are doing well today. Keep it up, buddy. I'll be pet.
Thank you, Trolley Burton. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. And Sermators for the bits.
Of hydroxycarbamide pills, which are a specific type of chemotherapy drug used for treating radiation-induced leukemia. Elster's main goal in the Nowhere, similarly to level 3 of Sierpinski, is finding 6 plates to open a mysterious door. The plates of knowledge, balance, sacrifice, flesh, love, and of course eternity. As she collects these plates and encounters the dangerous, twisted replicas within the Nowhere's confined spaces, the screen will occasionally glitch, much as it has in earlier parts of the game. But something is different about the phenomenon here. Rather than simply scrambling the current video signal, the glitches reveal an entirely different scene, which is actually Elster's earlier confrontation with the Nue monster. This occurs at all points of the Nowhere, as if to show that that moment is frozen in time, and may be an additional clue regarding the true nature of the area. Going out on a limb here, it is possible that most of the Nowhere sequence takes place within Elster's mind during her fight with the Nue, and only by combining all 6 plates, all 6 aspects within herself, is she able to defeat it. The final line on the upper sealed door reads, "When blank within is killed, a path will open here," and that door provides access to the Dreamer's shadow. In a similar way, slotting in every plate on the lower sealed door allows access to the emptiness where the Dreamer Ariane herself lies. But before Elster can reach her, she must climb back up the deep hole she first descended in the prologue, now appearing in its raw form, and encounter Adler at the gate. Notably, he makes no attempt to stop Elster from continuing on, which shows that he still doesn't totally understand the meaning of his looping existence or the significance of the gate that changed everything. Elster passes through this gate, and here we see the technical first ending that can be better described as a fake ending. There is a lot to unpack here. We first see the words, "At the end, the way home, I am waiting," followed by a view of the vast emptiness. Many fallen Elster units can be seen lying on the ground or propped against the angled beams. As Elster approaches, Ariane's focus turns to her, and we see Elster flash in different colors, green, yellow, and magenta. A subsequent shot of Ariane also shows this color splitting, which is quite easily explained. As Elster nears the source of the signal, it begins to break down around her, revealing its component layers of light waves. We then see an unfamiliar oil-painted landscape, which is in fact an extreme close-up of the work Wanderer Above the Sea Fog, painted by the German artist Caspar David Friedrich in 1818.
Actual raindrop moment. Rainbolt. What the fuck?
The painting is considered one of the most representative works of the Romantic movement, and is widely interpreted to symbolize self-reflection. Ariane then inquires who Elster is looking for, which may seem like an odd question, but remember, Elster is still looking for Alina. And Ariane knows this, as she states, "I've been waiting, Alina Co." We then see a line with multiple versions of Ariane, though only the very last one, clearly Alina, turns around. But that's not who Ariane herself has been waiting for. She has been waiting for you. She calls Elster's name, and multiple versions of Elster are shown turning in rhythm. 2 red, 1 white, 1 red and missing an arm, and 1 wearing an AVA suit. And why has she been waiting? For us. We see the line of Ariane's again, except this time all turn in perfect sync, and we get a better look at who they really are. Alina, Isaba without her signature braid, Ariane in uniform, and 2 versions of Ariane wearing white. But there is someone out of place here at the very front of each line, Falk. You can tell from her long hair, as well as the mark on her shoulder, that this is unmistakably the replica commander. This once again reinforces the fact that she has become both Ariane and Elster, the Dreamer and the Seeker. Following this, rapidly changing images of the 3 paintings appear, shrinking. As if in response, the screen glitches and Elster is physically hurt. Falk appears with Adler at the gate, just as Elster did earlier. A white square turns blood red, echoing the prologue's monitor screen. The enigmatic symbol appears. Elster's Lilith memories flood through her in a rapid montage. And Elster slowly, deliberately touches the penrose, which is followed by the words, "Remember our promise." She climbs up the ship's hull, and the words, "Wake up," appear. Then, for the 3rd time in this sequence, we see the aisle paintings flashing through her directly as Elster attempts to open the entrance hatch. This is an important association that goes back to the nature of the aisle as a representation of death. Since Ariane is unable to bring herself to the aisle, Elster must instead bring it to her. She acts as an agent of death in her fulfillment of the promise. However, I think there's another layer to this as well. As a substitution for Carcosa, the Isle of the Dead also represents Ariane's deepest desire. Or rather, desires, plural. She longs not only for the sweet release of death, but the sweet embrace of her love, Elster, as well, 2 conflicting desires that can never be reconciled. Unless, of course, the great Song of Reality could be persuaded to play another melody altogether. But here Elster fails. Her arm breaks, she falls to the ground, and her eyes go dark, but not before one final appeal to wake up. On a basic level at least, it's clear what's happening in this sequence. Elster fails because she hasn't remembered the promise. She is still compromised by her search for Alina as a result of her destabilized Lilith memories, and thus hasn't truly woken up. When you start the game again after the credits, things appear almost exactly as they did at the beginning, but not quite. This time the penrose is functional, and still on course. Having just awoken from the calibration pod, Elster goes through her regular maintenance check, in the process finding the unopened Elster Known Issues document as well as Ariane's painting of the Shore of Oblivion. Following her completion of the list, she reports to Ariane herself, and we witness what is undoubtedly the happiest scene in the entire game. The 2 embrace, reunited once more, and we learn from Ariane that this is their 3000th cycle anniversary, over 8 years on the Penrose. With the updated mission parameters still en route, they begin to dance, blissfully unaware of the bad news awaiting them. We then transition to subsequent shots.
But is she a robot? She has stump legs. Do people not have... is this actually a universe where people don't have feet? Did it remove feet? Really? What a weird choice! What a weird choice! Damn! They removed feet from the universe. How did they stand then? You need your toe to balance. The legs seem to be a style choice. Yeah, Vitamin Lad, but you can't balance without your toe. If you don't have a big toe, you can't balance well. You might not appreciate your big toe, but if it's gone, man, you're gonna notice. How do you think horses stand? With 4 of them? Yeah, okay. I'm getting one guy so hard right now, but the toe stops you from falling in different directions. If you have, instead of a little toe there, have 2 more places to balance your weight, it becomes a little easier to stand stabilized. But just... Oh, okay. Imagine a table with 2 feet. How does a horse stand? Oh, that's actually hilarious. Horses don't have big toes, so they just fall over. They just fall over instantly on the side. Oh. Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Of the 2 asleep together.
You thought this game was gonna make me cry, man, but chat made me cry laughing. That's where we're at. Like, I've been reading too much chat. I got tears in my eye because the horse thing was too funny, dude. Oh, it's actually peak. Not one tear shed for the... It's a very sad story, but like, damn, that was a funny that was a funny horse moment. Swear to God, we were talking about bioresonance and like reality collapsing over dreams and desires, and it's talking about what's with the feet. Yeah, but like, I assumed that the robots or the replicas didn't have feet because like, they're not human, they're robots. So they, for some reason, have gyros maybe in their head or something. They don't need toes just to stabilize. But then I see that Ariane also doesn't have feet. She also has stumps. So that makes me think that the only reason that would be is because she's a replica too or something. I know it's a design choice. I know it's a design choice. I'm just explaining to you why I thought it wasn't. It's not a criticism. It's not a criticism. It's not.
A foot fetish artist to make this game without
together,
feet.
the second of which must take place significantly later since Ariane's hair is much longer. Also, if you've been wondering about the mark on her left arm, it appears to be the mark of a Penrose Scout officer since the same lines can be seen on the ship itself. Finally, we close in on the ship's control panel and witness the origin of the signal. Based on Falk's statement in A Red Dream that official Penrose broadcasts began with a song, it seems as though this is the very transmission the 2 were waiting for, in which they learned their mission was effectively over. The news was sure.
So you are saying our toes are what make us human?
Yes. Yes. Yep. Yeah. So they had the happy they had that happy moment in the ship, and immediately after. It's just like, fuck you, and it's over. Oh fuck, damn, that's harsh. That's harsh. Whoops.
Surely devastating for both Ariane and Elster, forever burned into their minds, and this emotional trauma is quite possibly the reason Ariane's signal later takes its form. There's also a certain irony in the fact that the dooming transmission sent by Yusan into the void returns to herald the doom of the Sierpinski facility. But wait, doesn't this contradict what I said earlier about the Magpie signal being received and decrypted by Iris back on Rotfront? Well, maybe, but it's complicated. Aside from the possibility that its usage simply changed over time, we must remember that the signal is that of a shortwave numbers station, which are normally used to communicate with spies in enemy countries. Why would a signal like this be used to transmit into deep space? And why would a Penrose transmission need to be encrypted in the first place? This raises some doubts regarding the prior explanation and may indicate other factors at play. Alternatively, perhaps the signal showing up on the control panel simply represents Ariane's bioresonance being amplified and transmitted by the Penrose vessel, and the time jump established in the first cut between Ariane and Elster could imply the third shot occurs much later as well, when Elster died and Ariane began to dream. Either way, the magpie signal is definitely Ariane's dream signal, which is the most important point here. Following this memory sequence, we return to Elster, still lying on the ground, and an apparition of Ariane appears, first smooth and then bandaged, possibly a representation of Elster's memory of her becoming more accurate, remembering her as she is rather than as she was. Once again, the question is posed: do you remember our promise? Elster's eyes open and she crawls back up to the Penrose, in the snow, rotfront again. Elster drops into the ship, but it's important to note that she doesn't use the hatch she tried earlier. Rather, she drops directly into Ariane's room through what must have been a breach in the ship's hull, an unsanctioned entrance. The ship is in its crashed state here, and Elster enters the cryogenic chamber to discover a fleshy mass inhabiting the pod, with a dead Elster in white off to the side. The screen then flashes you and I merging into we, in what is, I believe, our strongest clue as to what the promise actually was. You'll notice it is often referred to as our promise, rather than simply the promise, and this shows it was certainly not a one-way thing. Elster did not just promise to kill Ariane to end her suffering. Rather, they promised to end it together, each making an oath: I won't leave you behind. Upon remembering this, Elster is more determined than ever to press on no matter the cost, and proceeds to take the arm and chest plate from the dead unit and don them herself. And from here, all that's left for her to do is, once again, jump into a massive pit of flesh. The next shore sequence occurs, this time directing you right instead of left across the beach, and once again the King in Yellow is visible, floating a ways off in the water. Instead of simply timing out as the first sequence did, this section ends when Elster boards a small boat grounded on the shore, a red lantern hanging from its bow. This is, in fact, the second time we've seen it. The first was back on level 6 of Sierpinski, where the vessel had been constructed by Ara replicas within their dorm room. It's a small detail, but shows that the alluring pull of the isle and perhaps even this shoreline experience was shared by all at Sierpinski. As the boat shoves off, a single star falls into the sea, and the chapter ends. The imagery of the falling star shows up multiple times in Signalis, and to understand its significance we must turn to the Book of Revelation, from which many passages are drawn throughout the course of the game. Revelation chapter 9 verses 1 through 6 reads, "The fifth angel blew his trumpet, and I saw a star that had fallen from heaven to earth. The key to the shaft of the abyss was given to him. He opened the shaft of the abyss, and smoke came up out of the shaft like smoke from a great furnace, so that the sun and the air were darkened by the smoke from the shaft. Following this, a plague of venomous locusts emerged from the smoke, having power to torment those who do not have God's seal on their foreheads, and so great would be their pain that in those days people will seek death and will not find it." To overgeneralize just a bit, the star is Abaddon, or the devil, the abyss is hell, and the key is the authority to open its wide maw to the world. The connections here are apparent. The large hole Elster comes upon in the prologue is the shaft of the abyss, and she herself is the falling star given the key. For surely the Penrose must have shone like a star as it fell into this adjacent reality, and the keyhole on the management office's Isle of the Dead is located directly on the boat's shrouded figure whom Elster has just become on the shore of Oblivion. While in the original passage Abaddon is opening the shaft so hell may emerge from it, this is subverted as Elster opens the shaft so she can descend into hell herself. But what meaning does Elster see in the falling star? A similar object appears in Lilith's memories, almost certainly a bomb or rocket as evidenced by the other ones present and Venetta's status as a war-torn world. This is further supported by the descriptions associated with the Key of Sacrifice, which are themselves a restructuring of Revelation chapter 8 verses 7, 9, and 12. "On the horizon I saw a star fall into the sea, and the sound of thunder, like trumpets of angels, flew over the water. A mix of hail, fire, and blood hit my wet face, and a third of all creatures that lived in the sea died." This may be how Elster sees herself, as an object of destruction, one with a promise to destroy something beautiful.
Secret ending keys. Oh, there are secret ending keys? Really?
The word Gestaltzerfall literally translates to shape decomposition. It is a type of visual agnosia or brain disorder in which complex shapes begin to break down into their smaller components the longer you look at them. Similarly, if a person reads or hears the same words over and over again, they eventually cease to have any meaning, and this is the exact phenomenon we see at the beginning of the chapter. Elster finds herself back at Sierpinski, though it's in much worse shape than before with the flesh growing rampant. She once again retrieves the key from classroom 4B, and on the chalkboard are the words, "You've been here before," clearly a reference to the poster found in the staff room earlier in the game, which states, "If you didn't write it down, it never happened." So by implication, the fact that this was written down means that it did really happen, and it has happened so many times that the world is falling apart around her, ceasing to have the meaning it once did. There is another, secondary definition of the term Gestalterfall, which does not directly apply here, but is worth bringing up since it is highly relevant to the story as a whole. It can be described as a phenomenon where the output signals from the brain go beyond their expected range. This is what Signalis is all about, a bioresonant brain output signal that traverses the vast emptiness of space to affect places and realities that should have been out of reach. Elster makes her way to the upper classroom just as before, but this time the hole in the floor is a massive, fleshy pit, and upon jumping in we get a short sequence with Adler. He approaches and kisses the dreaming Falk in her room, musing over the destructive nature of the cycle. The words, "I have become whole again," and "I hate everything," appear, and while it's difficult to say who exactly is speaking here, I think it very well may be Adler himself. Becoming whole means he has finally reconciled with the dream and embraced it, as indicated by the pervasive red light in this scene and the way his replica shell plating vanishes to reveal the flesh underneath. He also states, "I wear no mask," a line pulled from The King in Yellow, spoken by the unnamed stranger. I explained earlier in the video that Ariane's dream can be thought of as a grand performance, with each character given a role to play, and Adler's decision here to remove his mask, his recognizable faceplate, signifies that he has broken out of his role in the story. He is now fully aware of the loop and begins trying to stop it in earnest, which no one else does. Though not shown here, we know that he makes his way back to the gate, and there he waits. But before the sequence ends, we are shown one more image, Issa looking in a mirror, now missing her right eye. As a refresher, we last saw Issa in the Nowhere, with both her eyes intact, so it's clear that something has happened off-screen here. Did Adler catch up with Issa and take her eye as he tried to do at the mining pit? Could that perhaps be another reason he considers himself whole again? Or is this a new Issa from a new cycle? Regardless, her appearance here is an interesting detail, especially considering what happens in the final area, Rotfront. This is where Elster finds herself following the previous sequence, alone in a ruined atrium of Sector C. In stark contrast to Sierpinski, which felt mostly grounded in reality, Rotfront is very abstract and surreal, appearing far more dreamlike. The subway train is still running despite the complete absence of any humans. Ariane's teeth are found on the table.
Right, I was like kind of, I remember like noting that like immediately, where it's like, I was in like clearly, I passed everything and everyone was fucked up and dead, and like the fucking train is running. What the fuck is that? I was like, what?
Set to Elster
Why?
when you first find it, as though waiting for you, and when Elster takes damage, the screen will often glitch to show multiple rooms all tangled together. What does seem to be real, however, is the plethora of information lying around regarding Sector C, Ariane, and the E2s, and this seems to be the main purpose of the area. For Elster to learn more about Ariane's past in order to alter the course of her future, and one of the best examples of this is her discovery of the original photo of Alina in the Yong photo store. Finally, the true form of this photo is revealed, along with the significance of the number 512 that has been prevalent throughout the whole game. Lilith belonged to Unit 12 of the 5th Venetan Infantry Division, 512. Taking this into consideration, I don't think that the original Elster unit from Ariane's voyage is technically Unit 512 at all. Rather, any Elster unit that becomes destabilized and experiences a resurfacing of their Gestalt memories reverts to this number, mistaking it for their identity, and this happens to both Elster units in Signalis. Extending this line of thought a bit further, it stands to reason that the numerous other occurrences of the number 512, such as on the Penrose, are likely inaccurate as well and are only perceived as such by Elster's degraded persona. But back to the photo. Despite this being the second iteration of the photo seen in-game, I think this is actually the original. The photo always was Alina. Ariane kept a copy for herself and had brought it with her on the mission as a token. Elster sees two different versions of the photo as a result of her destabilized persona. To her, Alina and Ariane were one and the same. In terms of gameplay, the overall design of Rotfront is similar to the previous areas in that Elster must collect 6 different keys of sorts, in this case tarot cards, that enable her to complete the planetary mural. The Tower card is found in the guest station with the teeth, the Sun card is found in the P.O. box with the spy's note, the Lover's card is found embedded in a painting of the Isle, the Moon card is found in the butterfly safe, the Star card is found in the Magpie box in Ariane's hospital room, and the Death card is found by the photos of Issa and Erica in the E2's bookshop. Immediately prior to this last one, however, is Elster's final encounter with Issa. Standing alone in the bookshop, Issa states, "I couldn't find her. I've looked everywhere, but she's not here anymore. I can't go on. I'm sorry." Following this, she notices Elster and reaches out for her, but promptly melts into flesh that oozes onto the floor. We then see the words, "Forgive me." This is a startling, abrupt end to one of our main characters and begs the question, why? What was Issa's purpose in this story at all? Let's start with the basics. If there was still any doubt at this point whether Issa was real or not, the matter is resolved by the photos of Issa and Erica that are marked with black lines, which indicate that the subjects are dead and probably have been for some time. It is possible they were executed in the aftermath of the spy plot due to the E2 bookstore's mildly anti-revolutionary tendencies, which may have drawn the attention of the authorities, but there isn't enough evidence to push this beyond the realm of speculation. Regardless, the Issa we encounter on Elster's journey is Ariane's memory of her from the time they were both in school and wearing the white and green school uniforms. But it goes deeper than that, for Issa is also Ariane herself. Way back in Chapter 1, when Elster gains access to the elevator on level 2, you actually have the option to ride it back up to level.
This is so fucked. The names, man. The names is so much. Like, Erica, I've completely forgotten about. Dude, there's so much. Holy fuck. There's so much. Holy. Yep.
Before
I don't really have much more like valuable commentary here, chat. I just don't know what the fuck's happening for the most part. But kind of tagging along.
Get stuck on level
I want to see
3,
where it goes.
And doing so leads to an
Who's Erica? I think it was Issa's sister.
extra conversation with Issa. In addition to learning the important
He's starting to remind me a little bit about Kingdom Hearts, but it's not nearly that bad. Trust me. But
information that Erica is Issa's sister, if you pay close attention to her dialogue here, you'll notice that her words are eerily similar to Ariane's. She makes the comment, "Have you ever wondered if you're speaking to someone for the last time without knowing? I wish I could go back so I could say something else." This is very close to something Ariane writes in one of her last notes around cycle 5000. "Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up again. I'm scared that it'll be the last time I said goodnight to her. Did I say it right? Will she be okay? What if one of us just won't wake up tomorrow?" Such parallels continue to appear in the following chapters as well. After waking Issa in the nowhere following the Niue confrontation, she remarks, "The air in this place feels thick, like you could bite it. It's like there's this fog inside my head." Ariane wrote nearly this exact same thing in a note at cycle 1840. "It's like there's this fog inside my head. I want to breathe fresh air." When Elster makes it back to the Penrose for the first time, she finds a note from Ariane detailing how she had lost another tooth. "There was so much blood, my hands were shaking," and we get a glimpse of this scene when Elster jumps through the broken meat grinder. Similarly, there is the brief shot of Issa looking into a mirror, her bloodied hand shaking. But perhaps the strongest evidence for Issa's identity as a manifestation of Ariane is that she shows up in the line of Ariane's seen earlier in the fake ending, and in this final bookstore encounter we get a profile shot that perfectly matches up with that of Ariane and Alina. I have two separate but potentially connected theories about Issa's purpose in Signalis. First, Issa is Ariane's desire and attempt to save herself. She makes this interesting remark in the aforementioned level 1 conversation. "You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself now. I can't keep relying on others. That's why she left me after all. I'm sure of that now." I don't think it's Erica she's talking about here. It's Elster. We know that Ariane's worst fear came true one day when Elster just wouldn't wake up, and it's feasible to consider that in her dreamy delirium, Ariane would try coming up with rationalizations for why Elster would have broken
Hello,
her
Mr.
promise.
Beano.
The apparent conclusion she came to was that she needed to solve her own problems, and her
Hello,
solution
Mr.
was to create a version of herself that manifested as one of the E2 sisters, someone who had rescued her in the past, who could travel through the dream instead of Elster in order to fulfill the promise by finding herself. Of course, this doesn't work, as Issa becomes lost and is unable to find the real Ariane before falling apart. Interestingly, the mark she leaves on the floor is very similar to others that we see throughout the game, including on the Shore of Oblivion and on the Penrose itself. These could possibly indicate spots where Issa failed in previous cycles, and it's tragic to think that she could get so close while never being able to enter that last door. My second theory goes back to the idea of synchronization that I covered at the end of chapter 1.
I think it's just a texture. But yeah.
Issa is still a manifestation of Ariane's desire to save herself, but she does this indirectly by pacing Elster. In the world of professional track and field, there is a technique known simply as pacing, in which pacemakers run just ahead of an individual who is attempting to break a record. The goal of these participants is not to win the race, or sometimes to even finish at all, but rather to keep the star runner on track for the record, and they do this by holding an extremely fast pace for the first part of a race before dropping off. In a similar way, Issa helps to pace Elster through.
What is this? Chat, that makes total sense. That's what Issa is. She's pacing. No, that's not over. No, it's not overcooked. It's not overcooked. That actually makes sense. Yes.
Through the first.
He's just trying to okay, whatever, chat, whatever. I think in my simple little head, I think it makes sense to have someone ahead of you to go after, but
taking specific actions in specific
we all have our
places
opinions.
shortly before Elster does. These include crossing paths in the library and the EV lobby, trying to get into Falk's room, jumping into the mining pit, running into the Niue in the nowhere, and finally awaiting Elster's arrival to the bookshop. When viewed through this lens, we can interpret the sacrifice Issa makes in the prologue as a preemptive sacrifice of herself, just as pacemakers sacrifice their own
But honestly, I think it would be easier to keep track of the characters if they all did look the same. Like if one character was black or one character was like fat or something, or if there was like more than one dude, then okay, now I can understand what it's like Elden Ring, man, where like every character is named the same almost. They're almost named. This is actually a game where I want more diversity. Now it's like you know how like people who like want diversity in games are usually like obnoxious. I actually want more diversity in this game because I can't fucking tell who's who. I literally can't tell who is who. So I think we need more diversity. We need some Latinx people in this game so I can tell. Could one of the characters be like a Latinx person with a sombrero and a bottle of tequila and a cigar? That would be great, because then I would know exactly which one it is. Better yet, make it a cactus with two like maracas. Make it a talking cactus. That can double jump and run fast. That would be great.
Performance to aid another, Ariane is sacrificing her manifestation of Issa, fully aware that she will burn out and fail, relying on the hope that Elster will succeed where she cannot. As for Erica and why her face is always obscured, this is the simplest answer of all. Ariane didn't know the E2 twins well enough to...
A horse with 2 legs. Yeah, well, one character should just be a horse with 2 legs. True.
Tell them apart, only knowing one face, so only one can be properly represented in her dream. But why is Issa shown instead of Erica? To make sense of this detail, we must return to the library sequence. An easy explanation is that Ariane mistook Erica for Issa when she arrived, which is certainly plausible, but I think there's more to it than just that. Following this incident at the library, Issa could never forgive herself for not taking action, and she reveals that, at least for her, this moment of paralysis forever overshadowed her short friendship with Ariane. Now, I know this is extremely speculative, but my final thought about Issa that ties it all together is simply this. Issa's role in Signalis may be a chance at redemption for what happened in the library so long ago. Perhaps the cosmic scales were unbalanced by her inability to move past this moment of weakness, as well as by her untimely death, and when the Great Song of the Gods miraculously granted her soul a second chance in the form of Ariane's reality-altering signal, she seized it. Issa may indeed be one of Ariane's projections, but why should that be
reach much higher? Can we...
At the very end
I don't
of
know.
things, even in death, Issa was willing to brave the darkest depths of Ariane's nightmares and finally make the sacrifice she had been unable to in life, ultimately enabling Elster to succeed in fulfilling the promise, to rescue Ariane one more time. On that note, let's get back to Rotfront. When all 6 tarot cards have been acquired, the dial ring which had been caught in the skylight falls into the lobby due to the expanding flesh above. More interesting, however, is the dead Elster that appears to have fallen with it. We've seen plenty of such units by this point, like the ones in the elevator, but what's odd about this one is that it's still orange. If the cycle always repeated...
No. No, it's not. No, it's not orange. Stop saying it's orange. It's not orange. It's red.
Same events playing out the same way, we would expect this unit to be white, because Elster is unable to access Rotfront until she reaches the Penrose and retrieves the white armor. This shows that there are variations, or outliers, within the looping cycles in which things play out quite differently. After picking up the fallen dial and adjusting all of the mural rings to match the tarot cards, the wall symbol opens up to reveal a tunnel leading right back into Ariane's radio room from the prologue. This time, however, Elster recognizes everything in it, and the radio is actively transmitting. If you tune the radio module to 210, the magpie transmission can still be heard. This clearly shows that Ariane's signal has been steadily transmitting ever since it began in the prologue. And, just like in that sequence so long ago, the King in Yellow waits upon the desk. Having now appeared a total of 5 times along Elster's journey, the number of seals on the book has decreased until this point, when there are none left. Interacting with it reveals the last seal has been broken, and that it's time to go home. This is the last time the book is to be found in Signalis, and its significance has become apparent. Elster has been using the King in Yellow to gradually decode the magpie signal, a process represented by the seals, just as Ariane's mother Iris used the book to decode the original magpie signal, but now the message it carries is the promise. You can think of Elster's journey as one giant ritual, a synchronization of identity. With each additional seal broken, each new memory gained, she passes through liminality to emerge on the other side of the ritual threshold, an Elster reborn, now fully cognizant of her promise and poised to save the world and its creator from Gestaltzerfall. This door in the radio room represents that final threshold, and now that
yeah, you know, you people who like this type of game, I'm sure you played through the game. Earlier when you said that it was an elite take from me, hey, you played through the game, and when you played through the game, you said, that's what happened. What a good story. What a good story. Damn, I'm glad it was so obscure so I could get it.
Elster is finally ready, she passes through and finds herself in Ariane's home in Sector C, the apartment of her Aunt Camilla. This all but confirms that the radio room is in fact Ariane's wrought front bedroom, the spare room referred to in Camilla's letter. And just as the 7 seals in the Book of Revelation lead up to the end of the world, the 6 seals of the King in Yellow prefigure the end of both dream worlds in which so many have suffered. Elster's departure through the front door is literally the beginning of the end, and on the other side she finds a long, note-littered hallway that can only lead to one place, back to Falk. Elster has to escape the second dream in order to find Ariane in the first, and for this to happen she must deal with the dreamer. Elster finds Falk lying in her bed as before, though now she is awake. Her dialogue in this scene is quite interesting. After asking Elster, "Why did you return?" she explains, "There's nothing for you here. She'll never dance with us again, no matter what we do, and she doesn't even want us anymore." The reason for this is that neither Falk nor this Elster unit are the replica that Ariane fell in love with so long ago, but rather have had those replicas' memories forcefully implanted within them. Falk's bitterness and desperation is really quite understandable. What must it be like to be filled with such love and longing for a person who doesn't even know you exist, to be tortured by vivid memories of them that are not actually your own? As Falk's story now comes full circle, let us revisit her signal, Swan Lake, one more time and examine its significance in a new light. For those unfamiliar with the story of Tchaikovsky's famous ballet, I think a very brief synopsis is well worth our time. It all begins—
No, but I know you are. I know you guys are. Should we skip this section? You already know this, right? You guys, you knew this. Yeah, no, it's okay. We can go to the next section over here. Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
When Princess Odette decides to take a solitary walk down by the lake, where she is discovered by the evil Baron von Rothbart and transformed into a swan by day. Later, Prince Siegfried comes upon her while hunting and, after seeing her human form when she transforms back at night, falls in love with her. He learns that the only way to break the enchantment is to promise his love to her and remain faithful to that vow. He begins to do so, but the Baron appears and the ensuing confrontation takes up the last of the moonlight. That same day, Siegfried's mother the Queen throws a ball at which he is supposed to find his bride. Rothbart's daughter Odile shows up, enchanted by Rothbart to look like Odette. Thinking it really is her, Siegfried mistakenly vows his love to Odile, after which Rothbart's trickery is revealed. Distraught, he returns to Odette, and, with no hopes of breaking the spell, she and Siegfried both drown themselves in the lake, and their spirits are freed to be together. While it should be acknowledged that the story has a great many variations, especially with regard to the ending, the parallels to Signalis remain consistent. Ariane can be seen as Odette, the white swan, trapped in a curse that has rendered the state of her body out of her control. Elster is Siegfried, seeking to break the curse and free her love at last. And Falk is Odile, the black swan, caught between the motives of the prince and the princess, transformed with the identity of another, and ultimately unwanted by the one whose love was vowed to her. Just as Siegfried must overcome his mistaken vow to Odile before he can be with Odette, so too Elster must defeat Falk before she can return to Ariane. After their brief exchange in Falk's room, the illusion crumbles to reveal the true fleshy state of the dream, and we see the phrase, "This god won't forgive you." It seems pretty clear that this is referring to Falk herself, who is revered as a god by other replicas and is quite literally the creator of this twisted world. She tells Elster, "Both of us, we are incomplete. Let us become whole again," and the battle begins. Along with being essential to escaping the second dream, this fight to the death may also be necessary because the original Elster's memories are split between the two replicas, creating dissonance. Only one individual can fulfill the promise. Upon her defeat, we see Falk phase back and forth, and another montage ensues in which we witness her memories. Elster and Ariane embracing in the starlight, just as in Falk's drawing, the Isle of the Dead, Falk motioning at Adler from the gate, Elster 512, and a promise character, but extremely dim. This shows Falk did know about the promise to some extent, but either did not fully understand it or was unwilling to go through with it, which explains why she never attempts to carry it out herself. These memories complement and complete those of Elster too, and, knowing this, Falk states, "Now we are one," and dies. And Ariane watches it happen. Elster once again meets Adler at the gate, but this time he's openly hostile, insisting that Elster's continuous return to the Penrose is the cause of this world's rapid degradation. For every time she fails, the world is recycled anew in a new loop in which things are twisted, added, removed. It's not entirely clear what Adler's plan is to stop this, however, since the cycle clearly repeats even if Elster dies before reaching the Penrose. Perhaps he believes that they can wait out the dream if they last long enough, or in his desperation he simply wishes to slow the destruction. Regardless, it's not hard to see where Adler is coming from. Not only has his world been corrupted and turned inside out, but his very god is being twisted and destroyed as well. And it is Elster's fault. She refuses to listen, and in an instant is stabbed in the eye and shoots Adler through his. This motif of losing an eye is one that has cropped up multiple times now. It happens to Adler twice, as well as to Issa and Elster, and the reason for this can be traced back to Lilith's memories. We see that she herself lost an eye in the Venetian War, her right one to be exact, and this pattern can be seen as Lilith's trauma resurfacing within Elster and spreading throughout the dream. Additionally, I think there's a symbolic aspect to this as well. Dreaming about the loss of one's eye isn't terribly uncommon, and while there are admittedly many ways to interpret this occurrence, one such interpretation is that it represents having lost an important person in your life and feeling lost or incomplete as a result. Notably, only the Seekers in Signalis are affected by this pattern, not the Dreamers, since they have all lost and are searching for someone very important to them. Alternatively, the loss of an eye can be seen as a reference to the Norse god Odin, who sacrificed an eye in order to obtain greater wisdom.
That's what I thought. That was my theory. I didn't share it with you, but that's what I thought.
In similar fashion, perhaps this pattern in Signalis represents the sacrifice necessary in order to obtain the truth. Adler, Issa, and Elster all must suffer and sacrifice to uncover the truth of their broken world. Anyways, undeterred by this traumatic setback, Elster presses on to the Penrose and with her stronger armor is finally able to open the main hatch and drop into the ship one last time. Here she observes the true state of the Penrose at the end of its voyage and finds Ariane's notes scattered about chronicling the harrowing last days before her cryosleep. But of course we have to ask the big question. Is this the real Penrose, or is Elster still within a dream? A detail of no small significance is that the all-seeing red eye present over the whole game is not visible in this section. Since the eye is symbolic of Ariane's gaze within the dream, this strongly implies that what we are seeing is in fact the real Penrose, or rather the Penrose as it exists in base reality. We can also see in the ship many items and situations that influenced parts of Ariane's dream. Trash piled in every corridor, blood-stained copies of the Isle of the Dead, blue and red medical canisters, the reactor room flooded with green liquid, and of course the body of Elster 1. Finally, Elster 2 comes face to face with the cryogenics chamber door, and it is here we get to the game's multiple endings.
And what are they? And how do you get them?
Signalis has 4 distinct endings, all of which are equally valid as conclusions to the game, and it's even implied that all 4 occur at least once during Elster's journey. The specific criteria needed to achieve each ending remains fairly ambiguous, and is related to the style in which you play the game, whether that be cowardly, balanced, or aggressive. This matters because, at its core, what sets each ending apart is Elster's self-realization, or the extent to which she is able to reconcile the innate Lilith inside her with the Elster she has become. In the Leave ending, Elster does not enter the cryogenics chamber at all, but instead is seen leaving the Penrose. Her last words are brief. "In the end, I had to leave you behind, but it's too much. Forgive me." She removes her blood-stained white chest plate, casting it on the ground behind her. The backdrop here is key. She is on Veneta. In this ending, her Lilith persona remains too strong, leaving Elster confused with regard to her true identity. Her idea of going home is not returning to Ariane, but leaving her behind to return to her home planet. It should come as no surprise that this is the cowardly ending, obtained by running away from enemies, frequently checking locked doors, and lingering within safe zones. As a side note, it is possible that the dead Elster units we see in the fake ending sequence are those who obtained this ending, and as they ceased to function, the cycle began anew. In the memory ending, Elster finds and awakens Ariane with a kiss, but Ariane no longer remembers her. While this is consistent with known side effects of radiation, which include significant memory loss when the brain is affected, I don't think that's the main factor at play here. Rather, the key detail is the appearance of the cryogenics chamber itself. The room is rendered in high detail, appearing much as it did in Elster's memory of the place. In this ending, her Elster persona is too strong, and the room's detail is representative of her brain carefully scanning everything in the room as if she was still going through her maintenance checklist. While she does remember the promise, she is not focused enough on Ariane to follow it through, and as such, Ariane does not recognize her as the replica she fell in love with. The line, "I'm back, but you aren't you anymore," refers just as much to Elster as it does to Ariane, and Elster simply asks to lay by her side in her last moments. This is the balanced ending, which is obtained by taking moderate actions, killing enemies in your path, talking to other replicas
Okay, yeah, that's my ending. Alright, yeah.
encountered in the game, and avoiding damage when
Playing
possible.
normally.
And it is this Elster unit from whom the white armor is taken during the fake ending, perpetuating
Oh,
Chapter 3.
look at that.
In the Promise ending, Elster finds and awakens Ariane in the cryopod as before, but this time Ariane remembers her. And importantly, the chamber is different. It is red and hazy, all detail obscured, for nothing matters except what is found at the center of the room, Ariane. In this ending, Lilith and Elster are finally reconciled, equal. The replica who first fell in love with Ariane in the happy days of their voyage was not fully Elster nor fully the Gestalt Lilith, but someone in between. Someone who saw in Ariane not just the Alina she had loved in a life long ago, but the beautiful, strong individual whom she was right then. And it is this Elster who, back from the dead, fulfills the promise at last. This is the aggressive ending, which is obtained by killing as many enemies as possible, taking heavy damage, and dying repeatedly. It is the most difficult to achieve, and requires the most effort on Elster's part. There are at least 2 pieces of evidence that indicate the cycle is finally broken in this ending. First, as the light leaves Ariane's eyes, we see the red countdown finally reach 0, and shortly after this, the screen glitches violently, knocking Elster to the ground. This could be showing that the signal, now bereft of its origin, is beginning to fall apart along with the twisted reality that it created. The final secret ending, Artifact, is quite different from the others both in the process necessary to obtaining it and in the conclusion to Elster's journey that it depicts, which is easily the most cryptic of the four. Notably, it must be obtained through the use of SSTV signals. The acronym stands for slow scan television and refers to the manner in which static images can be transmitted using a radio signal. There are 3 frequencies in Elster's radio module that, when fed through an SSTV decoder, result in the 3 following images. These can then be linked to their locations in the game, and when interacting with each zone while the corresponding frequency is playing on the radio, 3 keys can be obtained. The keys of love, eternity, and sacrifice, respectively. I want to point out here that the use of SSTV signals is a pretty important detail since it reinforces the fundamental premise that every location in the game is being generated or transformed by Ariane's bioresonance signal, which itself is passed through radio waves.
Fucking
Once all
hell.
keys have been found, they can be used to open the locked safe found in Ariane's bedroom and reveal a lily flower waiting within. Picking it up triggers the ending, which begins with Revelation chapter 9 verse 6. And in those days people shall seek for death, and shall not find it. We then see Elster placing the lily upon a short pillar before collapsing at its base, and the camera moves up to reveal a fallen Elster unit at the base of all 6. At the center, lying within a rectangular shape reminiscent of a bed or cryopod, is the Artifact, a shimmering object resembling a tesseract. This is followed by Revelation chapter 10 verse 7. The mystery of this god is finished, as she announced to her servants the prophets. We see the crashed Penrose, a massive red eye in the sky, and the words "Remember our promise," before a final shot of Elster and Ariane dancing within the broken ship. There is quite a bit of information to unpack in this short ending. As in the Promise ending, the Elster and Lilith aspects of Elster 2 are fully reconciled in the Artifact ending. The gravestone pillars and Lily are pulled directly from Lilith's memory for the purpose of perpetuating one of Elster's memories, and the result is a new ending that appears to break out of the loop in which the others take place. Elster never returns to the actual Penrose or fights Falk, and the sequence contradicts Falk's statement that she'll never dance with us again no matter what we do. But what does it all mean? Going back to the Ring of Elster units, we can see that each one is a different color. Since we know the Elster replica only comes in orange and white configurations, a reasonable conclusion is that each Elster is from a different timeline, one in which the color could be green, brown, or red. It's impossible to
What? It can be red? No.
say how many realities were affected by Ariane's signal, but this shows it was far more than just her own. And at the center of them all is the Artifact, the most ubiquitous yet elusive object in the entire game. If you weren't already aware, the strange symbol displayed on the main menu is simply a representation of the Artifact. Clearly, this object is key to understanding Signalis from beginning to end. In addition to its appearance here, the symbol can also be seen during the prologue when Issa makes a blood sacrifice, on the astrolabe connected to Adler's lockbox, on the tarot card table, beneath the planetary mural, on the locked safe,
Yeah, what the fuck
and
is
on
the symbol?
Falk, marking her vulnerable for a golden spear during the final fight. Furthermore, the symbol is alluded to in the pattern of 6 that runs throughout the game. Inventory items are limited by the rule of 6, which is conveniently represented by a cube, and 6 keys are needed to open the special access doors in Sierpinski and the Nowhere. And there are, of course, 6 tarot cards as well. But the pattern goes deeper. Repeatedly, we are shown that the 6 sides of the Artifact correspond to the 6 inhabited worlds of the solar system, each of which is also represented by a specific shape. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that, on one level, the Artifact represents base reality. It represents the Song of the Gods as it pertains to the whole solar system, to both the Empire and a nation of Yusan in the way in which they have chosen to leave an imprint on the melody of the universe. And for the nation of Yusan, this involves one major act: sacrifice. The sacrifice of anything, anyone, any idea to further the cause of the revolution. And one such sacrifice was the young pilot Ariane, jettisoned on a suicide trip into the void as a glorious demonstration of the nation's power. If we assume the symbol represents reality, then Elster's interaction with it as a tangible object separate from herself shows that she has managed to slip beyond its boundaries, creating an outcome that shouldn't be possible. There are some interesting connections to be made regarding the artifact as it appears in this form. First, in Robert Chambers' story The Mask, the sculptor Boris develops a strange liquid solution that can transform any object into pure white marble with blue veins and a rosy light at its heart. After transforming a single lily flower, Boris and his attending friend Alec briefly muse over whether the plant has been destroyed or preserved, though without a verdict. It is possible that the light we see glistening within the artifact is Elster's final memory and wish, a dance with her lover that will last for eternity. And like Boris, we must ask ourselves, has this memory been destroyed or preserved? For its state has been fundamentally altered. This is not the same joyous but transitory scene that played out so long ago, but is rather an everlasting recreation of it, Elster and Ariane dancing as ghosts in a ruined ship. Also worthy of note while on the topic of the artifact is the presence of a strikingly similar object in Slavic folklore. As the legend goes, in the heart of Buyan, the island which vanishes and reappears with the ocean tide, there is a brilliant white object known as the Alatir. It is a living, magical stone located on the borderline between worlds and, if discovered, grants the finder happiness for all time. Additionally, the alatir is considered to symbolize the center of the universe and the transition from one world to another. This idea neatly supports the previous explanation, as Elster has found her happiness in this object in the convergence of multiple realities. Speaking of transitioning between worlds though, there is one final key to understanding the true nature of the artifact ending that also explains what exactly happens to Ariane. Near the very beginning of this video, I briefly mentioned the similarity between Signalis' description of the Song of the Gods and the concept of Tao in Taoist philosophy, and now I want to revisit this idea in greater detail, specifically looking at the connections between Taoist alchemy and cosmology. On the most fundamental level, Taoist cosmology is a system designed to explain the nature of the cosmos and its relationship with humanity, with the concept of the—
Dude, that's so cool though. That's so cool. But imagine if you could just learn it through the game though. If you could just learn it through the game. Dude, that's really cool. Yeah.
the Tao at its—
I don't think it's reaching. I think it's good, but like if you only get figured out through the game.
As a refresher, the Tao can be understood as the unified essence of the universe that flows
At least a little bit of it. At least a little bit of
in all
it.
things and keeps the universe in balance. This form of cosmology is predominantly correlative, which means it is concerned less with how and why diverse phenomena occur and more concerned with defining the relationships present between such phenomena. The purpose for making these connections is to show how all things in their infinite diversity are in fact contained within the principle of unity and originate directly from the Tao. The system has two important sets of emblems, the Bagua, or 8 trigrams, and the Wu Xing, or 5 elements. Let's start with the Bagua. The 8 base trigrams represent 8 interrelated concepts that together constitute the fundamental principles of reality and are as follows: heaven, lake, fire, thunder, wind, water, mountain, and earth. Each trigram is composed of 3 lines which can be either broken, representing yin, or solid, representing yang. These symbols are closely associated with and directly correspond to the 5 elements recognized in Wu Xing: water, fire, wood, earth, and metal, the latter 3 of which must each correspond to 2 trigrams as illustrated in this chart so that the 5 can equal 8. And since both of these emblem sets are correlative, there are a huge number of associations for each one, including such things as numbers, directions, attributes, animals, body parts, and so forth. This pattern of extended, linear associations should be familiar since it forms the backbone of all of Signalis' major puzzles, which I touched on earlier in relation to the artifact itself, though the ones we see here are appropriately different from the Bagua or Wu Xing since they apply in a different reality from our own. One good example of the trigrams being used in this pattern of associations is found on the special access surgery door on Sierpinski level 3, with 5 of them marking the slot for their corresponding elemental key. The selection of these particular 5 is quite interesting, however. The trigram corresponding to the earth key is actually mountain, and the one corresponding to the water key is lake. When combined together, you can see that all of these 5 concepts loosely form the image of the Isle of the Dead, a detail I think is quite intentional since everything ties back to the promise. Trigrams next appear with significance during the fake ending, in which 3 show up briefly in unison: wind, heaven, and lake, or 5, 1, and 2, clearly intended to evoke Lilith. So obviously Taoist cosmology was intended to be an important part of Signalis, but why? What greater purpose do these myriad connections serve? To answer this, we must now transition to alchemy. The natural philosophy of Taoist alchemy has 2 branches: Huaidon, or external alchemy, and Neidon, or internal alchemy. External alchemy is all about transmuting physical substances from one form to another, and practitioners of Huaidon combined lead, mercury, and other metals together in an attempt to create the golden elixir, a substance believed to grant immortality. In contrast, internal alchemy was a later development that borrowed the language of Huaidon and combined it with cosmology to create an entirely new school of thought focused on human beings instead of physical substances. The goal was still to create a golden elixir, but it now took the form of ultimate self-realization, elevating oneself to the original state of oneness embodied by the Tao. The means to achieving this involved tracing the process of creation backwards to its original cosmic emptiness, in which trigrams play a key role as the combination of Qian and Kun, heaven and earth, are what ultimately produced the golden elixir. This process can be clearly seen in the way Signalis is structured, though it is notably distorted. The entire Sierpinski dream is a downward spiral in which reality is being unraveled into a state of emptiness, and the idea of becoming one haunts all individuals trapped within. Ariane is quite literally the gold key, a golden elixir in the making who finds herself trapped in the space between heaven and earth. The artifact ending shows us the culmination of all of these disparate elements. Finally shedding her cryogenic chrysalis, Ariane transcends her human state and joins with the Song of the Gods, manifesting as the Red Eye. The significance of Revelation chapter 10 verse 7 to the ending is that this outcome was actually seen and predicted before it happened. The prophets referred to in this passage are in fact Calibri units, local nodes for Ariane's signal. One of the transmissions seen when encountering Calibrian Rotfront reads, "Beyond the sun, in the dark behind the stars, I saw the face of God, a shape and color that words cannot describe. I saw the 6 sides of the world unfold, and the light swallowed me. I had become one with nothing, where life and death are meaningless." Considering how central these cosmological themes are to the whole of Signalis, along with the prominent symbolism of the artifact itself, it would be reasonable to assume that the artifact ending is the definitive one, were it not for one small detail. Just before the last scene, the words "Remember our promise" appear one final time. For all it accomplishes, for all the probabilities that it miraculously joins together, this outcome still leaves the promise unfulfilled, a fact of which Ariane is all too aware as she gazes down upon the eternal memory. While I still subscribe to the idea that all 4 endings canonically happen, I think it is intentionally left for the player to decide whether the promise or artifact ending is the best one. Which outcome do you think provides the most favorable resolution to Ariane's nightmare? Destruction or preservation? Well, we finally made it, and I have just a few final thoughts. First off, thank you so much for watching.
Dude, that's fucking crazy. The actual, like, how everything is how everything has a place in the game and is there for a reason. That's fucking crazy. That's actually insane. That's genuinely insane. But fucking hell, if we didn't have YouTube, I would never know. I would never know. This has a part 2?
And if you're interested in seeing future videos like this, please consider subscribing to the channel and leaving a comment down below. Second, I want to reiterate something I said at the very beginning of the video, that my goal in making this breakdown was not to come up with a definitive explanation for Signalis, but rather to promote greater understanding of its remarkable story and shed some light on its most persistent mysteries. Whether or not you agree with my interpretation as presented here, I sincerely hope I've given you more to think about and a renewed desire to continue the search for meaning in this beautiful game. For just as the Isle of the Dead and Shore of Oblivion paintings have multiple versions that are all treated as equally valid, diverse interpretations of Signalis are equally valid as well, even when contradictions arise. For Gestaltzerfall is par for the course. The longer you look at the entirety of Elster and Ariane's story, the more it seems to fall apart. The question is, what pattern do you see in the chaos? Finally, I'd like to end with a poem that I think beautifully articulates what Signalis is all about. Let the Red Dawn Surmise, written by Bliss Carmen, the first half of which can be found in The King in Yellow.
Let's go!
Let the red dawn surmise what we shall do when this blue starlight dies and all is through. If we have loved but well under the sun, let the last morrow tell what we have done.
Yes. Yep. Peak. Dude. I don't even know, man. Clap. Can I get a round of applause? Good video, good game. Yeah. Me, I like the puzzles. I think it was fun to collect the tarot cards and put them in place. And fuck me, I hated the combat. But playing the game, watching this video was a good experience. It was cool to see them all tied together. Glad you finally enjoyed it. Yeah, well, I needed a YouTube video to enjoy it, kind of. Well, no, I did enjoy playing the game all the way through the end, because the puzzles were good. Well, yeah.
Can we watch Skyrim quick retrospective next? It's only 20 hours long.
No. I like the puzzles. I just didn't understand the story. I had difficulties understanding the story, because this stuff, to piece this together yourself, you have to do so much digging. I understood the universe to some extent, but to piece this together myself, I would never be able to. It was ridiculous. Need multiple playthroughs. I guess so, yeah. But that was very cool. Very, very good stuff. There's also part 2. We can watch part 2 next stream. Next stream we can watch that. For now, no. For now, I've been live for 6 hours, so we're gonna call it a day here. I liked the video. Yeah, I liked the video. I hit the subscribe button too. But next stream, we're gonna watch part 2. Okay? Next stream, we're gonna do that. It's just different because you saw how much was talked about. It's hard to kind of make those kinds of info dumps and not break the immersion. What? I do feel like games like this should put more of this lore in the actual game and like bonuses and or allude to it more. I mean, it's kind of difficult to do. That would be kind of hard to do. I guess it's just really difficult to do that in a balanced way that makes it still mysterious. I would just still prefer things to be a little bit more spelled out sometimes. A little bit more, you know? But yeah, because I would never have been able to get this. We already went over that I like, again, games can be cryptic and have cryptic lore that you don't get, as long as it doesn't completely outweigh what you actually get. That's kind of the gist of it. Here's an introductory to lecture to Taoist alchemy. Yeah.
It is a cool universe and it's made with love. It's hard to make a lot of lore that doesn't bore the player. True.
Yeah. No, I mean, I watched a 2-hour video on this for a reason because it's very interesting, and I finished the game and I definitely wanted more, but I just don't have that. So like, here's the thing. I think the main problem is that even though I play video games for a living, I get paid to play video games. I actually don't have the disposable time to decrypt this game myself. I actually don't. But I think it would probably be fun to do, but I literally just don't have the time to invest into it. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's very nice to have a video that does it for me.
Thanks for the great stream, Mr. Albino.
Mr. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, man. Appreciate it. Lunacid moment? I don't feel like Lunacid went anywhere. I really don't think Lunacid went anywhere with it. That was my problem. But my problem was that the puzzles were kind of bad. Some of them were bad, but whatever. Different game. Some of the puzzles in Lunacid was very good. Some of it was really bad. But anyways, I think I'm gonna call it today. Here it's getting a bit late. I shouldn't keep my neighbors up. Lunacid wasn't nearly as complex for sure. Lunacid was haha, it's all a dream, and I don't like that. Yeah, Lunacid was haha, all a dream, and this game was like, it's all a dream, but the dream actually matters. The dream is like a thing that affects the world. So in that case, it's not actually just a dream, it's reality too. But yeah. Either way, I'm gonna call it today here, since it's getting late, so thank you for watching. Thank you for the subs, thank you for the bits, thank you for the donos. I wasn't planning on watching a 2-hour video today. I really was not. I thought I was going to play Signalis, finish it, and switch games, but I really, really wanted to know all of this, so yeah. Either way, tomorrow, more gaming, video games. I'm not going to be playing more Core Keeper on stream, because Core Keeper, I feel like it's a game that is best played just casually with friends, so I'm doing that instead. Unless I decide again to try like a challenge run or something, with the rest of the game known. Either way. Yeah. Moving on to one, even if chat was but no, chat being schizo, I feel like was a good part of it. It's funny. I might get one guy, then people might seem like they're mad about it, but I think it's just fun. It's just funny. Horse tool. Yeah, I think it's just funny, man. I enjoyed it. Either way. Check shit posting really quick. What was this? I gotta scroll down. Hold up. Dog, go down. Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. All right. Very, very good. Good night. Good night, guys. That's it. God damn. Don't play it at 125 speed. There we go, regular speed. This is the song that I listened to. This song showed up in my recommended like a week ago, and because of this showing up my recommended, I was like, I have to finish the game. I have to finish it. So I listened to it, and I kept listening to it because it's a good song with no context to it. I felt nothing. I was like, yeah, this is Speak. Yeah, I like listen to it. And then yeah.
Yo, Beast Boy, turn into a horse real quick.
Like the best man. Either way, good night, take care, wake up, love you all, have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Yummers.